The first day of the apocalypse, the first thing I did wasn't run for my life, and it wasn't save anyone. It was throwing a female college student out the door with my own hands, feeding her to the zombies. You probably think I'm crazy. You think I'm cold-blooded. Hold on. Let me finish. Once you hear what happened that day in Dorm 601, you'll understand. In a world like that, playing the saint is the fastest way to die. My name is Leon, 23 years old. An orphan. A bottom-rung nobody who scrapes by fixing pipes and wiring. The day the apocalypse hit, I was crouched in a girls' dorm at a medical university, fixing the plumbing for 4 prissy female college students. Yeah, the kind who act like just glancing at you makes them dirty. When I walked in, not one of them even bothered to look at me. Scrawny mutt, beta loser. The insults rolled off their tongues so easily, like they were terrified my grease-stained hands would ruin their spotless floor. I put up with it. For that pathetic bit of cash, swallowing my pride wasn't exactly new to me. But who could have guessed? In the time it took to fix one pipe, the sky fell. The first one to charge at us was a girl named Liao Xue. No, that thing couldn't be called a girl anymore. Her whole face was twisted beyond recognition, eyes rolled back showing white, a low animal growl rumbling from her throat as she clawed and shoved at the door like a lunatic. I lunged forward and threw my entire body against that iron door, the veins in my arms bulging out. Outside the door, zombies. Inside the door, for useless girls who could only scream. Push. Come on, push. I bellowed at the top of my lungs. Get over here and help. Why are you just standing there? And you know what they said back? You need us to help with something like this? Are you even a man? Yeah, beta loser, a grown guy. And that's all the strength you've got? Scrawny mutt, you're weaker than us girls. The rage shot straight up in me. I was pinned against that door, drenched in sweat, half a step from death, and these little princesses were standing there chatting and mocking me. But I didn't dare let go. Let go, and I'd die too. And it got even more absurd. Among the 4, there was one, I only found out later, who was the biggest bleeding heart in the whole dorm. She stared at the zombie gnawing at the doorframe outside, and with this pained, sympathetic look on her face, she actually said, "Isn't that Liao Xue? She's just sick, right? Looks like that stiff person syndrome or something. She's so pitiful. Maybe we should let her in." Let her in? My brain went blank for a second. Lady, that's a zombie. Not a cold or a fever. You let her in, and all 5 of us turned into that thing the next second. Do you get it? I cursed her entire ancestry in my head, but I still had to keep bracing that door. Right then, the girl with the loudest scream suddenly let out another shriek. HH. It's getting in. That one scream shattered my focus. Just for an instant, the door cracked open, and the zombie's hand shot right in through the gap. I have never in my life wanted to kill someone so badly. Screaming does jack squat. At the critical moment, you won't push, you just wail. Can you wail a zombie to death? Shut the hell up. I practically roared it, fury blasting through the top of my skull. And in that exact instant of my roar, a voice suddenly rang out in my head. A cold, utterly emotionless female voice. Host rage value detected at maximum. Lucky Shelter loot system now activating and binding. Binding progress, 50%, 100%. Binding complete. Host is in a state of crisis. Beginner's gift pack has been issued. Use immediately. I froze for half a second. Then a wave of wild euphoria surged up from deep inside. A cheat. Reincarnated, transmigrated. Whatever this was, the point is, I had a golden finger now. Didn't matter what it was. Use it first. Ask questions later. Use it. Use it now. I screamed internally. Ding. Congratulations, host. Acquired. 5 strength attribute points. Self-defense blade ×1. The words had barely finished when a gleaming, cold steel long blade materialized out of thin air in my right hand. At the same time, a scorching surge of power exploded through my veins. I felt the strength in my whole body nearly double in an instant. I had no time to savor the change. That zombie's hand was still inside the gap, clawing wildly. I swung the blade up and brought it down hard on that hand. SHHH gay. You could tell it was the system's gear. The blade sliced in with almost no resistance, and with my newly explosive strength, the moment the blood sprayed, that whole arm was cleanly severed and dropped to the floor. Seizing the moment, I slammed the iron door shut with everything I had. BM, then flicked my hand and shot the bolt across. Click. I leaned my back against the door, gasping for air. Safe. But before I could even catch my breath, the ones behind me started up again. Murder. He killed her. He's been hiding a knife. Blood. So much blood. Call the police. Somebody call the police. I almost laughed. I just saved your damn lives, and you call this murder? In that moment, I truly couldn't take it anymore. I strode over and, to the one screaming the loudest, raised my hand and delivered one loud, ringing slap. Smack. 5 bright red finger marks bloomed on her cheek instantly. Shut up. The world finally went quiet. Unfortunately, only for a moment. The slapped girl snapped out of it, clutched her face, and glared at me in disbelief. You filthy little plumber. You actually dared to hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know the line of guys chasing me stretches from here all the way to the school gates? Yeah. Who do you think you are, hitting people? Beta loser. Hitting a woman. That was when I saw it clearly. Even now, these girls still hadn't figured out the situation. They were still living in yesterday, still living in that old world where connections, money, and a pretty face let you walk all over everybody. Fine. Then let me wake you up. My eyes went cold. I aimed a kick straight at the lower belly of the girl still shrieking. Don't forget, this kick now carried the strength of 2 grown men. Thud. Her whole body flew backward and slammed into the metal bed frame. Her face went white in a flash as she curled up, clutching her stomach, unable to make another sound. That one kick did it. The other 3 went dead quiet. Every one of them shrank into the corner, not daring to breathe loudly. Finally, the dorm was calm. But outside the dorm was a whole different world. Through the door, all kinds of screaming, howling, and cries for help poured in wave after wave, enough to make your scalp crawl. I was leaning against the door, catching my breath, when that bleeding heart girl piped up again, tears welling in her eyes. Wearing that pitying, holier-than-thou look, she stared at me. Shouldn't we go save the people out there? So many of them are crying for help. Pretending we can't hear them. That's wrong. You're so capable. Go save them. A giant question mark appeared over my head. I'm barely keeping myself alive, and you want me to go out and save people? Why don't you go yourself? But that thought never crossed her mind. She just kept rambling, and even started accusing me. You're a grown man. Do you have zero compassion? How can you be so cold-blooded? They're still young. Their lives are just beginning. What are you doing? Let go of me. I couldn't listen to another word. I've met too many people like her, standing on the highest moral ground, using other people's lives to fulfill their own saintly fantasy. She wouldn't lift a single finger herself, yet she demanded, righteously, that you go die. Fine. You want to save people, don't you? I grabbed her by the collar and dragged her to the door like a dead dog. Through the peephole, I took a glance. The one-armed zombie outside had been drawn off by some commotion elsewhere. No immediate danger. I pulled the door open. You want to save people, right? Save them. Here's your chance. Go on. Go save them. And with that, I flung her out and slammed the door shut. Bam! Outside, the sky-shattering, life-begging screams erupted instantly. No, please, please. I'm begging you, let me back in. Liao Xue, what are you doing? We're classmates. Don't bite me. Don't, The iron door was pounded frantically. Bang, bang, bang. But slowly, the pounding weakened, until all that was left was low whimpering and the sound of a zombie feeding. I leaned against the door and let out a long breath. Honestly, at that moment, I felt fantastic. Egging me on to go die? Screw that. And this scene finally shocked the remaining 3 girls awake. They all cowered in the corner, trembling, and for the first time, their eyes held genuine fear of me. Good. Now they finally understood one thing. The old world was dead. In this new world, whether they lived or died depended entirely on my mood. Liang's mood. Once my head cleared, I finally got a chance to study this golden finger I'd just gotten. Lucky Shelter Loot System. Based on the lucky targets the host shelters, receive corresponding loot rewards. Shelter lucky targets, get loot? Something clicked in my mind, and I turned my gaze toward the 3 girls in the corner. I stared at the prettiest one for a few seconds, and a semi-transparent status panel immediately floated up before my eyes. Name, Su Yang. Age, 21. Occupation, university student, live streamer with 1 million followers on a certain platform. Droppable attribute, speed. Droppable item, 30 cubic meter pocket dimension, guaranteed on first drop, can be re-rolled and upgraded. I sucked in a sharp breath. A pocket dimension. In the apocalypse, do I even need to explain what a portable storage space means? Food, water, weapons, stuff it all in, carry it everywhere you go. That thing is worth more than gold. I looked at the second one, wearing a JK schoolgirl uniform, the one who'd called me scrawny mutt most gleefully. Name, Jiang Li. Age, 21. Droppable item, tactical suppressed pistol, system exclusive, perfect suppression, 22-round capacity, chance to drop ammo later. A firearm, and a suppressed one at that. Against zombies, hacking them up close is so dangerous. One careless scratch or bite, and you're infected. But with a suppressed pistol, I could hide in the shadows and quietly pick them off one by one, clearing them all out before anyone even knew. Just then, Jiang Li noticed I was staring at her and, startled, quickly tugged her short skirt down and crossed her arms over her chest, watching me warily. She was probably afraid I'd retaliate. After all, she'd cursed me the harshest earlier. I smiled a little and ignored her, turning my gaze to the last one. This was a girl in a white lab coat, with an even colder, more aloof air than the other two. Name, Lin Yuexian. Age, 23. Occupation, university student, surgical intern at a hospital. Droppable item, stamina potion, rapidly restores stamina. Well now, I got it now. These three young ladies who used to look down on me. One could give me a storage space, one could give me a gun, one could give me life-saving medicine. It was like heaven had shoved three unbeatable trump cards into my hands all at once. I even had a thought. Why not just hole up in this dorm, max out the attributes, then head out? Wouldn't I be invincible then? But I quickly shook my head. No. Rolling for loot burns stamina, and empty stamina means you have to eat. But there was only so much food in the dorm. Getting trapped in here was no different from waiting to die. If I wanted to live, I had to go out. I walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked down. My pupils contracted violently. The dorm was on the 6th floor, and the plaza below was in full view. That was no plaza anymore. The ground was covered in zombies, with students running around in a panic. But how could people outrun zombies? In just the dozen seconds I watched, I saw more than 20 people get tackled, torn open, and devoured before my eyes. Blood ran across the ground, and the shrieks were bone-chilling. Farther out, thick smoke billowed from the road, car crashes piling up one after another. Several residential buildings had already gone up like giant torches. Crying, collisions, screeching brakes, all blending into one. This was the sound of the apocalypse arriving. I quietly pulled the curtain shut and took a deep breath. That's right, the apocalypse had truly come. But strangely, I wasn't panicked at all. In fact, I almost wanted to laugh, because I suddenly realized that mountain of debt I owed, I didn't have to pay it back anymore. That miserable, endless, grind until you drop life? From today on, it was over for good. From now on, this world was survival of the fittest. Whoever's fist was hardest called the shots. And me, I held a golden finger others couldn't even dream of. I picked up my phone and tried to call the police. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Just as I expected, it wouldn't connect. So I just went online instead. One scroll, and it was all zombie news. And not just here, the whole planet, north to south, zombies were everywhere. Huge numbers of humans infected. Even animals weren't spared, and some had undergone terrifying mutations. While munching chips to keep my stamina up, I plugged in every power bank and phone I could find. The power was still on, but with nobody left to run the plants, it'd go out in a few hours at best, a day or two at worst. My phone was my only window to the outside world. It had to stay fully charged at all times. And those three in the corner, watching me sprawl casually across their bed scrolling my phone, none of them dared make a sound. Suyong opened her mouth, then swallowed her words in the end. The fate of the girl thrown out to feed the zombies was still fresh in her memory. Who'd dare cross me? The sky slowly darkened. I peeled the lid off my instant noodles, and that hot, savory aroma instantly spread through the whole dorm. The stomachs of the three in the corner growled in perfect unison. They hadn't had a drop of water or a bite of food all day. No, they'd had a few crackers and some bottled water during the day, but for three young women in their prime with the biggest appetites, That was barely enough to fill a tooth gap. I glanced sideways and saw 3 pairs of eyes fixed unblinkingly on the noodles in my hands, throats bobbing up and down as they swallowed. And my blood-stained long blade sat right there on the table, plain as day, so nobody dared act up. "What, hungry?" I lifted a chopstick of noodles, waved it around, and asked with a smile. All 3 nodded desperately. "Want food?" "Easy." I slurped up a mouthful and drawled. "Then starve." The moment I said it, all 3 faces went pale. They must have finally realized something. There was only so much food in the dorm. Rationed carefully, it'd last maybe a week. Every extra mouthful one person ate meant one less for someone else. In the end, someone might not get a single bite. Starving to death. In an apocalypse where rescue was nowhere in sight, that wasn't just an empty threat. And that was exactly the effect I wanted. Competition creates pressure. Pressure changes people. I was curious to see just what these 3 princesses, who yesterday were up on their high horses, spitting out scrawny mutt, beta loser, would turn into next for a single bite of food. Deep into the night, I turned off the lights, pulled the curtains tight, and even stuffed the gap under the door with blankets and scraps of paper. Not a single ray of light or hint of sound could be allowed to draw the zombies outside. In the darkness, the 3 girls' breathing rose and fell. Nobody spoke. Nobody could sleep either. Hunger, like a thin string, tugged at every stomach, over and over. And me. I pulled up my status panel and looked at that line reading strength 10. The corner of my mouth curling upward. This was only the first day. My era had only just begun. The second day of the apocalypse, I truly grasped one thing. Getting stronger felt incredible. I leaned against the headboard, eyes closed, while that cold female voice rang out in my head over and over. Ding. Acquired. Speed attribute point times 1. Ding. Acquired. Suppressed pistol times 1. Ding. Acquired. Speed attribute points times 3. Ding. Acquired. 30 cubic meter pocket dimension times 1. With each chime, my grin stretched a little wider. So, I'd completely cracked the system's loot mechanic. As long as the goddesses I sheltered stayed by my side, attribute points, items, and treasure chests would keep pouring into my pocket, non-stop. The more goddesses I collected, the more frequent the drops. I opened my eyes, pulled up my status panel, and dumped all 4 accumulated speed points into it. Speed climbed from 5 points to 9. The instant the number ticked up, the muscles in my calves and thighs tingled slightly, visibly tightening and bulking up a notch. I rolled off the bed, ignored the wary, suspicious looks from the 3 girls in the corner, put my back against the door, and crouched, facing the window 6 meters away. Set, go? Whoosh. 6 meters, crossed in a blink. Less than a second. Even I was stunned. This speed was already close to a world champion sprinter's, nearly touching the human limit. And this was only 9 points. I felt amazing. If I could someday crank my speed up to Flash levels, the apocalypse would be nothing. Forget zombies not being able to catch me. Not even bullets or missiles could hit me. By then, girls on my left and right, surrounded by sweet perfume. This wouldn't be an apocalypse, it'd be paradise. Those 3 girls in the corner, Su Yang, Jiang Li, Lin Yuexian, watched me blink across the room, and their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Ellie, Big Broly, how did you? So fast. Big Broly, are you Superman? I smiled and said nothing. Right now, the more mysterious I stayed, the more unfathomable they'd find me. As for whether they'd betray me, impossible. This system had a hidden perk. For any goddess it recorded, the moment she developed a treacherous thought, the system would immediately warn me. So I didn't have to guard against them at all. I just reached into thin air, right in front of them, and pulled out that suppressed pistol. All 3 flinched in unison. Around here, where gun laws are the strictest, a plumber suddenly conjuring up a suppressed tactical pistol. You tell me, how could they not be shocked? But like I said, I didn't explain. I toyed with it for a while, then waved my hand and stuffed the gun back into the pocket dimension. The instant it vanished into thin air, all 3 girls rubbed their eyes hard, and the way they looked at me changed completely. Su Yang muttered under her breath, Big Broly, you're really amazing. I sneered inside. Amazing? Now I'm amazing? Thinking of how just yesterday they were cursing me with scrawny mutt and beta loser, then looking at how meek and eager to please they were now, I understood it all. People only treat you politely when you're holding something that scares them. By midday, my stomach was growling with hunger, but the system only dropped me an item chest. I reached out and opened it, a flash of white light. A bottle of mineral water. Just one bottle of water. Fine. Better than nothing. Clean water sources would become everyone's lifeline down the road. It had come in handy. Oh, and I noticed something interesting. The chest and the flash of white light when it opened were visible only to me. Nobody else could see a thing. But the item that came out was solid and visible to everyone. I handed the water to Su Yang and told her to make me a cup of noodles, then picked up my phone and started scrolling through news from the outside. The very first video was from an official media outlet. Global population reduced by roughly 80%. Zombies rampant. Several small towns left with virtually no survivors. 80%. I sucked in a cold breath. A single outbreak, and 80% of the living worldwide were gone. That was brutal. I scrolled down and suddenly froze. The next video was geotagged at exactly the medical university where I was. And the woman who appeared in the video instantly nailed my eyes in place. Holy hell. A knockout of a mature beauty. The woman in the video, judging by her demeanor and dress, had to be a teacher at the school. Even with a hint of exhaustion on her face, her looks, drop-dead gorgeous, didn't even begin to cover it. A head of ink-black hair was loosely gathered at the back of her head, a few loose strands falling beside her snow-white cheeks. She wore a fitted business outfit, a white blouse with a navy skirt suit, that traced every line of her exquisite figure. The collar was open just slightly, revealing a slender neck. Beneath the knee-length skirt, a pair of long, straight legs wrapped in nude stockings, feet in black high heels. A perfect face, a stunning body, and that OL uniform on top. No man could tear his eyes away. And as I stared, that familiar status panel floated up. Name, Gu Mengli. Age, 29. Occupation, university professor. Droppable item, large generator ×1, continuously drops upgrade components, no upgrade cap, Droppable special ability, neural overclock, level 1, SSS rank power. My pupils contracted sharply. A superpower. An SSS rank at that. I'd been racking my brain over how to get my hands on a superpower, and here it was, right under my nose. There was a mature beauty professor with a top-tier power right on campus. I quickly read the ability's description, neural overclock, which acts on the human nervous system, drastically boosting reaction speed and information processing ability. In plain terms, you can instantly predict and dodge an enemy's attacks. Your brain fires commands to your muscles insanely fast, so your strikes are quick and precise. You can even read and learn things at a glance. I immediately understood what this power meant for me. My system could keep pumping up my speed and strength like crazy. But there was a hidden danger. If one day my speed hit the extreme while my brain's reactions couldn't keep up, I'd smash straight into a wall and get myself killed. But with neural overclock, the two together would be a match made in heaven. 1 + 1 would definitely equal more than 2. This Gu Mengli, I had to have her. At the end of the video, the beautiful professor paused, then added a line. As for classmates who've awakened special abilities, if you have a persistent high fever, don't panic. This is normal. High fever, awakening a power. I noted that piece of information carefully. Just then, Su Yang brought over the finished noodles. How far is the first cafeteria from here? I slurped a mouthful and asked. Su Yang paused. Not far. Only about 300 meters. 3 to 5 minutes on foot. 300 meters. Normally, just a stroll. But now, with zombies everywhere and us up on the 6th floor, those 300 meters were a gate to hell. But I had to get there. Gu Mengli was in the cafeteria. Neural overclock was in the cafeteria. And there was that life-saving large generator. The whole city would most likely lose power tomorrow, and the value of that generator was beyond measure. I made up my mind. This afternoon, I'd start clearing the zombies out of this dorm building, scavenging supplies as I went, carving myself a path to the cafeteria. I handed the remaining half bowl of noodle broth to the 3 girls. They took it like a treasure, cupping the bowl and sipping it in tiny mouthfuls, as if savoring some rare delicacy. In just over a day, these 3 princesses, who yesterday looked down on everyone, had been trained into this state by me. The apocalypse. What a beautiful thing. After an afternoon nap, at 2 o'clock, I started getting ready to head out. I taped textbooks over my arms, thighs, and other spots easy to bite, fashioning a crude set of armor. As for Su Yang and the others, the system had already recorded them, so they wouldn't betray me. No need to worry about that. Before leaving, I asked in a low voice, if I get surrounded by zombies downstairs, do you know what to do? The three exchanged a glance, then answered in unison. Throw things downstairs to make a noise, scream loudly, and lure the zombies away. Good. I checked through the peephole. No zombies in the hallway for now. I pushed the door open, gripped my pistol tight, and slipped out without a sound. The corridor was covered in dark brown bloodstains, along with severed limbs and filth. The stench nearly made me vomit. But strangely, there wasn't a single zombie. Most likely the guy who'd come this morning to save his girlfriend had drawn all the zombies on this floor away. I searched room by room. Using the tip of my blade to hold up a small makeup mirror, I'd first peek into a room to check for zombies, and only after confirming it was safe would I go in and dig through things. Instant noodles, spicy strips, wife cakes, mineral water, a decent haul. Girls' dorm, after all, snacks by the boxful. There were also some private little items that opened my eyes, which I won't go into detail about. It took me nearly an hour to search the whole 6th floor. In the pocket dimension, the food had piled up into a small mountain, enough for the 5 of us to eat freely for 2 or 3 days. I caught my breath, then headed downstairs to keep going. The moment I rounded the 5th floor stairwell and poked my head out, my heart lurched, and I quickly pulled back. Bad news. There was a zombie in the hallway. Good news. Only one. A female zombie in a white dress was pacing back and forth outside dorm 506, wet blood still hanging from the corner of her mouth. Which meant, not long ago, someone here had just been bitten. My heart sank. That meant I had to be extremely careful. One big commotion and I could draw every zombie in the building over here. If it came to that, I'd have no choice but to cut my losses, use Su Yang and the others as bait and fight my way out. I drew the suppressed pistol. Before leaving, I deliberately looked up a firearms tutorial, and I ran through the motions in my head. The zombie was 7 or 8 meters from me. I took a deep breath, gripped the gun with both hands, lined up its head through the sights, and squeezed the trigger. Puffed. The sound was pathetically small, muffled and short. The zombie's head snapped violently to the side, rotting flesh and brain splattering out, and it dropped stiff and straight to the floor. Headshot, 1 bullet. My first time firing a gun to kill a person. Even though it was a zombie, my heart still hammered wildly. Good thing all those R-rated movies hadn't been for nothing. I wasn't sickened at all. If anything, I felt a little excited. I didn't rush out. I waited quietly in place for a minute, and only after confirming there was no other movement did I step out. Safe. Keep searching. I pushed on the nearest door, 501, and immediately a wary female voice came from inside. Who's there? Living people. I turned to leave. In the apocalypse, any living person could be a threat. My goal today was supplies, not making friends. Saving people wasn't in my plans. But just as I was about to enter 502, the iron door behind me creaked open a crack, and a head cautiously poked out, the voice trembling. Excuse me. Are you a rescue worker? I turned back, fully intending to just deny it. But the moment I got a clear look at that face, my eyes lit up. Now that's a beauty. The status panel appeared right on cue. Name, Su Jinru. Age, 21. Sophomore at the Medical University. Droppable attribute, speed. Droppable item, portable cookware set. Droppable special ability, water element power. Su Jinru, one of the Medical University's top 10 campus beauties. I'd seen her profile while scrolling through short videos. When the apocalypse hit, some busybody had made a video of the school's top 10 beauties and posted it. In the old days, everyone would just look and move on. The law was there. Who'd dare do anything? But now, with the order completely collapsed, as long as you had the power, forget one campus beauty. Collecting all 10 and living like a king wasn't out of the question. This Su Jinru was the only petite, adorable type among the top 10, a baby-faced girl with a big bust. Word was her family background was pretty good too. Her father was apparently some commander in the military. A power that could create water, a welfare check that would keep dropping me loot, and a body this exquisite on top of it. Principles? In the face of benefits like these, Saving her was my principle. Sorry, I'm not a rescue worker, I said, shaking my head, watching the light in her eyes dim little by little. Then I switched tone. But I can keep you alive. Keep me alive? A spark of hope reignited in Su Jinru's eyes. She spoke timidly. Mister, do you, have any food? The moment the words left her mouth, her little face flushed red, and she hurried to add, I know it's asking a lot, but I'll definitely pay you back later. I answered without hesitation. No problem. But before she could get happy, I slowly tacked on the second half. That said, you know how precious food is in the apocalypse. Nothing comes free. What V you gotta trade? Why should I trust you? She fell silent for a long moment before saying quietly, I don't have anything to trade, but I can create water. Create water? A power. Something clicked in my mind, just as the status panel had said. And her ability directly created water, not just controlled it. Way more practical than water control. By that logic, that professor in the cafeteria, her power had to be neural overclock, no doubt about it. The droppable special ability was, in fact, the power they themselves had awakened. I was already grinning inside. Water is the source of life, sure, but on top of that, in this heat, 2 days without a wash and a person starts to stink. With a water creation power, my most urgent problem was solved. No matter how pretty a campus beauty is, if she's covered in the stink of sweat, I couldn't bring myself to touch her, right? But on the surface, I still shook my head, looking indifferent. Miss, being able to make water isn't enough. Water's important, but it can't replace food. Besides, you can't make much water in a day, can you? Su Jinru lowered her head guiltily. I'd hit the mark. Creating water drained her stamina badly, and at her limit right now, she could only make a small bucket a day. Watching her press her lips together, unable to muster a single word of rebuttal, I nearly couldn't hold back a laugh. A girl this naive, truly rare. Forget it. I've got a kind heart. I waved my hand, playing it up like I was taking a huge loss. Go back inside for now. I'll come get you later and take you with me. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're such a good person. Her eyes welled up instantly. Don't. I cut her off quickly. I didn't want any good person card. I've still got things to do. I'll come find you in a bit. I spent another hour plus and scoured the entire 5th floor clean. I didn't touch 506, didn't even knock. Whoever was inside had most likely already turned. No point taking the risk. I brought Su Jinru back to 601, and the moment Su Yang and the other two saw her, the hostility in their eyes was impossible to hide. Su Jinru, what are you doing here? One more mouth meant one more drain on supplies. I knew exactly what they were calculating. I brought her. What? Got a problem with that? I frowned. No, Big Broly, we were just… The three quickly waved their hands. Enough. Go make noodles. They immediately scrambled to it. The sight left Su Jinru dumbstruck. She was one of the top 10 beauties like the other three, so she knew all too well how arrogant they used to be. Several famous rich kids had chased them for half a year and gotten nowhere, yet now they were this obedient toward a single man. Oh right, I drawled lazily. Stop calling me Big Broly. It sounds awful. Call me Master. Got it. Yes, Master. The three flinched, then answered obediently, without the slightest hesitation. Master. Su Jinru's face went completely red. She came from a military family with strict upbringing, and just saying such a blatant title out loud made her too embarrassed to lift her head. The noodles were ready, and the aroma spread through the room. For stomachs growled in unison. Just as they were staring hungrily at those cups of noodles, I waved my hand. Whoosh. A huge pile of food appeared out of thin air on the table. Spicy strips, chips, chocolate, cookies, even self-heating rice and hot pot. 4 mouths dropped into perfect O shapes. This much food, and a power that could conjure food out of nothing? From their phones, they knew a bit about how the world had changed. Plenty of people had awakened powers, but compared to mine, theirs were nothing. Now, let me lay out my rules. I swept my gaze across those 4 faces. The intern doctor, the JK schoolgirl, the million-follower streamer, the busted little cutie. Su Yang and the other two saw right through it and rushed to pledge themselves. We'll do whatever you say, Master. As long as it makes you happy, we'll do anything. To them, being able to follow me in the apocalypse, fed, watered, and protected, was a stroke of luck they couldn't have prayed for. I nodded, satisfied, and looked at Su Jinru, who was still wavering. And you, Miss Su? She pressed her lips together. The word no was right there on the tip of her tongue, but looking at that pile of food on the table, her mouth was watering uncontrollably. After holding out for a long while, she finally squeezed out a voice as faint as a mosquito's. I'm willing to. The rules were set, and I let them eat their fill. I really wasn't short on food now. Scavenging just 2 floors had gotten enough for the 5 of us to eat for 10 days. And long before then, I should have taken the cafeteria. Besides, for campus beauties who felt this good to hold, if I let them starve down to skin and bones, where's the fun in that? Only when they're well-fed do they have the energy to keep me company. So the 4 of them crowded around me, competing to fawn. Master, the noodles are hot. Have this braised egg I peeled first. Braised eggs aren't healthy, Master. Eat the sausage from my hand instead. Master, I blew on the noodles to cool them. Don't listen to them. Have some noodles first to line your stomach. Su Jinru watched from the side, stunned. They were fighting over favor? I lay on the bed scrolling on my phone, soaking up all this pampering. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Su Jinru still standing there frozen, and I frowned. Why are you just standing there? Go eat something. Eat your fill. She answered softly, tore open a bag of chips, and under the envious, jealous stares of the other 3, started eating in tiny bites. Master, why does she get to eat first? That's not fair. Suyang led the fuss. My face darkened. I was furious. When I say she eats, she eats. I glared at the 3 of them. Remember your place. From now on, my word is law. Your job is to obey, not to question. Understood? Yes, Master, we were wrong. Suyang went pale with fright, terrified of being thrown out, apologizing over and over. My anger came fast and went fast. My tone immediately softened. Enough. Just serve me well from now on, and don't do that again. She nodded repeatedly. But this version of me actually scared her more. A person who could switch between fury and calm this fast was the hardest kind to read. Having dealt with them, I turned my attention back to my phone. In this one afternoon, plenty more big things had happened outside. First, our school. Those few power-awakened people who'd been shouting about reclaiming lost ground and wiping out the zombies. 3 of them died in a single afternoon, and the remaining 2 were nearly wiped out too. Against hordes of zombies, this handful of power users had no ability to fight back at all, just as I expected. The 2 who survived, one was a PE teacher with a strength power, able to easily lift things 5 times his own body weight. The other was the student council president, who could conjure fireballs in both hands with considerable force. As for the one I had my eye on, Gu Mengli, she was hidden extremely well. She hadn't ventured out to take risks, nor exposed the fact that she had a power. A smart one. Now, let's talk about what was happening outside. 50 kilometers from the school, there was a military base. An hour ago, it announced the establishment of a safe zone to take in survivors from the surrounding area. At the same time, a whole wave of safe zones were popping up all across the country. But take note, they were only taking people in, not going out to rescue them. When the zombies broke out, the military took the heaviest losses. Their forces were stretched paper thin. They simply didn't have anyone to spare for rescue missions. Just being able to hold onto one patch of ground to shelter survivors was already a tall order. And if you looked at the rest of the world, things were even more explosive. In that country across the ocean, one densely populated state saw nearly every living person wiped out within a single day of the outbreak. Their president just dropped a nuke on it, calling it containment. And the result? Sure, 90% of the zombies were blown to pieces, but the remaining 10% all mutated under the radiation, evolving to a level that put them way ahead of the rest of the world. It was a brutal, bloody lesson for every nation. Using nukes against zombies didn't just fail, it created an even bigger disaster. I kept scrolling to the very bottom, and there I saw a notice from the local power company. The entire city was expected to lose electricity tomorrow. No surprise there. We'd already held out for almost 2 days. The fact that things had lasted this long was practically a miracle. But there was one thing I just couldn't wrap my head around. If the power was about to go out, then why did my phone still have a full-strength 5G signal? It made no sense. How could there be no electricity, but still be the internet? Then again, on second thought, having the internet was a good thing. At the very least, I could keep tabs on what was happening in the outside world. I shook my head and stopped dwelling on it. All right, next up. Time to level up. I turned my gaze towards Su Jinru, who had just finished eating and was now staring blankly at the sunset outside the window. The fading sunlight fell across her face, and the sight of it was so beautiful she looked like a girl who'd stepped right out of an anime. A head of jet black hair cascaded down. Her rounded chin still carried a hint of baby fat, and her soft, rosy lips looked as fresh and tender as could be. She wore a light blue floral dress, its cinched waist design putting on full display the sharp contrast between her slender, handspan waist and her impressively full figure. The longer I looked, the more that familiar itch started stirring inside me again. Of course, and heaven as my witness, I wasn't after her looks. What I was after was the rush of getting stronger. Outside the window, the sun sank bit by bit, and darkness once again blanketed the earth. The next evening, I sat at the head of the bed and waved at Su Jinru, who was spacing out by the window. "Classmate Su, come here." She jolted, quickly got to her feet, and walked over obediently. As she drew closer and closer, those two proud curves came right at me, and it left me a little dizzy. "Did you get enough to eat?" I asked with a smile. I'm full, thank you, Moss." "Master." She stammered it out, and the moment the word master left her mouth, her little face flushed bright red. "Good, as long as you're full." The words had barely left my mouth when that familiar string of chimes rang out in my head again. Ding. Speed attribute point +2. Ding. Obtained 1 set of cookware, a stove, a small liquefied gas tank, and a full set of pots, bowls, and knives. Ding. Obtained special ability, water element power. Ding. Obtained item treasure chest ×1. Ding. Obtained stamina attribute point ×1. Cookware, attribute points, a treasure chest, and a special ability, all in one shot. But just then, my stomach let out a growl at the worst possible moment. All that treasure farming had drained me, and I was genuinely starving. I looked at that set of cookware that had appeared out of thin air, and my mind couldn't help but conjure up a table full of steaming home-cooked dishes, stir-fried pork with green peppers, sweet and sour ribs, red braised pork, and a big bowl of white rice to go with it. Too bad it was the apocalypse. Gnawing on instant noodles every single day had left my mouth completely dead to flavor. I shook my head and pushed the thought away. If I kept thinking about it, I'd start drooling. Let's start with this newly acquired water element power. The strange thing was, I didn't feel anything out of the ordinary at all. I'd heard that before other people awakened their powers, they'd first have to go through a raging fever. The stronger the power, the longer the fever, and plenty of people just burned up and died right at that hurdle. But my system had somehow let me skip that hellish trial entirely, safe and effortless. The only question I had right now was, how exactly do I use this power? The moment the words "make water" popped into my head, my hands rose almost on instinct. In the pitch-black room, a faint blue glow suddenly welled up in my palm. The 4 girls huddled in the corner shot bolt upright, eyes wide as saucers. Su Jinru's mouth fell open even wider. She knew this blue glow all too well. It was the very power she herself had awakened. The blue glow gathered thicker and thicker in my palm, wisps of water vapor spreading out from it, weaving and condensing in the air, until finally it turned into glistening droplets of water that fell into my palm, pooling into a little puddle. "Badass," I said, staring at that puddle of clear water, unable to hold back my excitement. Water. This meant that from now on, no matter how harsh the environment got, I'd never have to worry about water again. "Su-yang, drink it," I ordered with narrowed eyes. Su-yang was already parched. Earlier, I'd only given them food, not water. The second she heard the command, she crawled over like a puppy, brought her mouth close, and licked the little bit of water in my palm clean, letting out a satisfied mmm. I waved her off, telling her not to bother me, then closed my eyes to dig deeper and see if this power had any other uses. But after fiddling with it for 5 minutes, I came up empty. Looks like all I could do for now was make water. Controlling it was out of the question. Still, I didn't much care. After all, my main weapon right now was that silenced pistol. I opened my panel and added the newly acquired attribute points. Speed, 11. Stamina. 8. The moment my speed hit 11, I could say without the slightest exaggeration that I was already one of the fastest human beings on the planet. With 8 points of stamina to back up that speed, I could run a marathon and take first place without breaking a sweat. Finally, I opened that item treasure chest. A flash of green light. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a random ingredient pack. 10 caddies of rice, 5 caddies of fresh beef, potatoes, carrots, tomatoes, green peppers, plus assorted spices. Holy crap, ingredients! Starving as I was, I perked right up, barely managing to keep the drool in check. Finally, no more gnawing on instant noodles. That quick-cooked junk. Eat too much of it, and you seriously want to puke. Only hot, fresh food gives you that feeling of actually being alive. I turned my head toward the 4 on the bed. Which of you can cook? Su Yang, Jiang Li, and Lin Yuexian looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison. I can. Su Jinru timidly raised her hand, and when she saw me look over, she bashfully yanked the blanket up to cover her chest. I was actually a little surprised. When it came to family background, she had the best of the 4. You can. My mom taught me since I was little. As she said this, her eyes dimmed for a moment, as if she'd remembered something. I nodded knowingly, then waved my hand, and a huge pile of ingredients appeared on the table out of nowhere. Then I waved again, and out came the stove, the pots and bowls, the cutting board and knives, even the liquefied gas tank. The 4 of them watched with eyes about to pop out of their heads. Wow, so much food. There's beef too. Master, how on earth did you get all this? Every time I conjured things out of thin air, they'd get shocked all over again. But the secret of my storage space, I wouldn't breathe a word of it. In the apocalypse, you keep your trump cards buried deep. Everything's here. Move it to the balcony and make us a good meal tonight. Keep the windows shut and keep the noise down. I gave the instructions casually. During the day, I'd already cleared out the zombies on the 6th floor, and the 5th floor was mostly swept clean too. Plus, we were on the top floor. As long as the doors and windows were shut tight, cooking a few dishes wasn't likely to draw the zombies in. The 4 of them happily bustled off to work. Not even in their wildest dreams had they imagined that 2 days into the apocalypse, they'd actually get to eat a hot, fresh meal. I lay back on the bed, watching the 4 busy figures out on the balcony, and started quietly mapping out my next move. This dorm room was too small, and the bed was too small too. Once I'd cleared the zombies out of the whole building and pumped my attributes up higher, it'd be time to head to the first cafeteria. That place had plenty of room, 5 stories, and it even had a freezer warehouse packed with frozen ingredients. And most crucial of all, that mature, beautiful professor with the neural overclock ability was right there. Once I got my hands on neural overclock and paired it with my system's insane attribute farming, I'd have nothing left to worry about. Things like my brain not being able to keep up with my hands and feet, that wouldn't exist anymore. Best to wait until I'm strong enough to crush everyone, then make my move, I said, stroking my chin. Stability first. In the apocalypse, blades and bullets have no eyes. I wasn't about to capsize in a gutter and get taken down by a few small fries. Besides, only with rock-solid strength could I bring that professor into my fold the fastest. Women love the strong, after all, especially in high-pressure times like these. As I mulled it over, a sudden flash of inspiration hit me. Right, what kind of place was I even in? Capital Medical University. The best medical school in the whole country, world class. This place was crawling with med students, medical PhDs, professors, experts, and more importantly, it had a mountain of medical supplies. What's scarcest in the apocalypse? Food, clean water, and life-saving medicine. For example, say someone had a fever that wouldn't break and was on the verge of death. At that point, half a bottle of fever reducer was one whole life. No medicine, and you were basically just waiting to die. But whoever held a huge stockpile of medicine could have countless survivors trampling over each other to come flock to them. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got, and I slapped my thigh. Using the medical university as my apocalypse base was practically tailor-made. Once I was strong enough, I'd build a shelter here and slowly expand outward. With more people under me, sending them out to find new goddesses for me would be way more efficient than running all over the world by myself. The more people I had, the more goddesses, and the more my strength could snowball, growing bigger and bigger. This path, it was wide open. But excited as I was, the road still had to be walked one step at a time. The top priority was still clearing the zombies out of this dorm building, opening up a safe passage to the cafeteria. Advance to attack, retreat to defend, and if something went wrong on the way, I could immediately duck back into the dorm. As for right now, first a shower. Hot day, hadn't washed in 2 days, and on top of that, I'd been hauling stuff and hacking away at zombies. My whole body was sticky and uncomfortable. The bathroom was right next to the balcony. I carried a bucket in and started making water. Sure, I had a good stockpile of purified water in my space, but that was a strategic reserve. I wouldn't touch it unless I absolutely had to. As for the tap water, sure, it hadn't been cut off yet, but who knows what kind of virus might be lurking in it. I wasn't about to inexplicably turn into a zombie. Better safe than sorry. Water I made myself was the surest bet. Since I had the time anyway, I also wanted to test the limits of this power. Just how much water could I make in one go? The blue glow rose up, droplets fell into the bucket one by one, and the water level slowly crept up. As the seconds ticked by, I could clearly feel my stamina being drained away fast, and my head started going fuzzy. When the water was about 3/4 up the bucket, the blue glow in my palm went out with a pop, and my whole body went limp, slumping against the wall, dizzy and seeing stars. It took me a good while to recover and steady myself. Looking at that bit of water in the bucket, I let out a bitter laugh. Way less than I'd hoped. I figured I could fill at least one whole bucket. Thankfully, with my stamina attribute holding me up, I recovered pretty quickly. I got the shower done in a flash and felt refreshed all over. The moment I stepped out of the bathroom, the aroma of food hit me right in the face. On the table, a big bowl of potato braised beef had already been set out. The rich, glistening sauce shimmered with oil, the big chunks of beef had a deep, mellow color, and the golden potatoes looked soft and tempting. That aroma had even a grown man like me swallowing my saliva. I hadn't expected Su Jinru to actually have some real skills. Master, the rice is steamed too, While I was over here about to enjoy a delicious meal, 300 meters away at the first cafeteria, it was a completely different scene. Screw this apocalypse. I want to eat a real meal, damn it. A burly, thick-waisted, middle-aged man hurled the bowl of 2-day-old noodles in his hand hard against the floor. His name was Lu Jianjun, a PE teacher at the school, and also a guy who'd awakened to strength-type power. 2 days. He'd gone 2 whole days without a single proper meal, gnawing on the cafeteria's leftover, spoiled food day after day. He was a legit awakened, a superpowered being. Why the hell should he eat the same pig slop as ordinary people? Teacher Lu, what do you think you're doing? From the other end of the cafeteria, Gu Mengli, who hadn't eaten all day, frowned. This was that very mature beauty of a professor I'd been eyeing for so long. You don't have to eat it, but please don't waste the food, she said coldly. Waste the food. Lu Jianjun flew into a rage and jabbed a finger at the floor. You call this food? It's worse than pig slop. He glared viciously at Gu Mengli, a flicker of greed flashing deep in his eyes. Professor Gu, I'm an awakened, aren't I? Why should I eat the same stuff as that bunch of ordinary people? Teacher Lu, I made it perfectly clear when I saved you, Gu Mengli said, adjusting her glasses, her tone carrying not a trace of warmth. In the first cafeteria, awakened get no special treatment whatsoever. If you're not happy about it, you're free to leave anytime. That shut Lu Jianjun up. If it hadn't been for Gu Mengli stepping in during the day, he'd have already been swallowed up by the zombie horde. But he just couldn't swallow the anger burning inside him. If he couldn't win by playing it straight, then he'd play dirty. The first cafeteria was stocked with a huge amount of food. If he just took Gu Mengli down, all this stuff would be enough to feed him alone for more than half a year. He fixed a sinister stare on Gu Mengli, this normally unreachable genius PhD of medicine. With her curves in all the right places, a pair of long legs wrapped in flesh-toned stockings, her waist swaying with every step. The sight of it sent his lust surging straight up. In the old days, he wouldn't have dared to think like this even if you'd lent him the guts. But now, it was the apocalypse. In his eyes, the apocalypse meant no more rules, no more law. What he didn't know was, this woman he was lusting after had already been marked by someone else. After finishing my meal, I lay back comfortably on the bed and kept scrolling my phone, only to come across another video posted from the first cafeteria. This time it wasn't the mature beauty I'd been fixated on. It was some ordinary student, gushing with a face full of satisfaction about the cafeteria's democratic system. Everyone equal, awakened, not allowed to lord it over ordinary people. Everyone equal? I raised an eyebrow. The apocalypse was already here, and they were still playing this game? Order had already collapsed. No more police, no more laws. Violence was the only rule now. That kind of idealism simply had no place in the apocalypse. The day some awakened felt like the scales were tipped against them, they could flip the whole table anytime. Looks like I really did need to get a move on. Meanwhile, over in the bathroom, Su Yang and the other two watched Su Jinru make water with eager, hopeful eyes. After that earlier conversation, they'd only just learned that this younger schoolmate could actually make water too, and for a moment they looked at her with newfound respect. But before long, the three of them were exasperated. Their legs had gone numb from squatting, and the bucket was only half full. I can't do it anymore. Su Jinru braced herself against the wall, her head splitting with pain. Half a bucket was her limit. How are we supposed to wash up? There are 4 of us. Should we just wipe ourselves down instead? The 3 of them were fretting. As med students, they knew all too well that getting sick was the scariest thing in the apocalypse, especially for women. If daily hygiene couldn't be kept up, it could easily lead to problems, and at a time like this, even a single pill was hard to come by. Just as they were discussing it, I, who hadn't stirred for a while, got up from the bed to check on them. One look, and I casually waved my right hand. Water droplets came pouring down into the bucket, and in under a minute, it was full. So amazing. That's way too fast. Master, you're incredible. The 4 of them were dumbstruck. Same water-making power, but Su Jinru was like squeezing toothpaste, squatting forever just to fill half a bucket. I gave one casual wave and had a full bucket in the blink of an eye. The gap between us was like heaven and earth. Su Jinru, who could make water herself, understood the difficulty of it best of all, and the look in her eyes as she gazed at me was pure worship. Honestly, I was puzzled myself. Why was I so much faster this time? After a moment's thought, I got it. Proficiency. With the experience from the previous 2 times, I'd gotten familiar with the knack of making water, so naturally I got faster. It was like solving problems, see enough of them, and one glance tells you the answer. This meant that the further along I went, the more efficient my water making would become. Since I was going to be doing this at least 2 or 3 times a day anyway, storing away whatever I didn't use as a reserve, then with enough practice, I'd eventually reach a level of mastery as smooth as that old oil-pouring master in the fable. All right, hurry up and wash. Once you're done, eat, then back to work, I said offhandedly, returning to the bed to keep scrolling my phone. Video after video swiped past, all nonsense. Most were people cooped up indoors, desperately struggling, filming pleas for help. And some were the pre-apocalypse elites. An exposed young woman in black stockings. Someone save me. I have 50 million followers online. As long as you get me out, I'll pay any price. You can do whatever you want with me. A bald tycoon with a designer watch. Money. I've got plenty of money. Any awakened person willing to save me gets 1 million. No, 5 million. I'll pay 5 million. A middle-aged man sitting in a luxurious office. I'm the highest-ranking official in this city. Whichever comrade is willing to come down to City Hall, the reward is negotiable. Influencers, tycoons, high officials, these people that a workhorse like me used to look up to were, in the face of the apocalypse, worth absolutely nothing. Below the videos was a pile of comments, but not a single person said they were willing to go rescue them. At a time like this, money, sex, and power had all stopped working. The future belonged to the strong. Survival of the fittest, winner takes all. It was that simple. I was about to put my phone down when a video posted from nearby suddenly jumped into my sight. Announcement: the Savior Society is recruiting like-minded awakened people, effective immediately. Help one another. Get through this hardship together. We currently have 5 members and welcome you to join us in saving this apocalyptic world. Savior Society? Saving the world? I raised an eyebrow. The person in the video was a young punk with dyed yellow hair, and after speaking, he even showed off his power, metal manipulation. Several thin needles shot out at his will, fast, precise, and vicious, thunk thunk thunk, embedding themselves into a foam block across from him. I made a rough assessment in my head. This power was more than enough against ordinary people, and a hit to a vital spot could even kill in one blow. But against zombies, it'd be dicey. A single thin needle wanting to instantly destroy a zombie's brain would be too tall an order. I was about to swipe past it, but then my eye caught the video's location tag. Right near the medical university, very close. I grew wary. I'd long since claimed the medical university as my own turf. How could I allow someone else to sleep soundly right beside my bed? If this savior society ever grew into something, they'd absolutely set their sights on the medical university. The two places were so close, and this place was stockpiled with a massive amount of medical resources. It was practically a piece of prime meat everyone wanted a bite of. In the apocalypse, fighting was an everyday thing, and getting injured happened daily. Medicine was life itself. No good. I need to feel out their situation. I clicked into this Savior Society president's profile page. There, plain as day, were his phone number and WeChat ID. The phone was dead, of course, but these online apps still worked. I opened up a private chat and was just about to type when I suddenly stopped. No, wait. Stepping forward myself would actually be a bad move. If I could feel out their situation without ever showing my face, keeping myself hidden while lulling them into a false sense of security, wouldn't that be even better? Right at that moment, Su Yang and the other three came out of the bathroom having finished washing up, their clothes half loose, laughing and roughhousing. It was genuinely a captivating sight, but I wasn't in the mood to enjoy it right now. I grabbed Su Jinru and shoved the phone into her hands. Come here, log into your account. Understood. Let me start over. This time I'll keep more of the details and plot, slow the pace down, and let every satisfying beat and every bit of the psychology unfold. On the evening of the third day, I stared at the words Savior Society on my phone screen, and the gears in my head were already turning. These people were enemies. The logic was simple. Their recruitment video was tagged right near the medical university. An organization flying the banner of saving the world, located this close to a top-tier medical school stockpiled with medical supplies. You think they weren't eyeing it? Dream on. I wanted to feel out their situation, but I couldn't step forward myself. The moment I exposed my identity and my abilities, it would be like laying my trump cards out for the enemy to see. But if I could send in a sock puppet to infiltrate them, extracting intelligence while staying hidden in the shadows myself, waiting until the time was right to catch them all in one net. Now that was a deal where I couldn't lose. So I set my sights on Su Jinru. Why her? I ran through it in my head. First, she was a campus queen-level beauty. Using a pitiful, gorgeous girl to make contact with that bunch of men on the other side would most easily let their guard down. They might even fall over themselves to please her. Second, and most crucially, in the entire dorm room, apart from me, she was the only one with genuine power. If the other side got suspicious and demanded she prove it on the spot, I could pull out the real deal anytime and make the act airtight. There was no faking it. Having thought it through, I shoved the phone into her hands. Come here, log into your account. Su Jinru looked a little dazed, but over these 2 days, she'd already been trained to be perfectly obedient, so she didn't ask any questions. She just dutifully logged into her account with facial recognition. I took back the phone, flipped back to that Savior Society president's profile, opened a private chat, and typed rapidly. Hi, I'd like to join the Savior Society. Are there any requirements? The moment the message went out, I meant to casually scroll through some other videos, but then, ding, an instant reply. Are you an Awakened? I raised an eyebrow. That response speed. Looks like they really were short on people. Yes. Can you record a video to prove it? No problem. After replying, I turned my head towards Su Jinru beside me. I'm going to borrow your water making. Okay. She nodded sweetly. I found a good angle, propped the phone in a fixed position with the camera aimed at her, and gave her a nod. Go ahead. The words had barely left my mouth when a wisp of pale blue light appeared in Su Jinru's palm, water vapor slowly gathering, and before long, a small puddle of glistening clear water pooled in her hand. That's good. I sent the video straight over. The reaction on the other side was even more enthusiastic than I'd anticipated. Holy crap, you're a girl. And a beauty too. Is that a water-making power? Awesome. Looking at that string of exclamation marks, the corner of my mouth curled up. Good. This was exactly the effect I wanted. A pretty girl who had mastered a scarce power like water making. In the apocalypse, that was pure gold. The other side would absolutely treat her like a treasure, practically eager to put her on a pedestal. All right, you all go eat, I said, waving my hand. The rest of it, I didn't need them for. Su Yang and the other three had long been staring hungrily at that bowl of potato braised beef on the table, only not daring to touch it without my say-so. Now that they had permission, all four immediately grabbed bowls and chopsticks and sat down. So good. It smells amazing. I never thought we'd get to eat a hot meal in the apocalypse. Master is incredible. Thank you, Master. With hot food in their bellies, the four women were so blissful their eyes narrowed into slits. I paid them no mind, my attention entirely on the phone. I'm a girl. Can I join the Savior Society now? Of course you can. From now on, you're our 7th member, the other side replied instantly. 7th. Something clicked in my head. In the video, weren't there only 5 of you? Another awakened just joined a moment ago, so you're number 7. Oh, I see. So what should I call you? Just call me President. Got it, President. Send me your address. Your water-making power is extremely important to us. Once the situation allows, we'll be the first to come rescue you and get you out. After sending that, the other side tossed over another video, along with an enthusiastic introduction. Our headquarters is at the Fulu Billiards Hall near the Medical University. You know it? The place is huge, and we're not short on supplies, so you can come over with total peace of mind. Fulu Billiards Hall. Seeing those words, I nearly burst out laughing. Before the apocalypse, I'd actually gone there to fix a water pipe. The job was agreed at 200 yuan, but the manager stingily shaved it down and only gave me 180. What a cheapskate. That said, that billiards hall really was huge. It belonged to a fairly famous rich second-generation type in the area, with a supermarket, a dance hall, and a bar all inside. It was a full-on entertainment complex, and supplies really were plentiful. No wonder this yellow-haired punk had managed to round up a group of awakened so quickly. I thought for a moment, then proactively threw out my identity. Okay, I'm a student at the medical university. I'll wait for you big brothers to come save me. Medical university? You're a med student. Just that one line, and I could clearly feel the yellow-haired punk on the other side of the screen suddenly get excited. Perfect. We were just discussing going to the medical university soon. Now with you to show us the way, it'll be so much more convenient. Just as I thought. I sneered in my head. These people's claws were already reaching toward the medical university. No surprise there. A piece of fat meat like this, who wouldn't want a bite? With the intel in hand, I couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath on him. I found a random excuse. My phone's about to die, going to charge it, and cut the conversation off. That yellow-haired punk was pretty considerate, though, before signing off, he didn't forget to add, stay safe, keep in touch anytime. I gave an tossed the phone aside, leaned back against the pillow, and closed my eyes to rest. Savior Society, billiards hall, supplies, coming to the medical university. Then there was no need to hold back on courtesy. No matter what banner you were flying, no matter how noble your goals, the moment you infringed on my interests, you were my enemy. Find the right moment, lure you into the trap, and take you all out in one pot. Wipe out this crew, and I'd even snag an entire warehouse of supplies from the billiards hall for free. This deal was a windfall. Thinking about it, I felt absolutely great. That night, the system's chimes never stopped. Ding. Obtain space expansion fragment times 1. Ding. Obtain bullets times 22. Ding. Obtain stamina attribute point times 2. Ding. Obtain speed attribute point times 1. Ding. Obtained item treasure chest times 1. I opened my panel and added the attribute points. Speed 12, stamina 10. My body, which had been a bit weak after farming treasure all day, instantly got most of its health back as my attributes climbed, and I felt refreshed all over again. But I forced myself to calm down. Too much of anything backfires. I warned myself. I always had to keep some reserve for self-defense. If I really wrung my stamina dry and passed out, then in the apocalypse, the moment something went wrong and I couldn't react in time, I'd be completely finished. Steady. I had to stay steady. I absolutely could not let having a system go to my head and start treating this world lightly. Suppressing my urges, I turned my gaze to that space fragment Su Yang had dropped. Space fragment. Upon use, expands space by 100 cubic meters. What? One fragment expands it by 100 cubic meters? I was stunned. That was nearly 3 times my initial space. To put it another way, 100 cubic meters was about the size of 3 bus interiors put together. With this, I'd never have to worry about not having a place to store things ever again. Without hesitation, I used it right away. The vast white alternate space rumbled, and its boundaries visibly pushed outward another ring. Quite the commotion, I marveled. Next, I fished out that item treasure chest Su Jinru had dropped and popped it open. In the pitch-black dorm, a flash of purple light. My heart skipped a beat. Purple light. This was the first time purple had appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a system-customized drone ×1. Upgradable. Holy crap, a drone. I shot bolt upright. This thing was like a gift dropped from heaven in my hour of need. For the past 2 days, one thing had been nagging at me. I had no way to get real-time information on exactly what was happening across campus. No matter how many videos there were online, they were all shot by other people, not seen with my own eyes. Unreliable. But now, with a drone, the entire medical university was mine to observe however I pleased. With a thought, a palm-sized little drone appeared in my hand. SSSS, it's actually pretty sleek looking. The thing was about the size of an adult's palm, with 6 foldable mechanical arms distributed beneath the body and an overall triangular butterfly wing shape. The body was actually made of transparent, high-strength material, so you could see the circuits and energy conduits inside clearly. On top was a spherical detection tower that could rotate 360 degrees, inlaid with several sets of different lenses. The color leaned gray. At night, you could barely spot this little thing with the naked eye. I flipped through its manual too, and the more I read, the more amazed I got. Effective transmission range of 10 kilometers, maximum altitude of 10,000 meters, solar-powered with auto-charging, capable of flying continuously for 200 hours. Most incredible of all was the image quality, an ultra-high-resolution lens that, when zoomed in, could show even an ant crawling on the ground crystal clear. Holy crap, badass. Truly system black tech. Just this one little gadget, once airborne, gave a field of view that could blanket the entire medical university. Of course, I couldn't fly it too high. Too high, and it risked colliding with mutated flying creatures. According to what people said online, below 50 meters was the safe zone. I rolled out of bed, walked over to the window, and released it straight out. Let's test the waters first. Through the large screen on the controller, the outside scene was transmitted back crystal clear. Soon, the site of the first cafeteria appeared on the screen. It was a 6-story building, doors and windows all shut tight. The ground floor entrance basically barricaded with things like tables and chairs. All the survivors were crammed onto the top floor. The top floor had no curtains drawn, and by the pale white moonlight combined with the drone's night vision, I could just barely make out everything happening inside. And this look made my brow furrow. Inside the cafeteria, quite a few people were clutching their stomachs, doubled over, vomiting nonstop. Even scarier, several of them, while retching, suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood, then crumpled straight to the ground, stiff as boards, never moving again. That mature professor was rushing back and forth through the crowd with a group of people, frazzled with panic, her face written all over with helplessness. What the hell was going on? Food poisoning? But no matter how bad the poisoning, it shouldn't be severe enough to make people vomit blood and die on the spot, right? Those people who'd collapsed struggled a few times, then went completely still, most likely dead. Just as I was racking my brain over it, the drone's prompt sounded. Beep, beep, beep. No valid audio can be captured. Enable AI lip-reading subtitles. It even has this function? I said, delighted, not thinking twice. Enable. The next moment, subtitles automatically appeared on the screen based on the people's lip movements. The truth was laid out right in front of me. It turned out the cafeteria had enough food, but not enough drinking water. With no choice, a group of them boiled the tap water and drank it. The whole day, everything had been fine. But who could have guessed, just moments ago, everyone who drunk that water developed problems all at once. The mild cases vomited nonstop. The severe ones vomited blood and died. SSSS. Good thing I was careful. Seeing this, a chill shot up my spine, followed immediately by a wave of relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. Thank God. Thank God I refused to touch that tap water from the very start. Who knew whether the zombie virus was lurking in it? If not for that caution of mine, then right now, among that crowd vomiting blood and collapsing on the screen, there'd have been one Leon. In the apocalypse, caution is king. That saying, I carved into my heart once more. Survive, and you win. I stared at the screen for a while. As for the cafeteria, as long as my mature professor was fine, the rest of them dying had nothing to do with me. In my heart, I really didn't feel the slightest pang of the fox mourning the death of the hare. I steered the drone to fly off into the distance. With night vision, everything along the way was clear as day. Only then did I discover that quite a lot of zombies had gathered outside the first cafeteria. A rough count put it at least 1,000. No wonder, though. The zombie outbreak hit right after classes let out at noon, when students had swarmed toward the cafeteria in a mad rush, creating the dense mass before my eyes. I flew the drone all over the entire medical university, and I didn't stay idle either. I dug out paper and pen and, by the faint glow of the phone screen, marked out every dangerous location, eventually piecing together a complete medical university zombie distribution map. Well, it was a bit crudely drawn. Aside from myself, I doubt anyone else could make heads or tails of it. During the flight, I also stumbled upon a strange phenomenon. Some zombies were actually feeding on their own kind, but they only ate the heads, not giving the other parts of the body so much as a glance. Could it be that there's something inside a zombie's brain that lets them get stronger? A word the system had mentioned before instantly popped into my head: crystal cores. Forget it, I'll figure it out tomorrow. Sleep first, I said with a yawn. Clear out the dorm building in the morning, then head to the first cafeteria in the afternoon. The apocalypse was here, and there was no need to wear myself out like some workhorse. Enjoy when it's time to enjoy, sleep when it's time to sleep, fight when it's time to fight. I'd finally escaped the days of slaving away for others. Why on earth would I throw myself back into that fire pit? I sent the drone up to 100 meters and left it there as surveillance. It had over 100 hours of battery left anyway, with solar auto-charging, so I didn't need to bother with it. By the time I'd finished all this, it was already 3 in the morning. I flopped onto the bed, casually pulled a soft, tender body into my arms, and sank into a deep sleep. June 15th, the third day of the apocalypse, morning. I slept until I woke up naturally, took a shower first, then leaned against the headboard and opened my panel. A night of item drops had accumulated a good deal. Item treasure chests, space fragments, and several speed attribute points. I added them all in one go, and my speed shot straight up to 15 points. In less than 3 days, my speed had already soared to 15, leaving everyone else in the dust. I could say without the slightest exaggeration that, purely in terms of physical speed, I, Leon, was now the #1 person on Earth. Having used the new fragment, my space had expanded to 230 cubic meters, like a small warehouse. Grain like wheat, I could pack in a full 170 plus tons of it. That item treasure chest had produced another ingredient pack, this time of purple quality. I opened it up and grinned. 500 caddies of rice, 200 caddies of flour, 50 caddies each of pork, mutton, beef, chicken, and duck, 200 caddies of fresh shrimp, plus cabbage, spinach, celery, cucumber. You name it, all piled up into a corner of the space in one heap. For the near future, I was completely set on the food front. This stuff was enough for us to eat our fill for a whole month. But then, a sweet dilemma presented itself to me. What to eat for breakfast? How about buns? The cookware was all right there anyway. It'd just take a bit more effort. After thinking it over, I called Su Jinru over. Can you make Sansien buns? 3 fresh buns. Yes. Today she was wearing a thin shirt that couldn't hide her figure at all. Hearing my question, she nodded, blushing. You can make Sansien buns too? That's skilled. I was a little surprised. It had just been a casual question, but she actually knew how. Something clicked in my mind, and I decided to ask one more thing. So what other dishes can you make? I can do anything. Su Jinru glanced at me a little bashfully, then explained in a soft voice. My mom is a state banquet chef, really amazing, and I've learned from her since I was little. A state banquet chef? My eyes instantly lit up. Holy cow, turns out I'd struck gold. I had as many ingredients as I could want, From now on, whatever delicacies I felt like eating would be just a single word away, and at state banquet quality no less. All right, from now on the whole kitchen is yours to run. I was in a great mood, so I pulled out one ingredient after another from my space and spread them across the whole table. Pork, lobster, flour, yeast. Su Jinru watched all this, blinking her eyes, her expression saying it plain as day. Is Master some reincarnation of Doraemon? How can he pull out anything he wants? If I'd known she was thinking that, I'd have laughed out loud. I'm just jingle ringing, not a cat. Before long, Su Jinru took the ingredients off to start making buns, and the other three, Su Yang and the rest, weren't idle either. They eagerly bustled around helping. I picked up the drone controller and pulled up the footage from around the dorm building after I'd fallen asleep last night. Yep, a quiet night. Just an occasional night owl or two strolling past below. Figuring I'd go clear out the remaining floors after breakfast, I flew the drone in a careful loop around the dorm building, getting a rough read on the situation on each floor. The whole building, aside from the hallways, was basically clear of zombies in the rooms now. The one exception was room 506 on the 5th floor. This was exactly the room where I'd guessed there was a zombie earlier. Turns out I guessed right. In the footage the drone sent back, that dorm room didn't just have a zombie. It had one that had clearly mutated. Did she bring her boyfriend back to the girls' dorm? I frowned, because that zombie was obviously male, and a big fat guy at that. Somehow, its entire body had swollen to more than 4 times its normal size, and it was wedged smack in the middle of 4 bunk bed frames, unable to move. Its skin had long since split open, exposing the disgusting flesh underneath, and a swarm of mosquitoes buzzed around it. The most sickening part was that its bloated belly had stretched the navel into a fist-sized bloody hole, through which you could clearly see the organs piled up inside. I frowned. I hadn't planned on messing with a disgusting hulk like this, since it was stuck in there and couldn't get out. So be it. I wasn't going to be staying in this building much longer anyway. But just as I was about to fly the drone away, an attribute box suddenly popped up above the mutant zombie's head. Human mutant, level 2 zombie. Strength, 20. Agility, 5. Stamina, 20. Speed, 5. Special abilities, self-destruct, charge. A level 2 zombie? After reading that attribute box, I raised an eyebrow. In other words, there was a good chance this zombie was hiding a level 2 crystal core inside its head. The system had mentioned before that crystal cores could upgrade abilities. If it were level 1, I might have just turned and left. But this was level 2. It was only day 3 of the apocalypse. If I could get a step ahead, grab this level 2 crystal core and absorb it, wouldn't that mean one step ahead, always ahead? I narrowed my eyes, and my thinking flipped in an instant. This level 2 crystal core, I was taking it, no question. In a straight-up fight, I definitely wasn't a match for this big guy. But right now, it was jammed dead between 4 beds in the aisle, couldn't move an inch. This was practically fate shoving the opportunity right into my hands. My mind raced, calculating the odds of a kill, and along the way I worked out how to escape if I botched it. Speed-wise, this Hulk absolutely couldn't catch me, so my life was safe. With safety guaranteed, the rest of the plan was simple. A mutant zombie is still a zombie. Its weak point was most likely still the head. Getting close was absolutely out of the question. The attribute box said it plain. It could not only self-destruct, but also charge. If it actually rammed into me, a scrawny guy like me would fall apart. And self-destruction was even worse. The dorm was so cramped, one blast would get me for sure. So killing it came with 3 conditions. First, never enter the room. Second, use a firearm and take it out from range. Third, be fast. Ideally so fast it doesn't even have time to react, a one-hit kill. Otherwise, if it actually self-destructed, the noise would be no small thing. There was still a big horde of zombies gathered a few hundred meters outside the building, and drawing them all over would be a real headache. With a rough plan in place, I spent the next stretch of time flying the drone over to check out cafeteria number 1. Things were looking bad. A lot of people had died last night. Great heaps of bodies had all been dragged out in front of the cafeteria, each one with a bluish face, blood trickling from their orifices, skin already starting to fester and ooze pus. Absolutely revolting. I frowned as I watched, shaking my head inwardly. It's the apocalypse now. Did these cafeteria people have water in their heads? They dared to just toss bodies outside like that? What if it drew more zombies over? Where were their brains? By the time I flew the drone back and had it climb to 100 meters again to serve as surveillance, Su Jinru and the others' 3 fresh buns were on the table too. For people working together really is fast. If it had been one person, it would have taken at least another hour or so. The buns were steaming hot, and just the look of them whetted the appetite. A dozen or so buns on the plate, skins so thin they were half translucent, the plump filling faintly visible inside. I picked one up and popped it into my mouth. The weedy aroma instantly spread across my teeth, and right after, the rich broth burst out with a pop. The pork was fresh and springy, with a hint of sweetness. The shrimp was bouncy and smooth, its seafood flavor fully drawn out. The crisp bamboo shoot bits were refreshing and cut through the richness, adding a special freshness to the whole thing. Not bad. I swallowed it down, thoroughly satisfied. Taught hands-on by a state banquet chef. No wonder. Who would have thought I'd still get to eat food at this level in the apocalypse? The dozen-plus buns went into my stomach in no time. Full and content, I chugged some of my drink and lay back on the bed, satisfied. First scrolling through some videos, mostly ones about firearms and the stopping power of bullets. Half an hour later, I got up and started putting on my gear, especially wrapping the key spots, layers and layers of books, so they were sealed up tight and well protected. Master, stay safe. We'll be waiting for you to come back QAQ. Master, if you need help, remember to message us. We'll be watching our phones the whole time. Don't worry, Master, we'll behave. Seeing that I was heading out again, all 4 women looked reluctant to see me go and chimed in one after another with their reminders. It had only been 2 days, and my good treatment had already made them completely unable to do without me. I nodded calmly and fastened the last piece, my right arm guard. With that, the full set of protective gear was in place. As the dorm door swung slowly shut behind me, I stood in the hallway once again, armed to the teeth. I headed straight down to the 4th floor. As for that mutant Hulk in 506, I planned to clear the whole building first, then come back for it last. I just turned into the 4th floor hallway when a zombie let out a howl and lunged at me. PFT. I raised my hand and fired, right between the eyes. With a muffled bang, it toppled over stiff. Until I was 100% certain I couldn't be infected by the virus, I would never go hand-to-hand with a zombie. I waited a bit, confirmed it was completely dead, then, carrying my long blade, crept up to it carefully. PFT. A single stroke, and the head came off. Enduring the reek that shot straight up my nose, I used the tip of the blade to churn the zombie's head into pulp and picked out a grayish-white crystal from inside. So this is the crystal core the system mentioned? I narrowed my eyes and examined it closely. The thing was only a bit bigger than a grain of rice, cold to the touch, and very hard. As I stared at it, a line of small text floated up above the crystal core. Level 1 crystal core absorbable. This thing's hard as a rock. How am I supposed to absorb it? Just as I was pondering, a strong urge to devour it suddenly welled up inside my body. The next moment, my water ability lit up in my palm on its own, and a layer of watery light wrapped the crystal core tightly. Right before my eyes, the grayish-white crystal core visibly shrank in my palm, and in less than 2 seconds it had completely dissolved and vanished, exactly like ice melting into water. So it's just been absorbed by me? I was a little surprised, but strangely, I didn't feel any obvious change in my body. While I was still puzzling over it, a sudden sharp pain hit my head. A brand new application of my ability appeared in my mind out of nowhere. Use water to form armor covering my whole body. I tried it out following the guidance in my head. A deep blue glow spread out from both hands, and water droplets condensed, swirled, and gathered one by one, finally forming a constantly flowing, transparent water armor around my whole body. At that moment, I was stunned. Damn, that's way too cool. This transparent water armor covered nearly my entire body, and the look of it was exactly like the Emperor armor from the Armor Hero show, just colorless. Yeah, it'd be even better if I could change its color later. As for its defensive power, holding the blade in my right hand, I used the blunt back of it to strike my own left arm hard. The moment the two met, water splashed everywhere. Just as expected, that layer of flowing water armor steadily absorbed the impact of the blade's back, and my arm felt nothing at all. Incredible. Now ordinary zombies can't break through my defense at all. My heart settled instantly. I'd gotten a life-saving skill for free. Once my water ability leveled up, the water armor would be denser and its defense even more fierce. Maybe I could even tank bullets with it. Perfect, it'll save me some ammo too. I calculated happily. I only had 42 bullets left total. One used was one less. In the early stages of the apocalypse, a gun was often more useful than an ability. I stowed the silenced pistol back into my space, picked up the long blade, and headed toward the other end of the hallway. There was still a zombie down there wandering around aimlessly, about 20 meters away, and it hadn't noticed me yet. As the distance closed bit by bit, the zombie finally sensed movement, whipped its head around, and charged at me, roaring. The gap between us shrank fast. I narrowed my eyes, waited for the right moment, sidestepped its lunge, and then a flash of the blade. Head separated from body. Thud. The headless corpse stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing weakly to the ground. TCH, a gun still more convenient. If you're not strong enough, the blade gets stuck in the zombie's neck, I muttered to myself. Luckily, my strength, boosted by the system, was twice that of an ordinary adult, so I didn't have that problem. I walked over, dug the crystal core out of that head, and absorbed it. A special power flowed through my whole body, but this time, no new move popped into my head. So it doesn't give a move every time. I raised an eyebrow. Could the appearance of new moves be random? Or maybe I had to figure them out myself. Then where did that power actually go? I thought it over, opened the system panel, and one look made it clear. Next to the water ability entry, there was now a small progress bar that read, Special ability, water ability, 5%. So that was it. 2 crystal cores had contributed 5% progress. By that math, filling it to 100% would take about 40 level 1 crystal cores. In other words, as long as I absorbed 40 level 1 crystal cores, I could upgrade my water ability to level 2. Having found the answer, I felt more settled, and I started clearing floor by floor, scavenging supplies along the way. 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor. There weren't many zombies in the building, just a few here and there. I dealt with each one I ran into, dug out the crystal cores, and didn't save them, just absorbed them on the spot. I cleared all the way down to the 1st floor. When I walked up to the door of dorm 103, that dorm door suddenly creaked open. A couple was cautiously poking their heads out through the crack. The instant the door opened, 2 faces peered out through the gap, their eyes full of that look of a drowning person grabbing onto driftwood. No wonder. I'd just taken out a zombie in the hallway. Not much noise, but to these 2 on the brink of despair inside, it was like a thunderclap right by their ears. This was hope for survival. How could they not be excited? I walked up to the door, and the 2 of them hurriedly pulled it open and threw themselves at me, begging me to save them. I frowned. Honestly, my first reaction wasn't sympathy, it was disgust. Guess what I saw? A man with his clothes all disheveled, and a woman wearing nothing but her underwear. This university's management really is loose now. Any old riffraff can get brought back to the girls' dorm. The man was bald, with triangular eyes and a little mustache split into 2 tufts. One look, and you could tell he was no decent sort. The woman beside him kept trembling, as if afraid people wouldn't notice her figure. I gave them a glance and didn't even feel like opening my mouth. Too ugly. Not my type. Big brother, please, save us. We really don't have a scrap of food left. Yeah, and we can help you kill zombies too. More people, more power. Help me kill zombies? I looked at this bald guy and couldn't help letting out a scoff. A guy like this would run faster than anyone the second he saw a zombie. Throw in a woman who could scream at any moment, and if I took them along, that wouldn't be saving people. That'd be a death wish. Hey, what are you laughing at? You looking down on us? The bald guy got upset in a flash, stiffening his neck. I'll have you know, I'm a city fighting champion. The average person can't get within reach of me, not even 3 or 5 of them. I glanced at him and said slowly, Fighting champion? Then how'd you get holed up in a dorm by zombies? Too scared to step out for so many days you're half-starved. That line struck him right in the heart. The bald guy's face turned bright red. You? He couldn't squeeze out a single word for the longest time. I waved my hand, done wasting words. Enough. I said, I'm not saving you. If you don't want to die, Get out of the way and stop blocking the path. I turned to leave. I'd taken 2 steps when a vicious line came from behind me. Fine, so you won't save us? You just wait. There'll come a day you regret this. My feet stopped. You know, before the apocalypse, I couldn't have cared less about this kind of empty trash talk. But things were different now. Now it was the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, I wouldn't let go of any threat, no matter how tiny. If I went soft today and let them go, then one day when he recovered, he might really stab me in the back. Don't think I'm overthinking it. In the apocalypse, anything can happen. I slowly turned around, not a trace of expression on my face. Seeing me turn back, the bald guy thought he'd scared me and grinned smugly. TCH, young man, so you've come to your senses? Willing to take us along now? You should have been like this from the start. Why'd you have to, ugh? He never finished. The blade in my hand flashed. The next second, a deep, long gash appeared across his neck, and blood immediately sprayed out. The woman beside him went pale in an instant and opened her mouth to scream. I reacted far faster. I jabbed the blade's handle into her stomach, stuffing the scream right back in, and then, with one clean stroke of the blade, finished her off. She provoked me and still wanted to live. Not a chance. Every threat has to be strangled the moment it shows its head. I kicked both bodies back into the room and calmly shut the door. This is what happens when you mess with me. The apocalypse is no game of house. 10 minutes later, I'd combed through the entire first floor of the building. Then, my expression turning grave, I stood at the door of Dorm 506. Inside was that level, 2 mutant zombie I'd been thinking about for so long. Take it out, and this whole dorm building would be completely clean. As for the zombies outside, even the nearest was more than 300 meters away. As long as I didn't make too much noise, none would get drawn over. The iron door of 506 was shut, but I had no intention of opening it at all, because there was no need. Through the drone hovering outside, I could clearly see that the mutant still hadn't noticed me. I maneuvered the drone to slowly pinpoint the rough position of its head, roughly 4/5 of the way up the iron door. That was the data measured by the system drone, with almost no margin of error. But to be safe, I flew the drone back to the 5th floor hallway where I was, precisely measured the height of the iron door, then used the laser to mark a small red dot at the corresponding spot. Next, I drew my pistol, backed up a few steps, and steadily aimed at that red dot. The rounds my FN 510 used could punch through an iron door. Before I headed out, I'd specifically looked up a whole bunch of cases and videos online and confirmed it over and over, no problem. That was why we had the scene now. This was the safest way to kill it. Think about it. Once a mutant sees a living person, the stimulation could very well make it break from its position and start thrashing around. In a fight, the thing you fear most is the unexpected. And the dorm space is small. If it really tried to run, it'd have to turn around, and all those movements would waste precious escape time. Only doing it like this, blind firing through a door, was the safest. I held my breath, took aim at the red dot, and decisively squeezed the trigger. Clang, PFT, PFT, PFT. The first shot punched through the iron door. After my physical stats were boosted, my gun hand was frighteningly steady. Amid the flying sparks, bullet after bullet passed through the holes and drove precisely into the head of the thing inside. Roar! An enraged roar came, accompanied by the violent scraping of bed frames. It was struggling in there. I wasn't the least bit panicked and calmly kept firing. It couldn't break out. Everything was going according to plan. I emptied a magazine, swapped in a new one, and kept firing, until the roaring inside grew weaker and weaker and finally vanished entirely. Phew. Only then did I let out a long breath and lower the gun. In under 10 seconds, I'd fired off nearly 30 rounds. I holstered the gun but didn't immediately go up to the hole in the door to look. Instead, I maneuvered the drone around the outside of the building, flew it straight in through the window of 506, and moved in for a close look. In the footage, the mutant had already closed its eyes, its head riddled densely with bullet holes, a large pool of disgusting black blood on the ground, its body still wedged tightly among the 4 bed frames, with plenty of rotting chunks of flesh scattered around it. I patiently observed for nearly a minute, and only once I was fairly sure it was completely dead did I set down the controller. Clang! I shot out the door lock, water armor over my body, and slowly pushed the door open and stepped in. A nearly 2-meter tall, massively built mutant appeared before me just like that. The oppressive presence was overwhelming. With that tonnage, an ordinary person would probably be dead on the spot if it pressed down on them. I had 11 bullets left. I narrowed my eyes, a string pulled taut in my heart. I didn't rush forward. Instead, I put a few more rounds into the back of its deformed skull. My thinking was, since it's called a mutant, maybe even its brain had mutated? Sure enough, after just 3 extra shots, roar! That thing, which should have been stone dead, suddenly let out another roar. Its eyes snapped wide open, teeth bared, and it was about to lunge. The 4 bed frames were even shoved apart a little as it wrenched itself free. My expression changed, and I decisively fell back, firing as I retreated. You little bastard, you can even play dead. I cursed inwardly. These days, even zombies had learned to play tricks. But I just retreated to the hallway when I saw the mutant's body suddenly swell up like a balloon. Shit, it's gonna self-destruct. At that, my face went white. Luckily, I ran fast enough. Almost in the blink of an eye, I'd sprinted out nearly 10 meters. Boom! A huge blast behind me. Everything spun, and the shockwave knocked me flat on the ground. Huh! The instant the blast stopped, I scrambled up off the ground, cursing under my breath. Son of a, the self-destruct power was way too strong. Good thing I ran fast and was cautious enough. The more I thought about it afterward, the more shaken I felt. If I hadn't fired those test shots, if I hadn't turned and bolted the moment I saw it swell, a more careless person, or someone half a beat slow to react, wouldn't have even lasted till the self-destruct. They'd have been killed off first by that death-faking thing. The apocalypse, truly deadly at every turn. Fortunately, though the self-destruct was loud, I'd already cleared out all the zombies in this building. Otherwise, a blast like that would send a whole horde rushing over, and with my current frame, all I could do would be run. As for the zombies farther away, that little bit of noise wasn't enough to disturb them for now. I dusted off my backside and walked over to the door of 506 to look. The room was a truly ghastly sight. Foul-smelling slime everywhere, chunks of flesh strewn all over the floor. Even the once white walls smoked into black walls, the stench overpowering. Frowning, I dug the marble-sized level, 2 crystal core out of a pile of shredded flesh, wiped it off with distaste, shut the door, and left. Back in my own dorm, 601, the first thing I did was rush into the bathroom to shower. It was just too foul. That huge mutant, with nearly 100 hours worth of filth pinned up in its belly, had all blown out into that little room. You can imagine the smell yourselves. On this trip out, I'd killed a dozen or so zombies. After absorbing all the crystal cores, my water ability upgrade progress had climbed to 30%. My water-making efficiency had clearly improved, and it lasted longer too. Before, at absolute best, I could conjure 3/4 of a bucket. Now a bucket and a half was easy. At this rate, once the ability hits level 2, conjuring 3 buckets at once would be no problem. Master, have something to eat. It's all ready. You must be tired, Master. Master, I've brought your clothes. Master, let me help you change. The moment I stepped out of the bathroom, all 4 campus bells swarmed around me at once, twittering and chattering, lively as anything. I don't know whose idea it was, but all 4 of them had actually changed into maid outfits. Where'd the clothes come from? Suyong was a live streamer with millions of followers. She had plenty of that kind of outfit. I stood there nonchalantly, enjoying being waited on by 4 top-tier campus belles, being dressed by others on one side, eating food fed right to my mouth, then chugging a mouthful of the Coke handed over. I let out a satisfied breath. Awesome. This is what you call the true meaning of life. I went out at 9 in the morning and got back right at noon, just in time for lunch. Su Jinru had already finished cooking, the aroma wafting over. Sweet and sour ribs, kung pao chicken, cola chicken wings, mapo tofu. Dish after dish set on the table, all looking, smelling, and tasting excellent, state banquet quality. I ate to my heart's content. After eating and drinking my fill, the system's notification chime rang out in my head. Obtained 2 space fragments. Obtained 1 speed attribute point. Obtained 110 FN 510 bullets. Obtained 1 stamina attribute point. Looking at the 4 utterly exhausted girls, I waved my hand. All right, you all go eat something first. They'd been busy for ages and hadn't gotten around to eating themselves. Once I'd sent them off, I lay down on the bed and started handling these dropped treasures one by one. Adding stats first. 1 stamina, 1 speed. I put them both on myself. Stamina rose from 10 to 11. An ordinary person's stamina is only 5 points. I was now more than twice that. Speed was even more extreme, 16 points, more than 3 times an ordinary person's, roughly enough to catch up to a gazelle running at full speed, 80 kilometers an hour. Think about what that means. Next were the space fragments. This time Su Yang dropped 2 at once. Combining this with last time's situation, I had a rough theory forming. For these campus bells bound to my system, their moods very likely affected the drop rate of items. Looks like I'd better take good care of them, I mused inwardly. Good thing I already liked my women a little plump and soft, with a bit of meat on them. They feel especially nice to the touch. I used both fragments together. With a rumble, the volume of my space nearly doubled, jumping to 430 cubic meters all at once. That big, it could hold 570 tons of rice. At 300 grams a day per person, this rice could feed one person for over 5,000 years. By that math, space was completely off my list of worries. Then the bullets. I just emptied my magazines this morning, and the 110 rounds Zhongli dropped came right on time. Exactly enough to fill 5 magazines. Finally, I took out that level 2 crystal core. It was a size bigger than the level 1 ones, about the size of a glass marble, dark gray, like a little iron ball. The moment I set it on my hand, an urge to devour it surged up inside my body. Absorb it or not? I was torn. If I absorbed it, my water ability would definitely climb to level 2. But whether it would unlock a new ability move was hard to say. If I didn't absorb it, I could save it for the neural overclock I hadn't gotten yet. Neural overclock was a special ability, basically a passive buff. As it leveled up, it would continuously enhance my neural reaction speed, thinking ability, and learning ability. If I got that thing, it would be a top-tier buff. Forget it, use it now. I made up my mind quickly. Boost my current strength first. This afternoon, I was heading to cafeteria number 1. Who knew what I'd run into? Present combat power was what really mattered. Once I got neural overclock, if I was really short on crystal cores, I could just go kill zombies to make it up. Decision made. I immediately wrapped the crystal core with my water ability and started absorbing. The crystal core visibly shrank, and in under half a minute I'd absorbed it clean. Just then, I felt a change in my body. My muscles, my skin, even my bones. All of it gave off a faint itching, but it quickly faded. Something stirred in my mind. My physique got strengthened too? Leveling up the ability actually boosted my physique along with it? I raised an eyebrow, then thought about it. It made sense, really. Otherwise, if only the ability kept climbing while my body couldn't keep up, then someday when I fired off some powerful move, I'd probably be the first to give out. Never mind going toe-to-toe with those constantly evolving zombies. And most crucially, with a body that couldn't keep up, I couldn't even run far enough to escape. Zombies never know exhaustion. If it came to that, all I could do would be wait to die. I opened the system panel and looked. Strength 11, Agility 6, Speed 17, Stamina 12. All 4 attributes had gone up by 1. Pretty well-rounded. That said, I'd upgraded to a level 2 ability, yet no new move had appeared. I mulled it over and came to a conclusion. This ability, Move Business, probably had nothing to do with level. It all came down to figuring it out yourself. After all, this wasn't a video game where you automatically unlock a skill once you hit the right level. The water armor I'd figured out earlier leaned toward defense. Another water ability user might figure out an attack-oriented water gun or a water bomb that could blast people from a distance. As for the water-making Su Jinru figured out, I'd guess it was mostly because at the time they were holed up in the dorm nearly dying of thirst, and she came up with it in a pinch. Having grasped this bit of the abilities pattern, I felt pretty pumped. The apocalypse had only just begun. Everyone was crossing the river by feeling the stones. These patterns were, for now, the most valuable information there was. Knowing something one step ahead meant one more edge. Take the single fact that crystal cores can be absorbed for power. I figured hardly anyone in the world knew it yet. I could take full advantage of this information gap to grow strong fast. With my strength up another big notch, I leaned back comfortably against the headboard, planning to add more stats once the four girls finished tidying up. After resting a while, I'd pretty much recovered. That's the benefit of high stamina. While I had time, I took out the drone controller and flew it toward cafeteria number 1 to see what was going on over there. That top-tier older beauty I'd been thinking about all morning. I'd get to see her before long. Seeing her meant I was one step closer to neural overclock. The drone flew fast, and before long, cafeteria number 1 came into view. But the scene at the cafeteria entrance made my heart lurch. That big pile of bodies that had originally been heaped at the entrance was now gnawed clean, leaving only stark white bones. When I first saw those bodies this morning, I muttered to myself, dumping bodies out in the open like that in the apocalypse, isn't that just asking to die? Turns out I called it. Who knows what mutant creatures had been drawn by the smell of the bodies, but they really had come knocking. The iron door that had originally been barricaded shut was now broken open, its lower half likewise gnawed completely away. Not daring to be careless, I quickly flew the drone hugging the window glass. Shit. Zombie rats. The drone had barely reached the second floor when I saw the culprits clearly. A huge swarm of mutant zombie rats, at least 200 or 300 of them. They were 3 times the size of a normal rat, their eyes tinged red, their bodies hairless, their skin covered in bizarre blood-red bumps, unnerving just to look at. A dense, teeming mass of them was surging upstairs like a tide. Following the direction they were charging, I flew the drone all the way up to the top floor. On the 6th floor of the cafeteria, a group of survivors, their eyes hollow, stared out the windows in despair. This sudden rat plague had slaughtered the cafeteria's survivors down to 1/10 of their number. From the footage, I pieced together what had happened before. It wasn't that they hadn't fought back, but against the surging swarm, wooden sticks and brooms were useless. Those rats simply ignored such attacks, swarming up in a rush and covering someone from head to toe. In under a second, a living person was reduced to a heap of white bones. That sight shattered everyone's mental defenses. People scattered and fled, finally all cramming onto the top floor. On the way, many died not to the rats, but trampled by their own people. And some who were too slow got shut out on the wrong side of the door, bitterly ironic. At the critical moment, if it hadn't been for a female student awakening an ice ability and forcibly sealing the 2 iron doors at the stairwell with ice, these people would have been wiped out long ago. Even so, the nearly 200 people from before now numbered only about 20. I said it long ago, if there's fresh food, eat it early. Look at us now, everyone's about to die, and a whole pile of pork and beef is still frozen in the freezer. A middle-aged man had completely broken down under the pressure of death. He hurled curses at a woman by the window. Bitch, it's all your fault. Now I don't even get one good meal before I die. The woman frowned, but said nothing. I zoomed the camera in and took a good look at this woman being cursed at. Well, damn. A stunning, breathtaking face, a body-hugging uniform setting off a top-tier figure. That was her, the top-tier older beauty professor I'd been thinking about all morning. I only found out later that her name was Gu Mengli. This woman was no ordinary person. She was a famous medical genius throughout Long Nation. Admitted to a medical university by special exception at 14, finishing her bachelor's at 16, earning her doctorate at 25, and made a professor by special exception at 29. The line of men chasing her could stretch from one end to the other. Rich second-generation heirs, officials' sons, celebrities, talented young men, and she'd turned them all down one by one. Teacher Lu, what's that supposed to mean? The female student who'd awakened the ice ability couldn't take it anymore and shot back sharply. These monsters were drawn here by the bodies at the entrance. Teacher Gu urged them again and again to dump the bodies far away, but a few of you cowards, afraid of running into zombies on the way, just piled the bodies right at the cafeteria entrance. And that's what drew these things over. Humph. How do you know it was the bodies that drew them? Talking nonsense. The middle-aged man, named Lu Jianjun, cursed on, but his gaze suddenly shifted. He licked his lips, his eyes roving back and forth over the few young female students, and finally locked hard onto Gu Mengli. A lecherous desire overpowered his fear of death. We're all gonna die today anyway, he sneered. Before I die, I'm gonna go out as a wanton ghost too. The moment he said it, several of the girls were stunned. From the others' reactions, I roughly gathered that this Lu Jianjun had been famously the good guy at the school before the apocalypse, honest and gentle, all smiles with everyone. But the moment the apocalypse hit, he'd turned into a different person. I said it, before I die, I'm gonna have my fill of you girls, every one of you. He dropped the act, beckoning with his hand, and several lackeys immediately gathered behind him. He was, after all, an ability user. His power was strength enhancement, so an ordinary person couldn't take even one of his slaps. Rounding up a few underlings was, naturally, easy. You lot. He turned and started egging on the onlooking male students. You're about to die. Don't you want a taste of your teacher goo? These stocking legs, I've been craving them a long time. Those words were like a match to a pile of dry kindling. The male students exchanged glances, their eyes full of restless urges. They'd watched plenty of films on the regular, but had the lust and not the nerve. Now that their lives were nearly over, who cared anymore? Soon, several of them slowly edged over behind Lu Jianjun, staring fixedly at Gu Mengli by the window. Behind them, the iron doors banged and thudded under the rat swarm's assault. Luckily, the thick layer of ice held, and they wouldn't break through for a while. Lu Jianjun, you ungrateful wretch. The female student trembled all over with rage. If Teacher Gu hadn't pulled you out of that zombie pile before, you'd have been eaten long ago. And you all. Teacher Gu treated you so well, giving you after-class tutoring specially, and this is how you repay her? Lu Jianjun gave a mocking smile, not bothering to deal with her anymore, and waved his hand at the crowd behind him. I go first, no objections, right? No objections. After you, brotherly. Amid a chorus of cheering, he swaggered toward Gu Mengli. The female student tried to step forward to stop him, but he casually slapped her flying with a swat of his hand. Watching this scene from outside the window, I'd already started thinking about how to step in and save them. The whole hero saving the beauty routine may be cliché, but at the critical moment, it really works. But just as I was about to move, the situation in the footage suddenly reversed. Lu Jianjun walked up in front of Gu Mengli, looking her over from above, and, breathing in the beauty's scent, actually closed his eyes in a daze. In that very instant, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. He looked down. A syringe had been driven precisely into his vein, and the liquid inside had all been pushed in. Before he could finish, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him, and Gu Mengli was watching him coldly. Arg! Lu Jianjun suddenly clutched his chest as an intense pain shot through his whole body along with his blood. Dizziness, convulsions, difficulty breathing, his heart aching as if it were about to burst. That's high-concentration potassium cyanide, Gu Mengli said, expressionless. It takes effect a few seconds after injection. The heart quickly develops arrhythmia, then goes into cardiac arrest. Potassium cyanide. Everyone present instinctively took a step back. That stuff was what they used on death row inmates. You all seem to have forgotten. This is a medical university, Gu Mengli said, shaking her head calmly. A lot of things can cure people, and can kill them too. I only found out later that on the afternoon the apocalypse broke out, she'd happened to have a class that needed this, so she'd carried a big bottle with her. Who'd have thought it would save her own life at the crucial moment? I watched, dumbfounded, from outside the window. Badass. I couldn't help but marvel. I'd thought the top-tier beauty was about to be in trouble, but she'd pulled off an ultimate counterkill herself. At the end of the day, this Lu Jianjun was just stupid. Relying on his own brute strength, he thought he could push around a medical genius however he liked. He never stopped thinking, which medical student doesn't have a strong mind? Even an ordinary nurse knows far more about physiology than the average person, and naturally has more ways to protect herself. If you don't want to die, Gu Mengli swept a glance over the terrified male students. I still have most of a bottle here. Mixed with some water and using the food from the freezer as bait, it can poison most of the rats. There's still hope of survival. I only hope that when the rats break through the door, you'll have some backbone, pick up weapons and fight like men, instead of closing your eyes and waiting to die. With that, she turned and began mixing the solution. The crowd in the room looked at one another, and in the end, they got moving, starting their final struggle. Thanks to this move by Gu Mengli, the situation in the cafeteria was stabilized for the time being. By my estimate, the layer of ice on the iron doors could hold for at least another hour or so there was no need to rush. When it comes to saving people, I'll do it, but only on the condition that I don't get myself killed doing it. Nearly 300 rats were no easy opponent. I planned to wait for Gumengli to poison a batch with potassium cyanide first, then step in at the critical moment. I got up quickly and started putting on my gear. I'd originally been hoping to have a nice, satisfying, deep bonding session with my 4 girls, but now it looked like that would have to wait until I'd rescued the professor. At a critical moment like this, it was my turn to step up and play the hero, saving the damsel. "Master, are you heading out again?" The 4 girls had just finished washing the dishes, and when they saw me geared up head to toe, they gathered around me, looking a little worried. In this apocalypse, every trip outside was a gamble with death, and right now I was the only thing they could rely on. "Yeah, you all get some good rest, and wait for me to come back. Get some good rest." The moment they heard that, all 4 of their faces flushed red. Why they needed to rest well, they knew exactly what that meant. Their master was getting fiercer by the day, his stamina climbing higher and higher, and even the 4 of them together were starting to struggle to keep up. So, of course, they needed to recharge their batteries. Honestly, as my stamina stat kept climbing, these 4 girls were slowly becoming not quite enough. It was about time to add some fresh faces. I didn't bother explaining much to them. I just turned and walked out of the dormitory building. The noonday sun hung bright overhead, so glaring I had to squint. The air was thick with the stench of rotting corpses. My drone hovered above me, keeping watch on my surroundings at all times. The first cafeteria was about 300 meters from the dorm building. According to the drone's scouting, I'd run into 3 groups of zombies along the way. Not many, just a scattered few each time, not much of a threat. On the wide campus road, in just 3 days, the countless bodies had been baked into mummies by the scorching heat. That guy who'd come to the dorm looking for his girlfriend earlier, his body had vanished completely. No telling whether it had been devoured by stray cats or some other mutated creature. I gripped my long blade tight and picked the routes with the fewest bodies, because nobody could guarantee that some dried-up corpse on the ground wouldn't suddenly crawl up and take a bite out of you. Roar! I hadn't gone far when 3 zombies lunged out from the greenbelt. I narrowed my eyes, and my water armor instantly coated my entire body. I dug my toes into the ground and shot forward, my long blade cutting through the wind straight at the neck of the one in front. This was my first time facing a zombie swarm, and instead of retreating, I charged in. With the water armor, plus my strength and stamina far outclassing these level 1 zombies, taking them down one blow at a time was no problem. The blade flashed, and the front one's neck sprayed black blood as its head hit the ground. The one on the right suddenly sped up, its rotting fingers nearly grazing my face. I dodged sideways and swung a backhanded horizontal slice, shearing off half its body. The third one arrived late, mouth gaping wide as it lunged at me, reeking of decay. Unhurried, I stepped back half a pace and drove my blade cleanly into its eye socket. The whole fight was over in just a few seconds. I was fairly satisfied with my performance. Clean, efficient, one-hit kills. The only issue was my reactions were still a hair too slow. I couldn't split my focus between 2 things. But no matter, once I got my hands on the professor, with neural overclocking and the agility stat working together, my reaction speed would catch up soon enough. Being careful the whole way, I quickly reached the first cafeteria. Up on the top floor at that moment, most of the food from the freezer, especially the meat, had been hauled out and stacked into a waist-high wall not far from the door. "Will this really work?" someone asked nervously. "Relax. These mutated rats eat anything. The moment they break through the door, there's no way they'll pass up meat served right to their mouths," Gumengli said calmly. To make sure the rats swallowed enough potassium cyanide, she deliberately had that ice-type student, Li Chun, use her ability to freeze a thin film of ice over the meat, sealing the poison inside. As long as these rats were still flesh-and-blood creatures running on nerves and muscles, one bite would drop them. If it didn't kill them on the spot, it'd at least leave them paralyzed. "Let's head inside," Gumengli said, nodding. The freezer's iron door would be their last line of defense. Everyone clutched iron rods they'd pried off the chairs, which should be enough to handle any stray rats that slipped through. She hadn't brought much potassium cyanide, and there was no way to poison all 300 rats. At least a few dozen would get through. Bang! Just then, a loud crash. Everyone stared in horror. The iron door on the 6th floor had suddenly been smashed open, leaving a gaping hole. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The next second, a flood of mutated rats came pouring in. Quick! Into the freezer. A flash of panic crossed Gumenglee's eyes. She hadn't expected the door to break so fast. By the plan, there should have been time to reinforce it. Luckily, the food wall did its job. Faced with a feast served right to their mouths, the rats didn't hesitate for a second before tearing into it like mad. Seizing that opening, everyone retreated into the freezer, and the iron door was swiftly shut. But the very instant the door closed, Gumenglee's face suddenly went pale. Because she saw, behind that dense mass of rats, a massive silhouette was slowly rising to its feet. Is that the Rat King? Well, would you look at that? A big boss holding down the fort too. Good thing I'm cautious by nature and sent the drone to scout before heading up. Otherwise, if I'd charged in blind, I'd have paid dearly. This Rat King stood taller than a grown man, its whole body hairless and covered in bright red tumor lumps, its skin folds packed with pale yellow filth. Its eyes were blood red, and it had 2 front teeth, one big and one small. The whole thing looked like a walking clump of rotten meat, so hideous it made my scalp crawl. As I stared at it, a stat window popped up. Mutant Rat King, Level 2. Strength 10, Stamina 15, Agility 20, Speed 20. Special ability, Deadly Poison. My expression changed. A Level 2 mutant, and venomous on top of that. This thing was trouble. It was an agility type, faster than me. If it really came down to a fight I couldn't win, I couldn't even run. That fat mutant back in the dorm building I'd taken down easily. But that was pure luck, exploiting an opening. This one was in perfect condition, could run and fight, and had venom too. I might not even win one-on-one, let alone against a whole swarm. Maybe I should just forget it? Honestly, in that moment, I really did think about backing out. A top-tier mature beauty was important, sure, but charging in right now was just throwing my life away. And it wasn't like this person absolutely had to be saved. Worst case, I'd just grind more agility stats later. Playing it safe never hurt. Just as I was about to turn and leave, the scene suddenly changed. The whole swarm of mutated rats collapsed to the ground without warning, their bodies convulsing, foaming at the mouth. Right at that moment, the Rat King shoved aside a pile of its underlings and, eyes gleaming, gobbled down a huge mouthful of food, cheeks stuffed full. But as it chewed, its body suddenly stiffened. Thud! The Rat King toppled sideways to the ground, its muscles spasming wildly. Its eyeballs still rolled around, but it was obvious it couldn't move at all anymore. With their leader down, the whole swarm instantly descended into chaos, scurrying around like headless flies. They're poisoned. My eyes lit up in an instant. So this was the potassium cyanide Gumenglee mentioned? Brutal. It could even take down a level 2 mutant. I had no idea how long the poison would last, but I didn't hesitate for a second. I spun around and charged toward the stairwell. Strike while they're down, finish them off. I'm a cautious man, but cautious doesn't mean cowardly. Cowards don't earn the right to survive in the apocalypse. When it's time to fight, I never back down. The Rat King couldn't move right now, and a level 2 crystal core was practically laid out in front of me. If I didn't dare go for it, I might as well go find a wall and knock myself out. On the way up, my mind raced through the calculations. There were probably still around 100 rats able to move. If they all swarmed me at once, I honestly wasn't sure my level 2 water armor could hold. Frankly, it was dicey. Level 2 water armor was one step denser than level 1 and offered stronger defense. But the improvement was limited. A stray few couldn't bite through it, but with 100 pouncing on me at once, I still risked getting bitten. The thought made me stop just short of the 6th floor. I needed a plan. I summoned the drone to the stairwell window, opened my storage space, and pulled out a big batch of packaged fresh beef, hanging it from the drone. Since these rats had been drawn here by corpses, that meant they were extremely sensitive to flesh and blood. I wanted to test whether I could use the beef to lure them away from the Rat King. But the meat alone wasn't enough. To drive these beasts even more insane, I gritted my teeth and sliced open my left palm. Damn, that hurts. Blood welled up and dripped onto the beef, spreading along the grain. That should do it. I quickly pulled a clean pair of women's underwear from my storage space and wrapped the wound to stop the bleeding. The heavy blood loss left me a little pale, but thankfully my high stamina stat kicked in. The wound was slowly healing, just a bit slowly. To get back to full health faster, I pulled out a vial of stamina serum and downed it. In an instant, the exhaustion from the blood loss vanished completely. I felt energized, and the wound started to scab over. Phew, good thing I had one vial left. I thought to myself with relief. Looks like being frugal with it day to day really can save your life at the critical moment. I steered the drone up slowly to the 6th floor window. The moment the rich smell of blood wafted out, the rats were instantly hooked, their eyes blood red, noses sniffing nonstop, all fixated on the drone outside the window, drooling. But just then, the Rat King lying on the ground suddenly worked its mouth open and shut, doing who knows what, and the frenzied swarm miraculously went quiet. My heart sank. I hadn't expected the Rat King's control over the swarm to be this strong. If these rats didn't take the bait, I couldn't safely go kill the Rat King. They were fast. And in the window between my shots, they'd have plenty of time to rush me. If I got surrounded, forget killing the Rat King, I'd be finished right here too. I gritted my teeth and just flew the drone straight in through the window. Right in your faces. Let's see if you can resist that. Screw it, I'm riding off this drone. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The moment the drone got close, the swarm that had just quieted down instantly went wild again. The strong smell of blood was to them what drugs are to an addict. I flew the drone to a corner of the cafeteria and jerked it to a sudden stop, sending that bag of bloody beef crashing to the floor. Splat! The smell of blood exploded everywhere. Now the swarm went completely berserk, surging toward the drone like a flood. No matter how much the Rat King called out, it couldn't pull them back. It worked. I didn't waste a second. In practically the blink of an eye, I charged up to the 6th floor. Through that battered iron door, I immediately locked onto the twitching Rat King on the ground. Drew my gun, took aim, drew a deep breath, fired. The suppressed gunshot rang out as I calmly squeezed the trigger. The Rat King was already huge and couldn't move, so aiming was no challenge at all. With my strength boost, I held the gun one-handed and the recoil was practically negligible. Thwip, 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 round after round, all landing dead-on in the Rat King's head. Black blood sprayed as holes opened up across its skull one after another. Its eyes were blood red, and it desperately tried to fight back, but with all that potassium cyanide in its system, it couldn't even control its own body. It could only watch helplessly as I emptied 2 magazines into it. Watching the Rat King so utterly helpless, I couldn't help but reflect. People really do need to read more. Knowledge is power. That saying's absolutely true. Potassium cyanide was basically an apocalyptic miracle weapon. As long as you're flesh and blood, eat enough of it, and there's pretty much only one road left: death. Only once the Rat King's head was riddled with bullet holes, and it had gone completely, still did I turn my muzzle toward the swarm in the distance. Thwip! I fired. I'd been worried that killing individual rats would draw the swarm's attention, but as bullet after bullet flew in, the rats didn't react at all. Even when their own kind dropped dead right beside them, they didn't care. They just kept frantically lapping up the blood on the floor. That sight sent a chill down my spine. I didn't know whether it was my blood specifically or whether these things were just naturally this crazed for blood. But it immediately made me think of a more serious problem. If other mutated creatures were the same way, then from now on, anytime I got wounded and bled without stopping it in time, I could draw monsters from all around at any moment. Out in the wilderness, that would basically be a death sentence. No matter what, I have to do everything I can to avoid getting hurt. I silently sounded the alarm in my head. 110 rounds, all emptied in under 20 seconds. The moment the gunfire stopped, the swarm's numbers had plummeted. Maybe 30 or so could still move, and the beef on the drone was nearly picked clean. Time to pull out. I stashed the pistol back in my storage space, dug the level 2 crystal core out of the Rat King's head, then kicked its corpse over to the freezer door and headed downstairs without looking back. The rest of those rats, let the people in the freezer handle them themselves. There was no way I could take them all on alone. Too dangerous. Even with the water armor, there was a chance of getting hurt. Now it was time for that group of people to make themselves useful. There were nearly 20 of them. Surely they could kill off a dozen or so. Don't be fooled by how spineless they all looked. When truly cornered, people can summon shocking ferocity just to survive. Once they'd worn each other down fighting the rats, I'd go up and finish things. Perfect, using the rat's claws to help me clean out some of the dead weight. As for Gu Mengli, with that ice-type student protecting her, her safety wasn't a concern for now. I made it down to the bottom of the building, and by then the swarm had caught on. The beef was gone, and the blood on the floor had been licked so clean it gleamed, not a drop left. When they spotted the Rat King's corpse at the freezer door, they erupted. In that short span of time, their king had somehow died. After a bout of squeaking back and forth, one slightly larger rat stepped out from the swarm, sniffed the air, and started clawing at the freezer door with its sharp claws. Ah! A terrified scream came from behind the door. The swarm instantly went into a frenzy. With their sharp hearing, they'd made out that there were people inside. And people meant food. Bang! Bang! The iron door began shaking violently as the rats took turns ramming into it. Downstairs, I pulled out my remote and was delighted to discover that the drone, after being trampled all over by the swarm, was completely undamaged. Truly a system-issued product, the quality was beyond reproach. Through the camera, I could see everything clearly. These mutated rats were strong and tireless, ramming the door in wave after wave. In under 5 minutes, the freezer's iron door had been battered into a dent. This cafeteria door was clearly a cut-rate job. It wouldn't hold for long. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, with a thunderous bang, the iron door crashed down. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. The 20-some people in the freezer huddled in the corner, faces ghostly white, clutching their weapons, watching helplessly as the swarm poured in like a flood. Among them, only that student named Li Chun and Gu Mengli still looked relatively composed. Pour the water, Gu Mengli ordered sharply. 2 of the girls hastily dumped out a large bucket of water that had melted from the ice. Right after, Li Chun bit her lip, forced through the headache, and released her ice ability, freezing all the water on the ground into a thin sheet of ice. Right now, freezing was the only trick she knew. The sudden ice sent the charging rats slipping, and they lost their balance one after another, crashing around everywhere. What are you standing around for? Use your weapons now. Gu Mengli barked at the group of dazed men. I've created the opening for you. Now get in there. A middle-aged man gritted his teeth, grabbed a fire axe, and was the first to charge in. The blade severed a rat's front claw, and black blood splattered across his face, which only stirred up his savagery. But there were too many rats. In the moment he paused to catch his breath, several climbed up his pant legs and bit through his flesh. Watching this bloody scene from the stairwell, I felt nothing at all. I just waited where I stood, until the screams inside the freezer gradually weakened and the furious roars turned into wails of agony. Only then did I calmly rise to my feet and head upstairs. Time for my entrance. The moment I stepped onto the 6th floor, a heavy stench of blood hit me in the face. Water armor coating my body, I stepped over the rat corpses littering the floor without so much as a flinch and walked up to the freezer. Inside was a slaughterhouse, awash in crimson. Severed limbs, entrails, decapitated heads, rat corpses with their bellies torn open, a horrifying sight. In the corner, Gu Mengli was shielded firmly behind Li Chun. Her uniform and flesh-toned stockings were splattered with blood, though she herself was unharmed, just wearing a sorrowful expression. Off to the other side stood 3 male students, every one of them wounded. In the apocalypse, being bitten by a mutated creature was basically a death sentence. These 3 probably understood that. They exchanged a look, then charged at the last 8 remaining rats with a united roar. When cornered, even the most spineless person can be pushed to fight. But bravery aside, their strength just wasn't there. A guy with dyed blonde hair swung down first. The rat arched its back, dodged to the side, and its razor claws sliced open his belly like a scythe. His guts spilled out on the spot. The one wearing glasses was hacked with an axe, but the blade got caught on the rat's raised tailbone, and the rat pounced onto his shoulder and bit through his throat. The last one, a stocky guy, drove an iron rod into a rat's eye socket, only to be instantly surrounded by the other 7 and gnawed down to a skeleton in the blink of an eye. In practically an instant, all 3 young men were dead. By all logic, the rat's next target should have been Gu Mengli and the others in the corner. But instead of rushing over, the beast sprawled over the 3 corpses, fighting each other to gorge, a bone-deep greed for blood. Amid the dense sounds of chewing, The 3 bodies were quickly stripped clean. Then 8 pairs of greedy rat eyes turned in unison toward the 2 people in the corner. Fear surfaced in Li Chun's eyes. She was only in her early 20s, facing death this close for the first time. Gu Mengli's expression stayed relatively calm, but her clenched fists betrayed the defiance in her heart. Li Chun, I still have a little potassium cyanide left. When the time comes, you run first, Gu Mengli said, her voice hoarse and trembling. As a teacher, she couldn't let her student die in front of her. Worst case, she'd take these monsters down with her. But just then, tap. I stepped into the freezer doorway. The gazes of 1 person and 8 rats snapped toward me all at once. I only learned later that Gu Mengli said she'd probably never forget that scene for the rest of her life. She said a man had appeared, clad in flowing water armor, holding a long blade, backlit by the sun, his face somewhat indistinct. And oddly, a line of verse popped into her head. Like a demon-slaying lord descended from heaven, truly a wrathful deity of the mortal world. A god descending to earth. Meanwhile, on my end, what I was actually thinking was, I've made my grand entrance, now it all comes down to execution. Whatever you do, don't screw this up. Thankfully, all those stat points I'd grinded so hard for over the past 3 days, at this critical moment, they all came into play. Squeak. The lead rat kicked off with its hind legs and shot straight at my throat like an arrow off the string. I flipped my wrist and swung my blade in an arc at its neck. It reacted incredibly fast, twisting midair, its claws grazing past my cheek. But with the water armor blocking, it did nothing. Instead, I caught the opening, drove my blade hilt up in an elbow strike from below, then reversed the blade and cleaved it in 2. The remaining 7 shrieked in fury and fanned out to encircle me. Instead of retreating, I pressed forward, charging at the 2 on the right. As they closed in, I suddenly dropped low and swept my blade along the ground. One couldn't dodge in time and had its belly sliced open, intestines spilling everywhere. The other leaped high to attack from above, so I rose up with the motion, thrusting my blade upward and running it straight through its chest. 3 rats pounced from behind at that moment. I spun to defend, blade clashing against claws, knocking one back. Without stopping, my blade split the other 2 in half in midair, sending down a rain of blood. 1 rat spotted a gap and bit at my arm. The water armor came through again, the flowing water knocking its teeth aside. I reversed my blade and stabbed it through the head. The last 2 went completely mad, shrieking as they lunged, but they no longer posed any threat to me. I swung my blade and yanked upward hard. Splat. For chunks of shredded meat hit the floor. In under 30 seconds from start to finish, all 8 rats were dead, and I hadn't taken a scratch. In the corner, Li Chun couldn't help but swallow hard. Gu Mengli didn't say a word, but her wide eyes couldn't hide the shock in her heart. At that moment, it was almost like a system notification chimed in my head. Gu Mengli's affection increased by 99,999. Fake, of course. The system didn't have that feature yet. With a look of distaste, I picked up a scrap of cloth off the floor to wipe my blade. After that whole fight, the blade was covered in rat piss and droppings. Gotta aim for the head from now on. I reflected silently. But honestly, I was pretty satisfied with myself. 8 rats swarming me, and I handled it with barely any pressure. The water armor deserved a lot of the credit. If it hadn't been there to block, 1 scratch through my skin and I might have gotten infected and turned into a zombie. I say might, because I still wasn't sure whether an ability user's constitution could withstand the zombie virus. That thought made me look over at the 2 people in the corner. A lot of people over at this first cafeteria had died earlier from drinking boiled tap water. I didn't know whether these 2 had drunk any. Since the apocalypse started, have you drunk any tap water? I asked. The question came a bit out of the blue, and both of them froze for a moment. But Gu Mengli caught on quickly and nodded. Yes, we have. She paused, and then, seeming to grasp what I was getting at, added, regular people's bodies break down after drinking it. The death rate is very high. But ability users' bodies seem to have changed. Drinking it short-term doesn't cause any major problems. I nodded thoughtfully. Gu Mengli had probably drunk it herself and been fine, so she'd let the other ordinary people drink it too, never realizing that after awakening abilities, an ability user's body was already different from an ordinary person's. That was what had gotten so many people in the first cafeteria killed and ultimately drawn the rat swarm. Something clicked in my mind, and I suddenly understood something. Every ability user runs a high fever when they awaken. Most likely, that was when the body developed resistance alongside the emergence of the ability. But back when I awakened, I'd exploited a bug and didn't run a fever at all. In other words, I'd skipped all the suffering I was supposed to endure, but I hadn't missed out on a single one of the perks. After awakening, the resistance was already in my body. And even more absurdly, I could keep awakening new abilities, which meant the resistance in my body would only keep getting stronger, wouldn't it? I sucked in a cold breath. Damn, I'm really something. By the far late stages of the apocalypse, wouldn't I basically be invincible? Zombie virus, water supply problems. Everyone else would be worried sick, and I wouldn't have to fear a single one of them. I could make my own water, and my resistance was strong enough that no amount of drinking could kill me. Mister, can we go now? Li Chun ventured cautiously, pulling me out of my thoughts. All right, there are too many corpses here. We can't stay. Come with me, I said, kicking aside a rat corpse at my feet. These rats didn't have crystal cores in their heads, and you couldn't eat them, so they'd just have to be left here. Come with you? How do we know you're not a bad? Li Chun frowned and started to speak, but Gu Mengli grabbed her and shook her head. There's still a little food left in the freezer. Can we take it? Gu Mengli asked softly. Take it, I said, glancing over. Their so-called food was nothing but a small bag of stale, hard steamed buns and 2 bottles of mineral water. That kind of thing was beneath someone like me, who'd been eating state banquet-level cuisine. Along the way, the two of them followed silently behind me, plastic bag in hand. Occasionally, a few zombies darted out, and I dispatched them all with ease. Just as we neared the dorm building, a dozen or so zombies suddenly rushed out. 1 blade per zombie, effortless and elegant, and I cleared them all in no time. This combat power left the 2 women behind me even more shaken. Mutated rats were small, so the sight of them wasn't as jarring, but watching a dozen-plus zombies get beheaded one after another in a flash of blade light, that visual impact was very real. Li Chun pressed her lips together. Now she finally understood why Gu Mengli had told her to keep quiet earlier. With combat power like this, she wasn't even worth one of my fingers. If I really got annoyed, I could crush her as easily as breathing. I bent down and dug another crystal core out of a zombie's head to absorb. Gu Mengli finally couldn't help but ask, Student, what's that in your hand? She'd probably taken me for a campus student, given my young age. It's called a crystal core. It boosts abilities, I answered, eyes closed as I absorbed it. They were both going to be mine sooner or later anyway, so there was nothing to hide. Once I finished absorbing, my level 2 water abilities progress climbed to 30%. Running into a few more zombies wouldn't be bad at all. I pushed open the glass door of the girls' dorm. Since I'd already cleared out every zombie in the whole building, I strolled in front, bold as you please, even humming a little tune. Li Chun's mouth moved, and she reminded me in a low voice, Student, doing that will attract zombies. Li Chun. Gu Mengli quickly stopped her, shaking her head. There was nothing wrong with this student of hers except that she talked too much. Someone like me, who could cut his way in and out of zombie hordes, would obviously not overlook a small thing like that. And even if zombies did come, so what? Just kill them and be done with it. Honestly, over the course of this whole trip, Gu Mengli's conduct had pleased me immensely. Beautiful, smart, knowing when to advance and when to hold back, well-spoken, truly worthy of being a professor at a top-tier university. Back at room 601, the dorm door creaked open. Su Yang and the other 3 hadn't even gotten master out of their mouths when they spotted Gu Mengli behind me and froze on the spot. Professor Gu? Why are you here too? Although Gu Mengli was a professor, she regularly taught classes, so the students all called her teacher. They just never imagined that this famous, academically renowned beauty of a professor from Longsheng would be brought back here by me too. The 4 girls' faces flushed, and they quickly shook their heads to chase away the messy images that had popped into their minds. After all, they were good students. Hello, all of you. Gu Mengli greeted with a smile and a nod, naturally with no idea what these girls had been thinking. Come on in, I said, pushing the door open and heading inside. As the door opened, Gu Mengli and Li Chun finally got a full look at how Su Yang and the other 3 were dressed, and their eyes went wide. This was a maid outfit? The four former campus goddesses, once so high and mighty, now stood respectfully in finely tailored maid outfits. Black stockings hugged their long, straight legs, and snow-white lace aprons cinched their waists. It was, in a word, a feast for the eyes. Gu Mengli was older after all, having seen plenty of absurd things, and with her neural overclocking ability, she barely managed to keep her expression steady. Young people would get up to some wild stuff. That was understandable. Li Chun, on the other hand, was completely dumbstruck, stammering, This. Su Yang, what is all this? You have to understand. Su Yang and the others were famous campus goddesses, so high and mighty they wouldn't spare a man a second glance. Now here they were, dressed in maid outfits, standing in respectful attendance, and the moment I sat down, they eagerly served me water and gave me massages. Who wouldn't be baffled by that kind of contrast? Why are you two still standing there? I said, taking a sip of the cola Su Yang handed me. Find a seat wherever, and shut the door. Li Chun sat down dumbly on the edge of the bed near the door, still not over her shock. Gu Mengli shook her head helplessly, closed the door, and went over to sit down beside her. Su Yang, fix them something to eat, I said, snapping my fingers. Yes, master. Su Yang obediently answered, calling me master, right in front of the two of them without the slightest hint of awkwardness, then turned to go rummage for snacks in the corner. Ma? Master. Li Chun had barely recovered when this title knocked her sideways again. Su Yang, that proud campus goddess, was actually calling a man master? Think of all the rich second-generation boys who'd chased her and been rejected, and now she was fawning over me, calling me master? This wasn't right at all. Gu Mengli, on the other hand, kept her composure. With all the scenes she'd just witnessed as build-up, she'd probably pieced together what was going on. In the apocalypse, with order collapsed, the weak attached themselves to the strong to survive. It was perfectly normal. I was strong, which made me a good choice. Of course, if Su Yang and the others were relying on me, they'd naturally have to pay some price. The only thing that surprised her a little was that these girls didn't look like they'd been forced at all. If anything, they seemed pretty willing. All right then, Professor Gu, and you too. Have something to eat first, Su Yang said, hauling over a big pile of snacks and dumping them on the table. Potato chips, spicy strips, crispy noodles, plus 2 bottles of cola, all stacked into a little mountain. Li Chun swallowed hard. Since the apocalypse began, she'd been gnawing on stale steamed buns in the first cafeteria for 3 days straight and still going hungry. She'd just barely escaped death, and now, tired and starving, she looked at that pile of snacks and simply couldn't hold back her drooling. Beside her, Gu Mengli quietly swallowed too. To set an example, she'd eaten less than anyone and hadn't had a proper meal in 3 days. Eat up. Help yourselves, it's free, I said, toying with the remote. Really help ourselves? Li Chun couldn't believe it. It was the apocalypse, and I was being this generous? These days, plenty of people would risk their lives for a single loaf of bread. A pile of food like this could buy a human life in a few more days. Yeah, you two eat first. We'll talk business after. Business? What business? Li Chun immediately went on guard, shooting a glance at Su Yang and the other 3 in their maid outfits, her face full of contempt. Don't tell me you want me dressed like that too? The moment those words came out, before I could even react, the faces of Su Yang and the other 3 went dark on the spot. Gu Mengli quickly tugged at her clothes, laughing bitterly to herself. This student of hers was far too blunt, speaking without thinking. That one line had just offended all 5 of them at once. She'd actually been hoping Su Yang and the others might put in a good word for the 2 of them. Now she'd be lucky if they didn't kick her while she was down. And watching Li Chun's proud little display, I just found it funny. This was someone who'd never truly gone hungry. Fine. You don't want to eat, then don't go hungry. As for Gu Mengli, she could just starve right alongside her. Saves me the trouble of having to whittle her down myself. That's right, I said, nodding along with her, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You're living in my place, eating my food. Of course you have to do as I say. Anything wrong with that? Humph, I knew you were up to no good. Not a single man is any good. Li Chun tossed her head back proudly. Then I choose to leave. I won't eat your food. No problem, I said, narrowing my eyes, utterly indifferent. You can leave any time. Professor Gu, let's go. Li Chun resolutely pulled Gu Mengli up and turned to leave. I'm sorry, Gu Mengli said, giving me an apologetic look. After all, I was the one who'd saved them from the jaws of those rats. Soon, the sound of their footsteps faded into the distance. Master, are you just going to let them go like that? Su Yang was a little indignant. The look in Li Chun's eyes earlier had been infuriating. It's fine. They won't get far, I said with a smile. It was all under control. This remote in my hand was no decoration. Meanwhile, Li Chun dragged Gu Mengli along at a brisk pace, growing angrier the more she thought about it. Professor Gu, that guy is way out of line, actually wanting us to wear those disgusting clothes. Who does he think he's looking down on? Just a few snacks, and he thinks he can make us grovel and wag our tails at him. I am not like Su Yang and those girls. Gu Mengli listened in silence the whole way, saying nothing. That indifferent attitude of mine had left her with a nagging feeling that things weren't so simple. Sure enough, as the two of them reached the entrance of the dorm building and were about to step out, their footsteps came to an abrupt halt. A huge horde of zombies had, at some unknown point, packed together so densely that they completely sealed off the building's exit. Up in the 6th-floor dorm, I set down the drone remote in my hand and leaned back against the chair, thoroughly at ease. Let's have a barbecue tonight. The drone was already airborne, keeping watch around the dorm building, ready to alert me the instant anything stirred. Battery life was no concern either. It was still over 80%, recharging off solar power. Even if it did run dry, it'd automatically fly back on its own. Thanks to my little maneuver, nearly 50 zombies were now jamming the dorm building's entrance. Gu Mengli and Li Chun couldn't fly out of there even if they sprouted wings. All they could do was stay put in this building. That bit of food in their hands would last 3, maybe 4 days at most. I'd already scoured every last resource from the entire building. Not a single grain of rice left. Find food here. Dream on. All I had to do was wait for the two of them to hit their limit and come knocking to beg. Ooh, barbecue? The moment Su Yang and the other 3 heard it, their eyes lit up, practically drooling. The meals these past couple of days had been good, but barbecue. That meant they could eat meat to their heart's content. Right in front of them, I pulled item after item out of my storage space. Beef, lamb, chicken drumsticks, leeks. Soon it piled into a little mountain, more than enough for 5 people, or even 10 to eat their fill. Oh, and don't grill in the dorm. Go up to the rooftop. The grill and charcoal were things I'd dug up from some dorm room earlier. Perfect timing to put them to use. Night fell quickly. Up on the rooftop, I lay in a rocking chair, legs crossed, enjoying the evening breeze, a skewer of grilled meat in one hand and a can of cola in the other, the picture of contentment. The weather was nice tonight. A full moon hanging high, the sky full of stars. Around 6 in the evening, the power had gone out across the entire country. Without the city's gaudy neon lights, the night sky was strangely, stunningly beautiful, stars twinkling, and now and then you could even make out constellations along the Milky Way. The city beneath the starry sky was dead silent, so pitch black you couldn't spot a single light. Only the occasional shrill scream drifted through, reminding any outsider that there were still living people in this city. In one corner of the rooftop, the 4 girls were busy grilling skewers, the table beside them loaded with meat and greens, along with beer and drinks. Little by little, the aroma of barbecue spread out. Master, should we move to a different spot? Su Yang asked in a low voice, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The rooftop's iron door was open, and with the evening breeze, all the smoke was drifting down through the gap into the dorm building. It's fine. That's exactly the effect I want, I said with a smile. Build the fire up bigger, make more smoke. Don't worry about attracting zombies. Their hearing's sharp, but their sense of smell is lousy. Grill away, don't fret. Okay. Reassured, the 4 girls added more charcoal. With a sizzle, grease sputtered and the aroma grew even richer. Meanwhile, down on the 1st floor of the dorm, Li Chun was gnawing on a rock-hard steamed bun, forcing it down with water, her eyes hollow. The doorway was blocked by the zombie horde, so there was no getting out, and there was no food in the building either. It seemed like all they could do was wait to die. Oh, there was one other option. Go beg that hateful man for help. But was she, Li Chun, the kind of person with no backbone? No way. even if it meant death. Even if it meant leaping out a window to feed the zombies. She would never bow her head. But at that very moment, a faint whiff of barbecue drifted in through the crack under the door. Gurgle. Her stomach betrayed her, and she swallowed hard. So good. Someone was grilling meat? And it was chicken drumsticks, right? Definitely. That was definitely the smell of chicken drumsticks. Just picturing those big, sizzling, grease-dripping drumsticks dusted with spices, she nearly couldn't hold back her drooling. Then she looked down at the hard bun in her hand and honestly felt like crying with despair. Whoever could be grilling meat in this building, no need to guess. It had to be that Liang guy and his group. Maybe she could go up and apologize, see if they'd let her join? No. She shook her head frantically in her mind. She couldn't be so spineless. Beside her, Gu Mengli quietly swallowed too. To someone with an empty stomach, the smell of barbecue was no different from drugs to an addict. Honestly, Liang's words yesterday hadn't sat right with her either, which was why she'd gone along with it and let Li Chun pull her away. She was, after all, a teacher, a woman everyone regarded as one of Fortune's favorites. Yet Liang wanted her to wear a maid outfit, and there might be even more intimate demands down the line. Any normal girl would refuse. Unless Gu Mengli thought of the zombie horde outside the door, thought of this utterly empty dorm building, and slowly closed her eyes. Once they were driven to despair, once hunger pushed them to the brink of madness, perhaps then they'd agree to any terms at all. But certainly not now. What if there was still a way out? On the rooftop, I sat with a skewer in one hand and a Coke in the other, feeling absolutely content. The four girls had real skill. The meat was grilled just right. One bite, and the tender juices burst in my mouth, the smoky charm mingling with cumin and chili peppers, instantly whetting my appetite. Then a gulp of Coke, the icy bubbles exploding down my throat, washing away the heat of the grilled meat. Nothing could be more satisfying. I'd fought a tough battle that afternoon, so my appetite was huge. It took me almost half an hour to eat my fill. All right, stop fussing. Come eat with me, I said, waving my hand. Just then, my mind suddenly went blank. The next moment, a brand new way to use my water ability appeared out of nowhere in my head. I froze. What was going on? These days, just thinking about a little action in bed could actually give me a new ability technique. I snapped back to focus, quickly turning my attention to this move, water prison binding. A little thought, and I got it. Turn water into a cage that could tie an enemy up tight. Besides dealing with living people, it was perfect for controlling zombies too. An idea immediately formed in my mind. I'd been worrying that Su Yang and the other three girls hadn't really seen any blood yet. Tomorrow morning would be the perfect time to let them practice on zombies. Only after seeing blood can a person truly grow. In the apocalypse, even my women couldn't hide behind me forever. Su Yang and the other two were ordinary people. They had to have basic self-defense skills. As for Su Jinru, who was an ability user, that went without saying. Her ability level needed to be at least a cut above everyone else's. I'm someone who thinks long-term. The medical university was huge, and once I built up my territory, I'd need a few capable fighters under me. For one thing, not far outside the medical university, there was a savior society, with quite a few ability users, a real threat. If they came looking for trouble, then even though I was already a level 2 ability user, I was still far from being able to take on 10 at once. One wrong move, and I'd risk getting hurt or even killed. Time waits for no one, I sighed. To live comfortably in the apocalypse, my strength had to surpass everyone else's. I needed to secure Gu Mengli as soon as possible. Her neural overclock ability and that generator were too important. I needed to restock on bullets, and I had to keep a stamina serum on me at all times. It could save my life at a critical moment. While I was thinking, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang. I took a look and, well, speak of the devil. It was actually a message from the Savior Society. Hey, student, still alive? A day had passed, and they probably didn't know whether Su Jinru was dead or alive. The apocalypse was too dangerous, especially for ordinary people used to peaceful times. One careless slip, and you'd lose your life. Today, the Savior Society had taken heavy losses too. A swarm of mutated rats had somehow burrowed up out of the first-floor sewers. Even though they'd wiped them all out in the end, 2 members and over a dozen ordinary people had died, and 5 or 6 members were injured, urgently waiting for medicine. Not to mention that Su Jinru, a lone young girl guarding a dorm building all by herself, could easily run into trouble. Chairman, I'm still alive, I replied casually, lying back. Thank goodness. The reply came instantly. The other side seemed excited. Student, I need a favor. Do you know where the medical university's pharmacy is? I raised an eyebrow. After a moment's thought, I guessed it. Most likely someone of theirs was hurt. I honestly didn't know where the pharmacy was, and even if I did, I'd never tell them. I wasn't about to do something stupid like arm my enemy. After thinking it over, I sent them the location of the dorm building. I planned to lure them into a trap. This was a great opportunity to weaken the Savior Society. It all came down to when they'd come and how many they'd bring. Best case, they'd send everyone. Then I could use the zombies to solve the problem once and for all. After I sent the message, the other side went silent for a good while before replying. Student, this location seems off, doesn't it? The map marks it as the girls' dorm building. Oh, pretty cautious. I stayed calm. I'd prepared my excuse in advance. You're using an old map, right? Those aren't accurate. The school was renovated a while back. There are 5 pharmacies now, and this one is the closest to the main gate. Oh, I see. The other side believed it quickly enough. After all, a female college student had no reason to lie to them. Student, we plan to come over in 3 days. Are you close to the pharmacy? If it's on the way, we'll take you back to base with us. There's food and drink there, and it's safe. 3 days? It seemed like the injuries weren't too serious. As for on the way and taking me back to base, I smirked. It sounded nice, but they just wanted a guide. Besides, Su Jinru was pretty. If she really got taken back, anyone could guess what would happen. Too bad I wasn't Su Jinru. To make them lower their guard, I replied, the pharmacy is right behind the dorm building. I'm inside the building. When you get here, I'll show you the way. Great, then it's settled. Meanwhile, in a billiards hall not far from the medical university, a guy with dyed yellow hair put down his phone and said excitedly, Boss, I got it out of her. That female student who can make water is right near the pharmacy. Perfect to guide us, and we can bring her back to have some fun afterward. Good work, said a middle-aged man in a low, heavy voice. If Lu Yang and the others can't hold out, we'll head over sooner. What about the rest? How much intel did you get? Boss, there are 5 more ability users nearby, all men. We should be able to round them all up before we set out. We'll send them in as the vanguard. They're just ordinary grunts anyway, working for scraps. All right, got it. Go inside and enjoy yourself with a girl. The middle-aged man stubbed out his cigarette. Thanks, boss. The yellow-haired guy scurried happily into a room. Soon a woman's terrified scream came from inside, gradually dying down into muffled, suppressed sobbing. Medical University. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, deaf to the noise from the room. He thought the same as I did. In the apocalypse, medicine was the gold of a chaotic world, even more precious. The medical university was a perfect stronghold. He'd originally planned to wait until things stabilized and recruit more people before moving in, but this sudden rat plague had thrown off his plans. With so many of his men wounded, he'd have to change course and move in early. 40 ability users to take an entire medical university shouldn't be a problem, right? On the rooftop, I put down my phone and did some mental calculations. It looked like I had to move quickly. As long as I took out the Savior Society crew, I could safely gather my own people and slowly turn the medical university into my own territory. This place was a treasure trove, loads of life-saving medicine, a pile of highly educated medical talent, even academy-level big shots, though whether they turned into zombies was another matter. Not far away was the top affiliated hospital in Dragon Nation, stocked with all kinds of expensive equipment, and with so many teachers and students at the school, there'd be no shortage of people who knew how to use it. If I really got it up and running, I wouldn't have to worry about logistics at all. I quickly went online on my phone to check the news from the outside world. A day had passed, and sure enough, a lot more had happened. Besides ordinary zombies, mutated variants had appeared everywhere. It seemed that today's Rat King and Fat Zombie hadn't been flukes. Humans were getting stronger, and zombies were evolving too. According to survivors' accounts, these variants weren't just stronger, they had a bit of intelligence, roughly on par with a 2- or 3-year-old child. They'd run if they couldn't win, and could even play dead. Plenty of people, lacking this experience, got caught off guard and paid the price. Second, all densely populated big cities had been declared fallen. There would be no more rescue. Everyone was on their own. This left women in the worst position. In a world with no law and no order, a woman without real strength, or without a strong protector to attach herself to, would basically end up as a plaything. Once the fall was declared, those survivor factions that had still been showing some restraint no longer had anything holding them back. It didn't matter if you were a goddess, a campus beauty, or from a wealthy family. They'd just grab you, do what they wanted, and that was that. No one would stop them. Some ability users even specifically targeted women who'd been famous and powerful in peacetime. The higher a woman had stood before, the more she became a prize for their hunting. For a lot of people who hadn't lived well before, this broken apocalypse had actually become a paradise. Last was the Savior Society, which I'd been keeping an eye on. A few hours earlier, they'd posted a video announcing that their number of ability users had already broken 20 and welcoming more ability users to join. They're recruiting pretty fast, I said, rubbing my chin. It looked like I'd have to lure more zombies toward the dorm building for a hopeless siege. Otherwise, I'd be doing their recruitment efficiency a disservice. They said 20 ability users out loud, but behind the scenes there could well be more. That billiards hall was a big building to begin with plenty of people. 5 or 6 of them awakening abilities wasn't surprising, plus they had lots of supplies and were attractive to join. So I simply doubled their ability user count in my head. You say 20? Fine, I'll prepare for 40. And I'd size the zombie horde for 40 people too. Tonight I'll go back and grind my stats. Starting tomorrow, kill more zombies, gather as many crystal cores as possible, and the day after tomorrow, start luring zombies to this area. The plan took shape in my mind in an instant. Once I got the neural overclock ability, my first move would be to push it to level 3. According to the system's data, going from level 1 to level 2 required absorbing about 40 level 1 crystal cores, and level 2 to level 3 needed at least around 200, 5 times as many. Luckily, I had a level 2 crystal core whose energy was roughly equal to 50 level 1 cores. So by that math, I still needed to gather about 150 more. Master, everything's cleaned up, came Su Yang's voice. I turned around and only then realized that in this short while, the 4 girls hadn't just finished eating. They'd also cleaned up the dishes and the grill quickly and efficiently. Back in the dorm, even though the power was out, I'd already prepared for lighting. A few small USB desk lamps switched on, and the room brightened up immediately, and I had a stockpile of power banks in my space. Enough to last a week or two, no problem. I showered first, and the fatigue washed right off me. Then I generated 3 buckets of water for the 4 girls to wash up. Su Jinru could make water too, but her efficiency was too slow. By the time I came back from watching the night sky on the balcony, the 4 girls had already finished showering and come out, all changed into new clothes, each one more pleasing to look at than the last. Su Yang wore a cream-white silk nightgown. Zhongli had on a mint-green knit top with shorts. Lin Yuexian was wrapped in a black slip nightgown that showed off the charm of a mature woman, and Su Jinru wore light pink lace pajamas, delicate and sweet. Not long after, the system's notification chimes rang out one after another. Obtained 1 space fragment. Obtained 200 rounds of FN-510 ammunition. Obtained 1 stamina serum. Obtained 1 point of speed attribute. Leaning against my pillow, I looked over my system panel with satisfaction. Strength 11, Agility 6, Speed 18, Stamina 12, Level 2 Water Ability Progress at 30%. My space had also expanded to 530 cubic meters, roughly the size of 2 3-bedroom apartments. Speed at 18 points was far ahead, more than triple an ordinary person's, equivalent to the average speed of a motorcycle in a top-tier race. Of course, this speed didn't last. It could only be a brief burst, and how long it held depended on stamina. By the system's account, with my current 12 points of stamina, I could probably sustain top speed for about 10 seconds. For life or death data like this, I made a point of working out the exact conversion, so I wouldn't misjudge my own limits at a critical moment and throw my life away for nothing. Next was killing zombies, absorbing crystal cores, and boosting my hard strength, all in preparation for the Savior Society crew. They'd said 3 days, but I always gave myself only 2, guarding against variables. I didn't know how many wounded they had, But with the entire medical system collapsed now, even ability users had physical constitutions about the same as ordinary people's for the time being. Untreated wounds would only get worse. If they couldn't hold out and moved early, I at least needed enough strength to handle it. Early the next morning, June 16th, the fourth day of the apocalypse. Breakfast was steamed buns the four girls got up early to make. After a quick meal, I took them down to the first floor of the dorm building. On the open ground not far outside the main gate, a large crowd of zombies was pacing back and forth. The moment the four girls saw it, their faces went pale. Today is already the fourth day of the apocalypse, I said, my tone calm. You're my woman, but you still need basic self-preservation skills. I'm strong enough that I don't have to fear anyone targeting me. But what about you? If enemies can't find a weakness in me, they'll naturally set their sights on you. So, I don't demand that you become powerful, but at the very least, you have to be able to protect yourselves. I don't want to be put in a bad position later because of you. Understand? The four girls exchanged glances and fell silent. After a moment, Su Jinru pressed her lips together, worked up her courage, and nodded. Master, I understand. I'll work hard to get stronger. The other three nodded along too. It was the apocalypse. Learning some self-defense for their own sake couldn't hurt. Good. I handed the long saber to Su Jinru. Come here, stand beside me. Su Jinru obediently took the saber and stood at the doorway. Those hideous zombies not far off made her heart pound, but she still steeled herself and gripped the handle tight. The next moment, a flash of blue light shot from my hand as a mass of water turned into ropes, wrapping around a lone zombie and pulling it over. This was the water prison binding I'd figured out last night, a move that combined control and displacement. This zombie was at the edge of the rat swarm, so pulling it over didn't alarm the others. This scene, almost like a movie special effect, made the four girls' eyes go wide. This is an ability too? Compared to making water, this was way cooler. Now aim for its head. Do it, I said flatly. Su Jinru stared at the hideous zombie right in front of her, her little face pale. She hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and swung at its neck. But she was too nervous, and the blade veered off by a few inches, chopping hard into the zombie's right shoulder. Black blood spurted out, splattering across her face. Roar! The zombie snarled and thrashed desperately. Don't be afraid. Stab its eyes. My voice sounded in her ear, and at the same time, I raised my hand and wrapped its neck with water. Su Jinru shuddered and, trembling, drove the blade into the zombie's cloudy eyeball. The zombie thrashed even harder, its foul stench blasting into her face. Harder! My water suddenly tightened, and the zombie's neck gave a crisp snap of breaking bone. A whimper escaped Su Jinru's throat as she poured all her strength into a vicious twist of the blade, warm brain matter running down her arm. The zombie shuddered and collapsed limply to the ground. Dead. At that moment, she stared at her blood-soaked hands, and tears suddenly rolled down. I killed it. She looked up at me, her voice choked with sobs. You did great, I said gently. For a female college student who'd never seen blood before, getting this far was already impressive. Now pry open its head. There's a small white crystal inside. Take it out. Pry it open. Her throat bobbed with effort, her stomach churning. I gently supported her wrist with water. Use the tip of the blade. The cold touch of metal brought her back to her senses. She narrowed her eyes and gave a hard pry. It opened. Master, here you go. She dug out the crystal core with her fair little hand and held it out. Good. I took it and turned my gaze to the other three. Next, Su-Yang, come here. Su-Yang instinctively took a step back, but with Su Jinru as the example, she had no choice but to swallow hard and force herself forward. Meanwhile, in Dorm 104 not far away, Li Chun was covering her mouth, forcing back the urge to vomit, watching all this in shock. She never would have imagined Liang could really be so ruthless as to make four stunningly beautiful girls take up a blade and draw blood. But at the same time, a flicker of envy rose in her heart. This was practically hands-on teaching, showing them how to adapt to the apocalypse, something plenty of people couldn't get even if they begged. In the apocalypse, if you didn't adapt, the only path left was death. Before killing the zombie, Su Jinru had been a timid, frail girl, but after seeing blood, in just a short time, she'd become like a different person. By the end, her movements pulling out the crystal core were remarkably steady, even with her little hands covered in reeking blood. That kind of transformation was what gave you the confidence to survive. A very correct approach, came Gu Mengli's voice from behind her, her eyes filled with approval. With him here, Su Yang and the others will adapt to the cruelty of the apocalypse very quickly. But he wants us to wear those kinds of clothes. At the mention of that, Li Chun ground her teeth in anger again. It's just an equal exchange. I don't think he did anything wrong. We just can't accept it right away. Gu Mengli shook her head and spoke earnestly. Li Chun, everyone has their own way of living. He didn't force us at the time. We can't expect someone to just feed and shelter us unconditionally, right? Li Chun was left speechless. The two of them watched a while longer. Though Su Yang and the other two shrank back, in the end, with Liang's help, they killed their zombies too. After succeeding, the fear in their eyes had clearly faded a great deal. Li Chun, Gu Mengli suddenly spoke. We're going out in a bit to join them. What? Li Chun looked at her teacher in shock. With just those few steamed buns, we won't last long, and we can't get out of this building anytime soon either. Rather than sit here waiting to die, we're better off taking the initiative, Gu Mengli said, her tone calm and clear-headed. And besides, staying by his side, I think that's not a bad choice. She looked at Li Chun and gave a small smile. Of course, teacher won't force you. If you're unwilling, I'll talk to him later and see if I can share some of my daily food with you. Teacher you. Li Chun's eyes instantly welled up. Teacher Gu was always so good to her. She nodded firmly. Teacher, I'll go with you. It's just wearing those kinds of clothes, right? Fine, I'll wear them. On the other hand, under my guidance, Su Yang and the other two also successfully killed their zombies and dug out the crystal cores with their own hands, though in the end, they couldn't help throwing up. But at least they'd found the courage to act. You have to understand, many girls had never even killed a chicken before the apocalypse. For the four of them to kill zombies successfully, even with my help, already far exceeded my expectations. The environment forces people to grow. In peacetime, this would have been nearly impossible. What you just pulled out of the zombies' heads are called crystal cores. After an ability user absorbs them, they can strengthen abilities and raise levels, I explained calmly. Of the four of you, only Su Jinru is an ability user, so give all the cores to her to absorb. Su Yang and the other two, looking a bit envious, placed their cores into Su Jinru's hands. Absorb them. See if you can awaken a new ability. Seeing Su Jinru a little at a loss, I nodded at her. She closed her eyes and began absorbing. After a moment, the others all felt her whole aura suddenly shift. The next instant, blue light flashed in her palm as a crystalline water ability rapidly condensed and took shape. The deep blue stream of light churned like a living thing, water vapor rising. In the blink of an eye, a shimmering long saber formed, its blade rippling with wave patterns, the edge glinting with a cold blue light. A water saber? I raised an eyebrow. Well, now a busted little lowly wielding a long saber? Had she been influenced by yesterday's scene? Su Jinru stood about 5'3", and this water saber's handle nearly reached her waist. Its shape resembled a machete. As for how sharp it was, she took 2 steps forward and lightly drew it across the chest of the zombie corpse on the ground. Flesh and bone were sliced open together, as if the blade met no resistance at all. 2 words, butter smooth. Not bad. I was both surprised and delighted. I used water prison to reel in another zombie from the edge of the swarm, releasing the binding partway. Roar! Freed once more, the zombie lunged, claws and teeth bared. This time, Su Jinru didn't hesitate. She tapped the ground with her toes and actually took the offensive. The water saber cut through the air with a cold vapor trail, aiming straight for the zombie's head. The instant the blade struck, the head split open like a watermelon, black-red brain matter spraying across the ground. Nice! I couldn't help but cheer. I'd assumed that, delicate as she was, even if she awakened, it would most likely be a support-type ability. I never expected such a fierce attack-type ability, and her strikes were crisp and decisive, not like a beginner at all. Su Yang and the other two stared wide-eyed, their faces full of shock and envy. Just moments ago, they'd been a bit resistant to the training, but now, watching Su Jinru's display, All that was left in their hearts was a craving for power. From the way you move, have you used a blade before? I asked as I took the crystal core she handed over. My father taught me when I was little. In front of me, she'd turned from that decisive war goddess back into a sweet, obedient little lowly. I come from a military family. My grandfather fought in wars, and my father raised me like a boy from an early age, swinging sabers, handling guns. It's just a shame. She trailed off into silence at that. Looks like our team has gained another fierce warrior. I smiled and patted her head, not asking anything more. Every family has its own troubles, and either way, she was my woman now. In the apocalypse, whether her family was dead or alive was anyone's guess. One more strong fighter meant one more bit of hope for survival. The unexpected head pat made her shyly lower the water saber, her fair little face flushing a shade of pink from the fight. Master, am I okay? More than okay. It's beyond imagination, I said, patting her shoulder. With you around from now on, we'll have far more confidence facing zombie hordes. Just as I was speaking, there came a creak. The door of dorm 104 not far off opened. Gu Mingli and Li Chun walked out somewhat awkwardly. Student, we've thought it over. Yesterday, Li Chun was too rash. The mature lady professor, in her flesh-toned stockinged uniform, spoke in a low, apologetic voice. We'd like to join you. Is that so? I wasn't the least bit surprised. I'd known exactly where they were hiding all along. Bringing the 4 girls here to kill zombies today was partly meant as a show for them. I just hadn't expected this top-grade mature beauty to come knocking so soon. Li Chun's mouth moved, and she quietly said a thank you. Hearing it, I felt a small satisfaction inside. Living up to her college student reputation, quick on the uptake. This was what you'd call giving a whack and then a sweet date. Not only had nothing bad happened, but I'd even earned a thank you. Su Yang and the other 3 had gotten to vent their frustration, and I'd laid down the rules for Li Chun and Gu Mingli. Right now, Li Chun was probably even feeling grateful to me. 3 birds with 1 stone. All right, let's head upstairs and get something to eat first, I said in a gentle tone. Teacher Gu and Li Chun have gone hungry for a day. Replenish your strength first, then come back down to kill zombies in a bit. No one objected, and we all headed back upstairs together. The ingredients had long been prepared, and the 4 girls divided up the work, washing and cutting the vegetables, quick and nimble. The scene left Li Chun dumbfounded. Meat, vegetables, everything was there, and all as fresh as if it had just been carried home from the supermarket. Keep in mind this was the apocalypse. A normal person should long since have been starving. Just having something to eat counted as a blessing from heaven. Yet Liang and his group not only had food, but food of such absurdly high quality. Watching beside her, Gu Mingli was no less shocked than Li Chun. This scene almost made her think she'd returned to the days before the apocalypse. Before long, waves of aroma drifted out of the kitchen. Braised pork bubbled away in a clay pot, its color a bright, glossy red, rich but not greasy. Hot and sour shredded potatoes were tangy and appetizing. The golden fried rice was fluffy, each grain distinct, dotted with chopped scallions and cubes of ham. Dinner's ready. The 4 girls quickly brought the dishes out. With so many people, I simply hauled a big table out of the neighboring dorm. Gu Mingli and Li Chun had just joined, and this was exactly the time to deepen their sense of belonging, so I certainly wasn't going to be stingy with a little food. Li Chun stared at the table full of dishes, her throat bobbing, and carefully picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. The soft, fragrant, sweet flavor burst across her tongue in an instant. That taste, familiar yet distant, made her eyes grow hot. What kind of miserable days had she endured these past 3 days? Sour steamed buns with water, 2-day-old noodles. But now, this one meal, complete in color, aroma, and flavor, nearly brought her to tears. And looking at Su Yang and the other 3, eating heartily while laughing and chatting with me, their faces full of happiness, Li Chun suddenly felt that she'd been struggling in a kind of hell before. And now, just one meal had let her taste a warmth and satisfaction she'd never known. Thank goodness she'd chosen to compromise and join this team. After the meal, it was still early. I shot a glance over, and Su Yang immediately understood. Li Chun, want to go downstairs and work off the meal together? Master plans to go find supplies at another cafeteria in a couple of days, so let's slowly clear out the zombies downstairs first, so it won't be hard to get out later. Li Chun was rubbing her overstuffed little belly. At the words, she snapped back to attention and nodded without a second thought. Sure, let's go. Well-fed meant she had energy. It really was time to get to work. She was a country girl, never able to sit still since childhood, strong and hard-working, unafraid of toil. She was perfectly suited for this. Besides, killing zombies could boost her strength and give her practice, 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon, Li Chun left with Su Yang and the other 3. In the dorm, only Gu Mengli and I remained. In that moment, Gu Mengli's face flushed red all at once. My burning gaze made her heart quiver. To do this in front of others, it was the first time in her life. I'll do it myself, she said, lowering her head, reaching to undo the buttons of her jacket as though that could somehow hide her from view. Fine by me, I nodded, thoroughly intrigued. The silver buttons came undone one by one, and the navy blue jacket parted to both sides, revealing a moon-white silk blouse beneath that clung to her body just right, outlining her rounded shoulders and slender arms. Her waist was slim, and the smoke-gray knee-length pencil skirt displayed her curves without reservation. Before long, the system's notification chimes rang out one after another. Obtained special ability, Neural Overclock. Obtained 1 large generator. Obtained 3 points of agility attribute. Obtained 1 item treasure chest. 3 chimes, and my agility rose to 9 points. In that moment, as the points finished adding, a slight prickling came from my brain's neural region, but it quickly faded. Then, when I turned my gaze to the sky outside the window, I froze completely. The ordinary blue sky, now I could actually make out the patterns of the breeze sweeping across the clouds. The drifting clouds looked as if someone had hit slow motion, and even the melting, curled edges were rendered in perfect detail. Just then, a crow flew past the window. With a slight focus, I could clearly see the varying shades of black among its feathers, the worn marks where its tail feathers forked, even the precise changes in angle of every single flap of its wings. Holy crap, I shouted inwardly. This was absolutely insane. Of course, this definitely wasn't just from 3 points of agility. Neural Overclock was surely at work too. I just hadn't expected the 2 stacked together to produce an effect this ridiculous. Neural Overclock lives up to its name. I was thrilled. For this ability, I'd gone to so much trouble, making a special trip to the cafeteria to save people from the rats. It was worth it, so worth it. It took me a good while to calm down. Lying in bed wasn't a convenient time. I'd slowly explore the deeper potential of the overclock ability later. I turned my attention to the generator in my space. It was a rectangular block overall, about the size of a home double-door refrigerator with a dark gray alloy casing. On the front was a small transparent panel through which I could see the crystal core slot glowing faintly inside. The system labeled it clearly. This was a level 1 core-devouring energy generator, which could only use the crystal cores of ordinary level 1 zombies, one at a time. Its maximum output was 600 watts, enough to power 1 bedroom for 6 hours. Upgrading required 1 fragment and 1 level 2 crystal core, and after upgrading, the maximum output could reach 2,000 watts. The power efficiency's decent. Level 1 cores are everywhere now, and one lasts 6 hours. It's just that the max output is a bit low, only 600 watts. I felt a slight pang of regret. 600 watts really wasn't much, about the same as an ordinary hairdryer. For now, it was better than nothing, good enough for charging phones, boiling water, and cooking rice. Luckily, after upgrading it could reach 2,000 watts, basically enough to power a 2-bedroom apartment. It was just the upgrade condition that stung a little, the fragment I could live with, but it actually required a level 2 crystal core. Right now, I had exactly 1 level 2 crystal core, and it hadn't been easy to get. The generator would definitely need upgrading eventually, but not now. For the moment, boosting my personal strength took priority. At that thought, I took out the Rat King's level 2 crystal core, wrapped it in the energy pulse of Neural Overclock, and swallowed it whole. It absorbed quickly, pushing Neural Overclock to 5% of level 2. To reach level 3, I'd probably still need around 150 level 1 crystal cores. Finally, I took out the item treasure chest that Gu Mengli had dropped. The moment I got my hands on it, I let out a soft sound of surprise. This chest was different from the ones before. Past treasure chests had all been bronze-colored. but this one was set with gold trim, dragon patterns all around it, quite ornate. A gold chest. I raised an eyebrow. Did treasure chests come in different grades? Like in games, bronze, silver, gold? I shook my head, not bothering to think too much about it. Anyway, Gu Mengli, having just tasted the rain and dew, had already fallen into a deep sleep, so I had no reason to hold back. Whatever, open it and find out. I pressed the switch, and the chest sprang open with a click. The entire room instantly bathed in a rich golden glow. System notification: obtained 1 vial of water system mutation gene fluid. It can rewrite the gene fragments of the water ability, causing a qualitative change in water molecule manipulation, granting the freezing power of absolute zero. It can instantly freeze all liquid matter within a 1-meter radius, and the range expands as water ability strength increases. As the golden light faded, a syringe-like object appeared in my hand, made of glass, containing an azure liquid, with special particles floating in it, glinting faintly. Absolute zero? Freezing liquid instantly? A little thought and I understood. 1 shot of this, and I'd essentially gain an ice ability, except it would be attached to my water ability. As my water ability grew stronger, so would the freezing. There was nothing to hesitate over. No side effects, and it boosted my strength. For a good deal like this, I gave myself a shot right away. The icy liquid spread through my veins, carrying a chill that seeped into my very bones. Soon, it was all over. Time for a test. With a single thought, a pool of water immediately formed in my palm. I first shaped it into a small dagger, then narrowed my eyes. A fine mist of frost rose from my palm, and the water droplets seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, visibly rearranging themselves as cold air spread from my fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a crystal-clear ice dagger formed, cold to the touch and hard in texture. I tried lightly drawing it across my palm, and a small cut immediately appeared, beads of blood seeping out. This was almost indistinguishable from a real dagger. At that moment, I was stunned inside. From now on, I could use this ability to create all kinds of cold weapons: sabers, spears, swords, halberds, no problem. The system's description hadn't exaggerated in the slightest. Under extreme cold, liquid froze and took shape almost instantly. Lying against the headboard, countless applications flooded my mind at once. The simplest, my water armor could now instantly become a far sturdier ice armor. Wait, would blood work? An unreliable thought suddenly popped into my head. Blood was a liquid too, but the system quickly gave a negative answer. Human cells produce a faint bioelectric field, and blood circulation creates a dynamic electromagnetic field. The freezing ability essentially works by manipulating the arrangement of hydrogen bonds in water molecules to achieve solidification. The bioelectric field disrupts this arrangement, so the moment the ability touches blood, it goes haywire and can't form ice. Just like a compass fails inside a strong magnetic field, blood's bioelectric field acts as a natural anti-freezing barrier. Fine. I felt a slight regret, but I wasn't discouraged. I alone held both water and ice abilities. My enemies would never see it coming. I opened the system panel and scanned it, feeling thoroughly satisfied. In just half a day, simply by recruiting Gu Mengli, my strength had jumped up a notch. It was a shame that Li Chun, while decent in looks and figure, hadn't met the system's standards. No recruitment prompt had appeared. Otherwise, I could have gone up another level still. Right now, I have Strength 11, Agility 9, Speed 18, Stamina 12, a Level 2 water ability with ice, Level 2 neural overclock, a long saber, and a silenced pistol with 200 rounds for weapons, plus that infinitely upgradable generator. Gu Mengli was still asleep, so I didn't disturb her. I got out of bed and headed straight downstairs. I had to hurry and kill more zombies, ideally push both abilities to level 3, so I'd have more of an edge against the coming Savior Society. I wouldn't underestimate a single enemy just because I'd gotten stronger. In the apocalypse, only being cautious enough lets you live long. But the moment I reached the first floor, I froze. The horde of zombies in front of the dorm building had actually been cut down to just a dozen or so. By my reckoning, I'd only been upstairs for less than an hour. In my field of view, Su Jinru held a water saber, her movements nimble as she wove between 3 zombies, each strike parting head from body. Ever since seeing blood this morning, This busta little loli seemed to have fully awakened. She killed zombies with real ferocity. Su Yang and the other two each held a bucket of water, with a pile of rocks gathered from the greenbelt beside them. First, they'd use the rocks to lure away some of the zombies, then use the water to draw in the lone stragglers on the edges. When a zombie nearly reached Su Jinru, the 3 buckets of water were splashed over just in time. The next moment, Li Chun's ice ability activated, and the drenched zombie's movement stalled as the freezing water dramatically slowed it down. Occasionally, a zombie stepping in a puddle would get frozen right in place. Then Su Jinru moved in with her blade to reap them. There really is strength in numbers, I said, unable to help sighing as I watched. Li Chun only had an ice ability, far behind mine. But with Su Yang and the other two coordinating, she could still easily control the zombies. Su Jinru served as the fast-striking damage dealer, her blade sweeping in broad, decisive arcs. She'd said this morning she'd trained hard from childhood. With control, damage, and off-field support, how could the zombies possibly win? They couldn't. There wasn't even a surrender option. They could only be picked off one by one, slowly waiting to die. Only when the group had cleared out every last zombie did I walk out clapping. Nicely coordinated. Master, you're here. Master, aren't we amazing? Hee hee, we killed a whole bunch of zombies. Here, these are the crystal cores we collected. Li Chun tilted her head up proudly and held out a large pile of crystal cores, cradled in a tattered piece of clothing, at least 40 plus of them. With this, the gap to leveling both my abilities to level 3 was down to about 250 more. I took them without ceremony and absorbed them one after another in quick succession. This was the benefit of having people under me. I didn't have to do everything myself, and it saved me plenty of time to get stronger. About 5 minutes later, I opened my eyes and saw the group watching me expectantly. I smiled. Well done. As a reward, we're having a feast tonight. Yay, another feast. Master, what are we eating tonight? The girl's eyes lit up instantly, practically drooling. Tonight we're having spicy crawfish and grilled lamb ribs. How's that? I gave them an answer that delighted them. But before they could cheer, I added, but before that, you've got to kill more zombies and gather some supplies while you're at it. Okay, where do we go now? Having killed so many zombies, the girls were brimming with confidence. The school supermarket across the way. There are plenty of zombies over there. Follow me. 3 days ago, when I went to fix the water pipes, I even bought a bottle of mineral water at that supermarket. It was a good-sized store not far from the girls' dorm, with a staff family building next door where the families of some school teachers lived, mostly older uncles and aunties. Following the route I remembered, we cut down a few scattered zombies along the way. And after about 5 minutes, we arrived near the entrance of the supermarket. At this point, a small group of zombies was blocking the supermarket's front doors. The doors were shut tight, and I couldn't make out what was going on inside. Scattered around the entrance were several large bundles of bottled water and cardboard boxes labeled as snacks. It looked like someone had been unloading a delivery, only the truck was gone now. Probably the driver had bolted, and in the process lured most of the zombies away too. Let's rest for a bit and get our strength back. I held back Li Chun, who was itching to jump in. I really hadn't noticed before. This girl was quite the fighter. Powers aren't unlimited. Sure, the 4 of us had just worked together, and neither Li Chun nor Su Jinru had used up much, but in the apocalypse, you have to stay in top condition at all times. You never know when danger will spring up. We rested for half an hour. Jinru, let's go. Those 20-some zombies at the entrance didn't require me to lift a finger at all. Li Chun waved her hand, one water type and one ice type, and the 2 of them worked together, slicing through the zombies like cutting melons and vegetables. In no time, they'd cleared them all out. That was another 20 crystal cores in hand. Wait a second, don't go into the supermarket yet. Let's move this stuff at the entrance first. Just then, my ears twitched, and I calmly stopped the 2 of them from rushing in. With my level 2 neural overclock boosting my senses, I faintly heard movement coming from the residential building next door. Hurry, come look, someone killed all the zombies at the supermarket entrance. What? That's great, is it the army? Army my ass, it's a few students. Hurry, call everyone, they're hauling off that bottled water at the entrance. What? Stop them, don't let them take that stuff. If we go down there, will they attack us? Relax, they're just a few students, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on us. The noisy chatter of a bunch of middle-aged men and women made me frown. The zombie outbreak happened right around noon, at the end of morning classes, when most teachers hadn't left the classroom buildings yet. So this residential building was basically full of men and women in their 50s and 60s. After the outbreak, most of the zombies inside were trapped in their own apartments, and the only ones nearby were this little group at the supermarket entrance. Yet, even this small group had kept these people trapped for 3 days. They didn't dare go downstairs and just hid in their apartments every day, eating and waiting to die. Now that we'd cleared out the zombies, they had nothing holding them back. Soon, a crowd of them came downstairs. They couldn't handle the zombies, but surely they could handle a few students, right? Hey, 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 what do you think you're doing? Who said you could move that stuff? TSK, kids these days. I don't even know what to say about you. Taking things without asking is stealing. Didn't your elders teach you that? No manners at all. Is that stuff yours to take? Let me tell you, all of this is ours. That's right, we bought it earlier. As the crowd rattled on, they surrounded us, glaring with vicious eyes. A few of them kept coughing nonstop. I couldn't tell if they were sick, but even so, they were nimble enough to come out and grab things. When someone's got a death wish, not even the king of hell can stop them. 3 or 4 broke off from the crowd and swiftly went for the water and snack boxes on the ground. Li Chun and the other girls stood there, at a bit of a loss. These men and women weren't young. Some had heads full of white hair, and the girls really couldn't bring themselves to hurt them. I sneered inwardly. In the apocalypse, this was human nature. But they should have taken a good look in the mirror. Those old, creaky bones weren't even worth a single kick from me. Well, all the better. This was the perfect chance to teach the girls a lesson. In the apocalypse, mercy toward your enemies is cruelty toward yourself. Get lost, out of the way. Just then, one old man, seeing the girls wouldn't fight back, pressed his luck and shoved Su Jinru hard, sending her stumbling and nearly falling. What are you all still standing around for? My eyes went cold, and I barked out. Water armor wrapped around my body. The next moment, a flash of icy cold shot through, and the flowing water armor instantly froze into a suit of frost battle armor. Under the sunlight, cold air radiated from it. Even facing just a few middle-aged men and women, I wouldn't underestimate them in the slightest. I loosely gripped my right hand, and a long blade appeared out of thin air. End it fast, before anything can change. A moment later, I put away the blade and looked at the girls, who were somewhat dazed from having killed people. In a low voice, I said, "Remember this. Next time you're in a situation like this, don't hesitate, and don't go soft. These people all deserve to die." The girls nodded silently, feeling a little better inside. Having already killed plenty of zombies before, killing with their own hands this time didn't seem so hard to accept anymore. Let's go into the supermarket. I waved my hand and led the way toward the closed doors. Since we were already here, we might as well clean out the whole place. Master, was that just now also one of your powers? The girls came back to their senses, and remembering that badass suit of frost armor, they couldn't help but ask. Yeah, I awakened an ice-type power too. What? You awakened another one? Their eyes went wide. One person can have 2 powers? I guess so. I thought about it. Honestly, I wasn't sure. It was only thanks to the system that I could wield 2 types at once. Master's amazing. Su Yang, Jiang Li, and Lin Yuexian exchanged glances, their eyes full of envy. This guy already had 2 types, and none of them had even awakened one yet. Li Chun followed behind with an expressionless face, looking indifferent, but inwardly she was marveling like crazy at how wise her decision had been. Joining a powerhouse's team like this, she felt totally safe. As for Hao, if it hadn't been for Gu Mingli's insistence, the 2 of them would still be back in the dorm gnawing on moldy steamed buns right about now. That little detail she'd already forgotten completely. At the supermarket entrance, the 2 one-way glass doors were shut tight, and I couldn't see inside. I gave them a push. They were locked from the inside. Master, what do we do? The girls frowned. Should we just ram them open with something? I didn't answer. I just pressed my right palm against the gap between the 2 glass doors. The weather was hot, and the glass doors were scorching from the sun. The next moment, a layer of water mist rose from my palm. Transparent water droplets gathered together, as if pulled by invisible threads, seeping into the gap in the doors. As the mist kept flowing in, Cold spread out visibly, and the droplets rapidly froze into icicles within the crack. Ice crystals grew wildly along the grooves of the glass, making a dense series of cracking sounds. "Master, what are you?" The girls were a bit confused. Water creation gathers the free water molecules floating in the air, and ice type can instantly change the state of those molecules. I explained while channeling my power. By now, the ice had wrapped around the entire glass door. Low temperatures make glass contract, and the difference in thermal stress causes it to shatter. This was just middle school physics. Before I'd even finished speaking, the ice surface suddenly burst apart, and the glass doors shattered to the ground. The fine glass shards, wrapped in ice, drifted down softly, without a single one spraying outward. I withdrew my hand, wisps of cold still lingering in my palm. In the apocalypse, mastering the properties of your element matters more than raw strength. Having done all this, I made a point of adding that line. Su Yang and the others were, after all, the founding members of my faction. Whether they'd catch on depended on their own insight. Before the apocalypse, my one daily joy was holing up in my rented apartment playing games. As my skills improved, I realized one thing. You have to have imagination when you play games. Your thinking can never get rigid. Only then can you keep getting stronger. My rank as the #1 player on the national server is how I earned it. And that principle applied just as well to the apocalypse. Powers are fixed, but the ways you combine them are flexible, just like combining a few skills in a game can produce unexpected effects. If it had been anyone else, they probably would have chosen to just ram the doors open. But that would make too much noise, and it would be easy to get cut by flying glass. Not worth it. When you could easily handle it by combining powers and putting a little physics knowledge to use, why go out of your way for a worse result? Before doing anything, you have to use your head first. Behind me, the girls were stunned speechless by that display. If it weren't for feeling embarrassed to curse in front of their master, they probably would have blurted out a "hell yeah." Li Chun had no such reservations. Right now, she was looking at me like I was some kind of god, admiring me from head to toe. How is his brain even wired? How can there be someone this smart in the world? She'd awakened her ice-type power at almost the same time as me, but she hadn't thought of any of this at all. Yeah, I really am just too dumb, Li Chun thought sorrowfully. But she quickly perked up again. It's fine, Liang was her boss now, so it didn't matter if she was a little slow. From now on, she'd just follow orders, and that'd be that. In this moment, she was once again glad she'd joined this team. I swept the glass shards aside with my foot, my eyes scanning the rows of shelves. My ears faintly caught the sound of people, and I immediately said in a low voice, "Get ready, there might be someone inside." And at that very moment, in an empty storeroom at the very back of the supermarket, goddamn it, nobody made a sound. Zhao Wenjue glared viciously at the group of girls in front of him, threatening them in a hushed voice. A fireball materialized in his palm, lighting up the area around him. The storeroom door was shut tight, and the air reeked of sour sweat and some kind of rotten stench. Over 20 girls huddled in the corner. Some had ragged, mud-stained clothes. Others still had purple bruise marks around their necks. The girl at the very front hugged her knees, trembling, her left eye swollen to a slit and blood still seeping from a torn wound on her right earlobe. Zhao Wenjue advanced, waving the fireball, sparks landing on the girl's exposed skin, burning tiny scorch marks. "Make one more sound, and I'll burn you all up like firewood." He hadn't expected someone to break in so soon. Inwardly, he could only hope there weren't too many of them. Otherwise, if someone caught wind of what he'd been up to, it wouldn't be easy to explain. On the second day after the apocalypse hit, Zhao Wenjue, the student council president, awakened a fire-type power. Getting cocky, he deluded himself into thinking he could take back the entire medical university. Reality had given him a brutal lesson. Several power users had gone out together, and in the end, only he and the PE teacher, Lu Jianjun, had escaped the zombie encirclement at the cost of using everyone else as bait. After the two of them broke through the horde, they split up and ran for their lives. Lu Jianjun had vanished, while Zhao Wenjue had been rescued by this group of female students in the supermarket. He still remembered the admiration in the eyes of the girl who'd saved him back then. As for what came later, a sealed environment, plenty of food, and a group of pretty young female college students, With the apocalypse here and order collapsed, he didn't believe any man could resist that temptation. Sure, many of these girls had awakened powers too, but none of them were a match for him in a fight. They were subdued quickly, and after starving for a couple of days, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Just as he was lost in thought, a set of low footsteps approached, walking straight to the door as if they knew he was in the storeroom. "Excuse me, is anyone in there?" The voice was crisp and pleasant. Zhao Wenjua's heart stirred, and he instantly recognized the voice. Su Jinru, one of the campus beauties, a busted petite girl from a prominent family. He'd been drooling over this little cutie for ages, but she'd always ignored him. And today, she'd delivered herself right to his door. His heart itched, but from the sound of the footsteps, there couldn't be many of them. Still, he wasn't quite comfortable just opening the door like this. As he hesitated, another voice rang out. "Doesn't seem like anyone's here? Jinru, let's just take the stuff. With this much food, we can bring more people back later. It'll last us a whole month." "Suyong." Zhao Wenjua froze. Then his whole body lit up with excitement. Suyong ranked even higher than that busted little cutie on the campus beauty list. A millionaire influencer, tall, gorgeous, and those creamy, slender legs of hers that just wouldn't quit. He dreamed about them more than a few times. No, he couldn't wait any longer. Suyong was actually about to go call more people to haul off the supplies. If the crowd got bigger, it'd be even harder to deal with. With that thought, Zhao Wenjua gritted his teeth and decisively yanked open the iron door. The next moment, his eyes lit up and his heart soared with wild joy. His luck today was just too good. Campus beauties Jiang Li and Lin Yuexian were here too. 4 of the top 10 beauties, all at once. And the 4 of them had clearly been living pretty well these past few days. Rosy faces, radiant. Even their clothes were spotless. If he could take all of them, wouldn't that be absolute paradise? As for the unfamiliar guy standing at the very back, Liang, he ignored him completely. Zhao Wenjua, Su Jinru, and the others were taken aback. This guy was, after all, the student council president. Decent looks, decent family background, somewhat well-known on campus. Su Jinru, Jiang Li, Lin Yuexian, and Su Yang too. Hello there. Zhao Wenjua's greedy eyes roamed over the 4 girls, wicked lust flaring up inside him. Those girls he'd been abusing for 3 days were unwashed and reeked. He'd long grown sick of them. These 4 in front of him were another matter entirely, fragrant and clean, like heaven and earth compared to the others. Su Jinru stood at the front. She meant to say hello, but her nose twitched, and she suddenly caught a foul stench. Looking past Zhao Wenjua's shoulder, her pupils shrank sharply. Over 20 girls cowered in the corner of the storeroom, their clothes in disarray, looking wretched, their eyes vacant. Even with strangers coming in, they didn't react at all. White wads of paper were scattered all over the floor, everywhere you looked. What happened to them? Her face went pale, and she instinctively moved to rush inside, only for Zhao Wenjua to block her by spreading his arms. "Don't go in," Zhao Wenjua said with ill intent. "These people were scratched by zombies. I'm quarantining them." "Does quarantine require beating people until they're covered in wounds?" Su Yang and the others behind her had seen it too, and were furious. "Zhao Wenjua, do you take us for idiots? And you call yourself the student council president. How could you do something this disgusting?" "Shut up," Zhao Wenjua suddenly roared, a ball of flame flaring up in his hand as he said sinisterly, "I'd advise you, instead of worrying about others, you'd better worry about yourselves. I happen to be a power user." Uft. A gunshot, muffled by a silencer. The bullet struck precisely between his eyebrows, and a bloody hole appeared. The second half of Zhao Wenjua's sentence caught in his throat. His eyes went wide. He staggered a few steps, then toppled straight over, dead, his eyes wide open, unwilling to close. He never could have imagined someone would break from the script like this. Normally, don't you have to trade some words, throw out some threats, before making a move? And besides, in times like these, how could there be anything as absurd as a handgun? "All right, let's save them." Standing behind the girls, I put away my pistol and shook my head. Since he was a villain, it was better to deal with him fast and avoid any complications. "Li Chun, come on out, he's dead." Just to be safe, I deliberately had Li Chun hide in the shadows, ready to ambush him with an ice spike. Turns out it wasn't needed at all. Coming. Li Chun crawled out from the corner. The moment she saw the horrific scene in the storeroom, she immediately guessed what had happened. Still not satisfied, she kicked the corpse twice. Scumbag. After kicking him, she strode inside to help Su Jinru and the others comfort the group of girls. I didn't go in. I stood where I was, staring at Zhao Wenchua's corpse. After thinking for a moment, I reached out, loosely gripped my hand, and the long blade appeared. Squelch. One strike, and his head was split into two. A fiery red crystal appeared in my field of vision. So it really does exist. Expressionless, I picked up the crystal. It felt icy to the touch, exactly like a zombie's crystal core. Closing my eyes, I wrapped my power around it. The next moment, I opened my eyes, my mood somewhat heavy. It can be absorbed, and it's twice the energy of a zombie's crystal core. That meant one thing. Killing people was more worthwhile than killing zombies. It was foreseeable that from now on, the mutual slaughter between humans would probably become incredibly brutal. Anyone could become a stepping stone for someone else to grow stronger, especially the strong. Killing one powerhouse was worth killing two zombies of equal strength. Any halfway sane person would know which to choose. That being the case, building up my own faction as fast as possible was all the more urgent. I had no desire to become the coveted prize in someone else's eyes down the road. A lone wolf on his own versus someone with a big crew and a powerful team at his command, which was more intimidating, was obvious at a glance. Once I'd finished absorbing the energy, I started clearing out the supermarket. Food, daily necessities, cigarettes, liquor, fruit. I didn't even leave the condoms behind. My storage space was big enough after the expansion anyway, so there was no worry about fitting it all in. Of course, I didn't take absolutely everything. I left a little behind. So, when Su Jinru and the others came out, they looked at the nearly empty supermarket and, for a moment, questioned their whole grasp of reality. If they remembered correctly, hadn't there been a lot of stuff here when they'd first come in? But with the power out, the lighting was dim, and their attention had been elsewhere at the time, so they couldn't be sure. Anyway, Liang hadn't said anything, so it should be fine, and even if there was a problem, as long as he didn't mention it, then there was no problem. Actually, after spending these few days together, Su Jinru and the other three had more or less figured out there was something special going on. As for Li Chun, well, I'd keep her in the dark for now. Grab everything you can carry from the supermarket and follow me out. I led the group to the entrance, and facing over 20 pairs of eyes, I spoke up. You should all understand by now that the apocalypse has arrived. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, join my team, follow my orders. There's only one requirement: absolute obedience. Second, leave right now. Having said that, I didn't disturb their thinking and simply waited quietly. The reason I wanted to take this group of girls was that, having survived Zhao Wenchua's torment and come out alive, they'd have more resilience than ordinary people when facing hardship down the road. Calmer, more decisive. All of that was crucial in the apocalypse. The rescued girls looked at one another, their eyes full of confusion. But gradually, their gazes grew firm. The truth was, other than following me, they had nowhere else to go. Not to mention, I was the one who'd pulled them out of hell. Before long, the results were in. Out of 21 people, not a single one left. Very good. I was quite satisfied. No ungrateful backstabbers. Not bad. Su Yang, open up the food and divide it. Let everyone eat their fill first. Yes, master. Su Yang and the others nodded and quickly got to work. In no time, a large pile of food was laid out on a table at the entrance. Gulp. The sound of swallowing rose and fell all around. All right, eat up, there's plenty. I waved my hand, then called Su Yang and the others over. Once they've eaten, write down the number of power users inside and what types they have. Also, note the ones who are badly hurt and what medicine they'll need. You're all medical students, you should know. If you really can't decide, ask your teacher Gu when we get back. Got it, master. The few of them exchanged glances, admiration in their eyes. Their master was around the same age as them, yet he handled things in such an orderly, systematic way. Soon, the tally came in. I found the number of power users a bit surprising. The number Su Yang reported was 9. 21 girls had been rescued, and of them, an astonishing 9 had awakened powers, a ratio approaching 2 to 1. Nearly 1 out of every 2 had awakened. That figure was frankly absurd. A lot of them awakened out of despair after being violated, Su Yang added quietly. Oh, my heart stirred. So dire straits could actually raise the chances of awakening a power? Noted. I'd verify it later. If that were really the case, then leveraging this information gap, I could mass-produce power users in the early stages of the apocalypse. Danger was everywhere in the apocalypse. As long as I went out frequently to gather supplies, we'd inevitably run into desperate situations, and the awakening rate would naturally go up. Once awakened, they could rapidly boost their strength with zombie crystal cores, a perfect closed loop. Right now, only a handful of people probably knew the secret of the crystal cores. By the time the general public discovered it, my subordinate's strength would already be far, far ahead. No one would be able to catch up. By then, the boss of some other faction might only be a level 4 power user, while over on my side, sorry, but even the guy watching the front gate is stronger than you. 9 power users, 2 fire type, 2 earth type, 3 body enhancement, plus 1 wind type, and 1 lightning type. Su Yang had a great memory and spoke clearly, listing them off one by one. The fire types are Lin Xiaoxiao and Cheng Yu. Lin Xiaoxiao can light up a flame about the length of her forearm, but she can't hold it for long, though the temperature's decent. Cheng Yu can whip out a fire whip about 2 meters long. Seeing me nod, she continued, the earth types are Chun Ling and Lu Yao. Chun Ling can make sharp stone spikes rise up half a meter from the ground, and Lu Yao can build up an earthen wall as tall as a person. Spikes and walls. I rubbed my chin. These two would work well together, one to trap, one to impale. The body enhancement ones are Chun Jing, Li Yin, and Lin Ling. All 3 of them have significantly boosted strength, endurance, and recovery. If they hadn't only awakened this morning and been starving for 3 days, the 3 of them alone probably could have taken down Zhao Wenjua. I nodded. In the early stages, body enhancement types really were more combat capable, and there were 3 of them. The last 2, the wind type, Wu Wan, can briefly speed up herself or a teammate for up to 10 seconds. And the lightning type, Shen Wei, can discharge electric current to briefly paralyze someone's body. 1 support, 1 crowd control. I instantly slapped labels on the 2 of them in my mind. Adding it all up, in gaming terms, 3 body tanks up front, for fire and earth types for damage, 1 wind type for support, and 1 lightning type for control. It was just enough to form a complete little squad. In that moment, I felt a bit grateful to the dead Zhao Wenjua. Otherwise, how could I have assembled a team this easily? The only pity was that I still hadn't come across a healing-type power user, and I had no idea if such people even existed. For now, when an ordinary power user got injured, they still had to rely on medicine. The physical fitness of a level 1 ordinary power user was actually no different from a regular person's, except for the body enhancement types, who recovered far faster than the average person. All right, go get something to eat yourself. I pulled my thoughts back. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Most of the rescued girls had finished eating and recovered some vitality. They were talking quietly among themselves, glancing at me now and then, their eyes full of gratitude. If they hadn't run into me, who knows how much longer Zhao Wenjua would have tormented them. I had clean-cut good looks, I was their savior, and I was strong on top of that. Quite a few of the girls, the longer they looked, the more starry-eyed they got. I nodded at them and pulled out my phone to check the map. Once Su Yang finished eating, I planned to lead the team over to check out a few of the school's other cafeterias. It was hot, and the power was out, so the fresh meat in the freezers would rot soon. We had to hurry. Along the way, I could also train these rookies. About 5 minutes later, Su Yang finished eating. I clapped my hands to get everyone's attention. We've got over 20 more mouths to feed now, and daily meals are no small amount. Rest for another 10 minutes. Then everyone follow me to the second cafeteria. There's more supplies there, and since the power hasn't been out long, we can salvage some fresh meat. Okay, no problem. Everyone nodded, without a hint of complaint. Sure, there was danger on the way, but compared to what they'd suffered over these 3 days, that little bit of danger was nothing. Oh, right, about what to call me. From now on, just call me President. I looked at the flock of pretty young women before me and thought for a moment. Starting today, you're the first members of the Nightingale Society. Nightingale Society? That sounds nice. Wow, President is so talented. The nightingale represents beauty and hope, and also courage, and perseverance. It means we can find the hope to survive in the darkness of the apocalypse. Listening to the girls chime in with their interpretations, I smiled. This was one of my little tricks. Times like these were the perfect chance to win people's hearts. An organization has to have a name, especially in the apocalypse, when people in despair all need something to believe in. And the nightingale, that bird brave enough to sing in the darkness, fit that image perfectly. Of course, the other reason was there were, quite a lot of girls on the team. Meanwhile, not far from the medical university, at the base of the Savior Society, the sky was practically falling. Boss, something's wrong. Brother Yang and the other's wounds are festering. In the luxurious lounge, the middle-aged man they called Boss shoved away the woman in his arms and frowned. What's going on? I don't know, said the bleach-blonde guy, the self-proclaimed president of the Savior Society, in a panic. The wounds just won't heal. They're getting worse and worse. And a bunch of people have been coughing nonstop since last night. I don't know if it's some kind of contagious disease. What did that doctor we took in yesterday say? He said the wounds are infected and need medicine. Best to get to the medical university as soon as possible. They've got specialized medical equipment and drugs over there. And the coughing? Can't say for now. Can't figure out what's causing it. Best to quarantine them right away. The bleach blonde was practically crying as he spoke. Running into something like this in the apocalypse was just the sky falling. He'd spent these past few days fooling around on the first floor, messing with women, flirting, stealing the occasional kiss. And now his skin was crawling, not knowing whether he'd catch it too. Back on my end, I was busy arranging the formation. Chun Jing, Li Yan, Lin Ling. The three of you form a triangle defense. Grip your weapons tight and take the very front. Fire types in the second row, Wu Wan ready to give a speed boost at any time. Chun Ling and Lu Yao on the two flanks, ready to seal off the paths. Shen Wei handles any that slip through, and everyone else stands at the back. All those years of strategy games hadn't been for nothing. I just finished arranging the formation when, ding dong, my phone rang. I opened it. It was the Savior Society. The bleach blonde guy had come knocking. Hey, classmate, you there? I raised an eyebrow. Didn't we agree they'd come the day after tomorrow? What's the problem now? You there? Sorry, I'm not there at all. Move out. I waved my hand, not bothering to reply to the message. Soon, the 20-some person team set off. Body enhancement power users at the front, the damage dealers, and the crowd of yet-to-awaken ordinary girls in the middle, with Su Jinru keeping watch up ahead. As long as we didn't run into a large horde, nothing much should go wrong. We hadn't gone far before we ran into the first wave of zombies. I stood at the back of the team, saying nothing, quietly watching how they'd react. When the first zombie appeared in view, the girls all held their breath at nearly the same instant. Just 3 days ago, they'd been sitting in classrooms listening to lectures, and now they had to face these terrifying monsters head-on. It would be a lie to say they weren't scared. The zombies' rotting face, cloudy eyes, and frenzied snarling turned everyone's stomachs, making them want to turn and run. But the next moment, they thought of me, of that pitch-black storeroom, of the suffering Zhao Wenjua had inflicted on them. Had I rescued them just to watch them run away? To survive in the apocalypse, they were bound to run into zombies again down the road. If they fled today, what would they do in the future? Just as they were wavering, Su Jinru, at the front of the team, suddenly spoke up. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, it's the brave one who wins. She looked at everyone, her voice calm, yet cutting straight to the point. It's just a few zombies. If you don't kill zombies, how will you get stronger? And if you don't get stronger, what will you do the next time you run into scum like Zhao Wenjua? Keep letting others slaughter you? Or do you actually enjoy that kind of life, having your dignity trampled, being abused at someone's whim? Those words made every girl's heart skip a beat, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. Since you've joined the Nightingale Society, tell me, what is the spirit of the Nightingale Society? Su Jinru asked coldly. Courage and perseverance. The future and hope. A few trembling voices came from the crowd. Looks like you all still remember. At this moment, Su Jinru seemed like a completely different person. As expected of someone from a military family, that trace of weakness had been ground away the instant she'd seen blood. Her voice rang out, firm and strong. The courage of the Nightingale Society means singing a battle song even in the darkest night. The persistence of the Nightingale Society means gripping your blade even before the most hopeless tide of the dead and cutting through your fear. The future of the Nightingale Society will be written by your own hands. So right now, you have no reason and no right to back down. Pick up your weapons and don't let your leader down. The words hit like thunder. The girls' faces flushed red, and their eyes finally hardened with resolve. Whoosh! A tongue of flame suddenly shot out from the crowd, swallowing the zombie at the very front. Chung Yu clenched her teeth. This fire element girl, the one who'd been hurt the deepest, had finally worked up the courage to act. That burst of flame was like a bugle call to charge. Powers of all kinds began erupting. Earthen walls, earth spikes, ice shards. Even Chen Jing and the other two on the very front line, faces flushed, gritted their teeth and rushed forward, gripping their iron rods. Not bad. I nodded to myself, satisfied. They'd held up under pressure and dared to face the zombies head-on. That was a good start. Sure, their powers were messy and all over the place, but that was fine. They'd smooth out with practice. The few zombies were quickly wiped out, and Su Jinru handed the crystal cores over to me. That pre-battle speech. Well done, I said with a smile, patting the little cutie on the head. Her small face instantly went crimson, and she squirmed with embarrassment. So many people were watching. Now that they'd broken the ice, the whole squad was noticeably more skilled with the next batch of zombies. First, they'd throw up earthen walls to surround them, then follow with earth spikes, and any that slipped through and charged in got caught by Chun Jing and the other two up front, picked off one by one. Only then did I pull out my phone to reply to a message from the Salvation Society. The second cafeteria wasn't far, 7 or 8 minutes on foot. While waiting for their reply, I idly scrolled through a couple of short videos, almost all of them pleas for help. For days in, everyone's food stores were basically running dry. Out of habit, I swiped down to one more and was just about to stuff the phone back in my pocket. Ding! A collectible target has been detected. The system suddenly popped up an alert, as if terrified I'd miss it. Huh. I lit up the screen again. In the video was a pair of twin sisters, and the location tag showed they were inside one of the multi-purpose buildings at the medical university. Yi Tinglan and Yi Zhenxue? I was a little surprised. I'd stumbled onto them just scrolling around. Weren't they the famous sister flowers of the medical university? Two of the top 10 campus beauties. Except their situation right now wasn't looking good. The two of them were huddled on a fire escape, calling out for help. On a normal day, a whole crowd of male students would have come charging over eagerly. But this was the apocalypse now, and everyone valued their own skin above all. The video had been up for 2 or 3 hours, with plenty of comments, but they were all just lamenting what a waste it was for such gorgeous twins. The younger sister, Yi Zhenxue, had a big tear in her pink knit dress, tears welling in her almond eyes, the tip of her nose flushed red, her cries for help soft and tender with a sob. The older sister, Yi Tinglan, kept her siblings shielded behind her, dressed in a black cinched leather jacket, her long legs wrapped in ripped jeans, her face cold and alert as she watched the entrance to the escape. The younger sister crying out so sweetly, the older sister standing guard so fiercely. That contrast. Well, as a man, ahem. A graceful lady is something any gentleman desires. Even the ancients understood that. Of course, it wasn't purely lust on my part. Mainly, the powers those two carried were something I simply couldn't turn down. The younger sister had a wood element power called growth acceleration. She could activate plant growth, making crops ripen fast, and breathing new life into withered trees. The older sister had a psychic-type power called the Crimson Marks of Good and Evil, rank S. When she used it, she could tell the good from the evil in people's hearts, and it came with a passive effect too, slow, continuous growth of her mental power. Growth acceleration, now that's a good thing. My eyes lit up. Growth acceleration could make plants grow fast. Right now, it might seem useless, with so much ready-made food lying around outside. Who'd bother with the grind of farming? But here's the problem. The food stored up before the apocalypse would run out one day. When that happened, to fill your belly, you'd either have to grow your own, buy from someone else, or, if you were strong enough, take it by force. Food is the foundation of survival. Who'd want their lifeline in someone else's hands? Buying was out of the question. As for taking it by force, forget the distance. The yield was a big question mark, and the little bit you'd grab might not even feed 100-odd mouths. So, in the end, there was only one path: self-sufficiency, forming a closed cycle. And that's exactly where growth acceleration would come in handy. I'd already made up my mind. Once I took the medical university, I'd carve out a large plot of land and set up large-scale farming. In everything, you have to stay a step ahead of others. That way, when something goes wrong, you've got enough time to deal with it. Build high walls, stockpile grain, and don't rush to claim the throne. That was my apocalypse survival strategy. As for the older sister's crimson marks of good and evil, to me, it was even more of a treasure. Seeing through the good and evil in people's hearts while steadily boosting her mental power, that was practically a god-tier skill. For any faction, it was hugely important. Anyone with crooked intentions or ill will could be weeded out immediately. So when it came to these two sisters, I had only one thought: get them. I absolutely had to get them. With that in mind, I opened the map and checked the distance to the multipurpose building, then felt a pang of regret. It was a bit far. The girls' dormitory was at the very back of the campus, while the multipurpose building sat a full kilometer away at the campus center. Heading straight there, we'd inevitably run into large clusters of zombies, and if we hit a massive horde, our group of 20-some wouldn't stand a chance. It would have to wait. Thankfully, in the short term, the two sisters should be relatively safe. The iron door of the fire escape was sturdy, and as long as they didn't starve, they'd be fine. Master, we've reached the second cafeteria. Su Yang's voice pulled me back to reality. The cafeteria's main doors were shut tight. No telling whether anyone was inside. Master, the crystal cores. Su Jinru walked over and handed me a big bag of them, packed full. Along the way, the whole squad had killed nearly 100 zombies, wave after wave, with barely a pause. Having killed so many, the girls no longer panicked at the sight of zombies the way they had at first, and both their aim with their powers and their teamwork were improving. Nice. I took it satisfied. Having people to do the work was great. If I'd had to kill this many alone, it really would have taken a good bit of effort. I absorbed the cores straight away. After a while, I opened my eyes and let out a long breath. Absorbing these 100 had pushed my neural overclock progress to 95%. 10 more cores or so, and I'd advanced to level 3. Seeing the girls all watching me, waiting for orders, I smiled and pulled out the drone remote. Soon, with a faint buzzing, the drone flew over from the direction of the dorm building. I steered it high into the air, and everything inside the cafeteria came into full view. After watching for a moment, I gave a wry grin and waved a hand. Upstairs. Meanwhile, at that very moment, up on the cafeteria's top floor, right outside the door of the freezer, two groups stood locked in a tense standoff, ready to draw swords. Lin Yu, you want food? Easy. Just send one of your girls out to keep us fellas entertained. How about it? The one speaking was a buzz-cut guy holding a blood-stained fire axe, with a dozen or so people standing behind him. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Starve for a few more days, and you won't even have the strength to fight back. Li Wei, dream on. Lin Yu gripped her steel rod so tightly her knuckles turned white. Behind her, 7 or 8 girls fanned out in a defensive formation, wielding brooms and mops as weapons, some clutching pepper spray, their eyes wary. Tisk, if you won't play along, then there's nothing I can do. Li Wei smacked his lips, feigning a look of regret. It's the apocalypse now, the strong call the shots. Honestly, if you weren't an Esper, Lin Yu, I'd have finished off the lot of you already. You piece of garbage. Lin Yu sneered. I saw early on you were no good, but I never thought you were a beast in human skin. I never should have saved you back then. Too late for any of that now, Li Wei said with a grin. That's what you get for letting your bleeding heart run wild and bringing a bunch of grown men in. They say a fall in the pit makes you wiser, but a shame for you. You probably won't get a future to learn from it. Seeing Lin Yu's expression darken, his eyes rolled, and he added mockingly, How about this? Any of you girls willing to come with us gets food. What do you say? The moment the words were out, the girl's breath caught. Ever since they'd let the wolves in a day ago, Li Wei's crew had seized control of the freezer. In truth, the frozen goods in there were enough to feed everyone for a long time, and with the power out and the weather hot, it'd all rot if left sitting anyway. But Li Wei just wouldn't budge. He'd read Lin Yu perfectly, betting she wouldn't dare make a move. On her side, she was the only Esper. Fortunately, her power was a decent offensive one, metal element, letting her manipulate small metal objects out of thin air, packing a fair bit of punch. Li Wei was a body enhancement type. He healed fast, but he was afraid of getting metal in vulnerable spots like his eyes, which was why things had stayed at a stalemate. We'll never agree to that. Tui, shameless. So disgusting. I'd rather starve to death. The girls behind Lin Yu quickly caught on. He was trying to divide them and hurled curses at him. Fine, fine, fine. You've got spirit, real tough of you. Seeing his scheme exposed, Li Wei wasn't the least bit annoyed. He gave a thumbs up. All right then, let's just wait it out. It's not my people who've got nothing to eat, after all. With the freezer at his back, he could afford to wait. Just as Li Wei was gloating. Bam! With a loud crash, the cafeteria's iron door was forced open. I strode in with the whole crowd behind me, streaming in one after another. What, so many women. Both groups froze. Soon, the underlings behind Li Wei were practically drooling, especially fixated on the four girls at the very front. Su Yang, Su Jinru, Jiang Li, Lin Yuexian, the four campus beauties. A gift delivered right to their door? And with such a bonus. As for the 20-some other girls, honestly, they didn't even register them. Lin Yu was stunned too. She never expected so many people to suddenly appear, and nearly all of them were girls. Su Yang and the three other campus beauties. How were they here? If she remembered right, wasn't the cafeteria entrance always blocked by a bunch of zombies? Otherwise, these four would have gone looking for food somewhere else long ago. I glanced at the two dumbstruck groups, paid them no mind, and calmly waved a hand, signaling the Nightingale Society. Go. Clear out that freezer for me. Yes, leader. The girls answered in unison, and with Su Jinru leading the way, they headed for the freezer without hesitation. After cutting down so many zombies along the way, and with Su Jinru at the front, this standoff between the two groups looked to them like child's play. They weren't the least bit afraid. Besides, Su Jinru's strength had been on full display the whole way. Over this short stretch, her outstanding blade work had already made her an idol in the girls' eyes. And as for me, the leader who'd pulled them out of hell, I was no longer just an idol. I was their faith. Seeing the girls ignore him and head straight for the freezer, Li Wei finally snapped out of it. His face went hard, his grip on the axe suddenly tightened, and he brought the blade crashing down on a sheet metal dining table. Damn it, he snarled viciously. This is my turf. If you've got a death wish, go ahead. Take one more step and see what happens. Your turf. I smiled. In the apocalypse, the strong call the shots. Weren't those your words just now? That's right. I said to them. What? Got a problem with that? Li Wei's face was full of arrogance as he looked me up and down, brimming with contempt. Just a pretty boy, not even worth one swing of his axe. Lucky guy, though, with so many women trailing after him. In a bit, he'd show this pretty boy exactly why the flowers were so red. As for these women, sorry, he'd take them all, adding them one by one to his harem. A problem? No, I've got no problem. In fact, I think you're exactly right. In the apocalypse, the strong do call the shots. I nodded and calmly extended my right hand. It's just that right now, I'm the strong one. The next moment, before everyone's shocked eyes, ripples of blue suddenly spread through the air. With a flash of blue light, countless water molecules condensed into streams, swirling and gathering overhead. Li Wei's pupils shrank, and he instinctively tried to back away, only to find the puddle at his feet had, at some point, risen to his ankles. Before he could react, the surging water swelled up all at once like a living thing, sweeping in from all directions to form a transparent wall of water 2 meters across. At its center, the water twisted into a rope and, in an instant, hoisted him whole into the air. Li Wei hacked and slashed frantically with his axe, but the blade only sent up sprays of water against the curtain, utterly useless. This can't be. His face was full of shock. This was a power too. But why was it so strong? Below the water prison, Lin Yu's eyes went wide as well. Li Wei was a body enhancement type, with all that strength. Yet he couldn't break through that seemingly thin wall of water. What shook her even more was how effortlessly I wielded my power, as natural as breathing. Li Wei's crew of followers all backed away in unison, their faces white as paper. A guy with dyed blonde hair pointed a trembling finger at the water prison, his voice cracking. What kind of power is this? No one answered him. Su Yang and the other three looked perfectly composed. They'd seen scenes like this plenty of times, only before it had been zombies they were dealing with. The Nightingale Society members stared with wide eyes, their hearts pounding with excitement, as expected of their leader, strong, so incredibly strong. Inside the water prison, Li Wei was bound tight, until even struggling grew difficult. In terror, he watched me raise a hand, and he floated over right in front of me. I narrowed my eyes at him, now just inches away. I didn't quite catch that a moment ago. Whose turf did you say this was? I let out a soft laugh. How about I give you a chance to say it again? Big brother. No, father. Father. I'm sorry, it's your turf. This is your turf. I was wrong, father. Li Wei, scared out of his wits, wailed and pleaded, hurriedly begging for mercy. Correct answer. Pity I don't have a son like you. I smiled faintly, and the next moment, before his terrified eyes, I snapped my fingers. Snap! The water in the prison suddenly shuddered violently. Ice crystals spread up from his ankles at a speed visible to the eye, the transparent water curtain frosting over white, cold air trailing thin wisps of mist through the air. Li Wei's eyes went wide with horror, his unspoken plea for mercy sealed shut by the ice. In the blink of an eye, frost coated his eyelashes and hair, and he became a statue of ice radiating cold. SSSSS. Lin Yu drew a sharp breath. Monstrous. This man was too strong. It was an utter one-sided crushing. The Li Wei who'd filled her with such dread couldn't put up even a shred of resistance. Then, under her horrified gaze, I raised a hand and gave a light push. Crack! The ice statue toppled to the ground with a crash, shards flying everywhere. I looked at the shattered pieces on the floor and shook my head inwardly. Sigh, why'd you have to go and threaten me? Wouldn't it have been so much nicer to just keep the peace? But once I make a move, my people leave no one alive. Spare Li Wei today, and who knows whether that bit of mercy might come back to cause trouble down the line. Trouble is the thing I hate most, so killing him was the only option to cut off future problems for good. Having finished him off, I turned around to find the Nightingale Society all standing frozen in place, and couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Well, this was the first time I'd fully unleashed my strength, and it proved to be, indeed, a bit monstrous. After all, it was only the 4th day of the apocalypse. I carried dual powers and was on the verge of level 3, while most others were still living in constant dread. Many hadn't even set foot outside their doors, let alone understood how to grow stronger. Truth be told, if not for the system's prompt, it never would have occurred to me that crystal cores were hidden inside zombies' heads. Stop standing there in a daze. Form up first. I reminded them. Yes. They finally snapped out of it. Looking at the several pieces Li Wei had shattered into on the ground, they all shivered. It was a horrific way to die. Though they didn't understand my intent, they quickly fell into formation. Not bad. Quick work. I turned my gaze toward the remaining 2 groups. Big brother. I spare me. Please don't kill us. We were wrong. As my gaze swept over Li Wei's underlings, they scrambled to their knees in terror, begging for mercy. Sigh. If only you'd been like this from the start. I let out a sigh. Just before I'd made my move, this bunch had been full of themselves, and now they were so scared they were wetting their pants. What a contrast. Since I'd already killed one, I certainly wouldn't go soft on the rest. Pull the weeds, but leave the roots, and they'll grow back with the spring breeze. A dozen plus was no small number, perfect for letting the Nightingale girls get some practice. After all, killing a person and killing a zombie are 2 entirely different things. These men are yours. Kill them all, I said with a wave. We. The girls hesitated, then came to their senses. Looking at those dozen-odd living men not far off, their faces wavered, unable to bring themselves to do it. These were living human beings, after all, different from zombies. They're cut from the same cloth as Zhao Wenjua. Su Jinru's calm voice sounded in the girl's ears. Any girl who falls into their hands would end up no better than you did. Don't be fooled by them kneeling and begging now. When they turn to cruelty, they're no different from Zhao Wenjua. Leave them alive, and they'll go on to prey on other girls. The apocalypse is full of scum like this. Right now, the leader is giving all of you a chance for revenge, and also making the world hold a few less evil men. By the end of her words, the girl's eyes slowly changed, the light of hatred kindling in their gaze. Everything Zhao Wenjua had done to them surfaced again in their minds. That painful past hardened their eyes with resolve. Whoosh! Flames gushed out, along with earth spikes and ice shards. The glow of all kinds of powers filled the cafeteria hall. Before long, everything fell quiet. Bleak. After the killing was done, quite a few Nightingale members rushed to the corners, unable to hold back, and started vomiting. I watched the scene in silence. This was something they'd have to face sooner or later. Compared to the not-too-bright zombies, the greater danger in the apocalypse was, in truth, other survivors. While the girls were busy retching, I strolled leisurely into the freezer. The moment I pushed the door open, my eyes lit up. Food, so much of it. The freezer was still cool inside. Counting from the power outage, about 10 some hours had passed, and the ice had begun to melt. Water dripped now and then from the ceiling, pooling on the floor. Luckily, I'd arrived in decent time. The temperature was maybe a few degrees above freezing, and the food hadn't gone bad yet. At a glance, this freezer was a good 10 times larger than the one at the first cafeteria. No wonder they said the medical university's second cafeteria was the largest cafeteria in all of Longqing. Directly across, huge quantities of lobster sealed in plastic film were stacked in neat rows, with labels on top. Large lobster, stock June 12th. Net weight 3.2 tons. June 12th. I raised an eyebrow. Today was the 16th, which meant the cafeteria had taken in the shipment 4 days ago, the day before the apocalypse. No wonder this freezer was packed to the brim with food. With a wave of my hand, in the blink of an eye, it all went into my space. Lobster's a good thing. Lobster's definitely worth eating. After stowing the lobster, I turned and, off to my right, found 6 tall rows of deep blue crates. I opened one up. Wow, all of it frozen deep-sea sablefish, with labels on the sides. 18 kilograms per crate, 96 crates total, about 1.7 tons all told. Sablefish was great too, tender and flavorful, good pan-fried or steamed. Before the apocalypse, it went for 200 or 300 a pound, and ordinary folks rarely got a taste. Take it. Going further in, huge amounts of neatly butchered whole hogs hung before my eyes, the label reading, pork, 10 tons total. Holy, that much pork. A normal person eats about 250 grams of pork a day, and with 27 people in the Nightingale Society, these 10 tons would last 3 years. Of course, the group would grow later, and we couldn't eat nothing but meat every day. Staple foods had to keep up too. Take the whole medical university, for instance. With students and faculty totaling around 20,000, 10 tons of pork might look like a lot, but it'd really only feed everyone 3 or 4 days. Still, whatever the case, today was one heck of a restocking run. A wave of my hand, and it all went into my space. The freezer was huge, and I collected as I walked, from one end to the other, until my space truly couldn't hold any more. Packed, it was genuinely packed. Nearly 300 tons of food, all in my space. Food wouldn't be a worry for the foreseeable future. Even if I eventually retake the entire medical university, the survivors would probably number only around 3,000. 80% of those 20,000 plus had turned into zombies, and no small number were infected or dead. 3,000 was a generous estimate. This stockpile would feed them for nearly 2 months. By the time I came out of the freezer, the Nightingale members had mostly finished throwing up, each of them pale-faced. "Go move the goods," I said with a wave. Once they'd all gone into the freezer, Lin Yu, who'd been watching the whole time, murmured a few words to the girls beside her. Then, under a chorus of worried looks, she walked over somewhat fearfully and cautiously offered a greeting. Classmate, hello." "Hello." I glanced at her and gave a calm nod. My impression of Lin Yu was a good one. Leading a handful of ordinary girls, she dared to face off against a dozen men. That took guts. Most importantly, she hadn't chosen to sacrifice the weak in exchange for food, which in the apocalypse was a rare thing indeed. With that, I casually pulled out my phone. I'd been caught up in the fight and hadn't gotten around to reading the message from the Salvation Society. "Classmate, could we join you?" Seeing that I wasn't as terrifying as she'd imagined, my expression fairly mild, Lin Yu worked up the nerve to ask, her voice inevitably trembling a little. The decisive, ruthless way I'd killed a moment ago had shaken her deeply. Apocalypse or not, I'd taken more than a dozen lives with a single wave of my hand. How could she not be afraid? Oh, I pulled my gaze from the phone and looked her over. You want to join? Why? I. I saw there are so many girls in your group, and they all respect you deeply. They're in good spirits too, so life must be pretty decent under you, which is why. As she spoke, Linyu slowly lowered her head. She'd suddenly realized she'd only been listing the benefits of joining. But what about herself? What could she bring me? Fortunately, the next moment, my voice offered her a sliver of hope. Joining is no problem. See that corpse over there? I was referring to Li Wei's now dismembered body. Linyu followed my gaze, and one look drained the color from her face, nausea rising in her throat. Chunks of the corpse were scattered on the floor. With the heat and no power to sustain his ice, the frost had long melted, blood pooling everywhere, the internal organs exposed, the intestines spilled out and mixed with yellow filth, rank and revolting. My requirement is simple. First, piece the body back together, then take out the crystal from the head with your own hands and give it to me. There's a crystal inside the head, no doubt about it. I nudged the blood-stained fire axe at my feet, my expression mild. Just use this thing to split the head open. It's convenient. In that instant, just hearing it drain Lin Yu's face utterly of blood. She may have been a medical student, but she was only a freshman, still buried in theory, having seen little blood and never having dealt with a corpse. Faced with my demand, just imagining the scene filled her with revulsion. But she glanced back at her companions, their faces full of hope, thought it over, and steeled herself, picking up the fire axe and walking over to the pieces of the corpse. Bleh! The moment a dry heave escaped her, she clapped a hand over her mouth, afraid I'd be displeased, then forced down her revulsion and, with those pale, delicate hands that had once held a pen, began piecing the body back together. Blood quickly stained both of her hands. Once she'd finally finished, she picked up the axe and faced Li Wei's head, its eyes still frozen open in death. Yet no matter what, she couldn't work up the courage to bring the blade down. Just imagining the gore that might spray out set her hands to trembling. She could actually have used her metal power at this close range. Controlling the axe was just barely doable, but I'd said she had to do it with her own hands. Having laid down my conditions, I didn't look at her again. If she did it, I'd take her in. If not, then never mind. I, Liang, am not one to take just any stray into my ranks. My attention returned to the phone. It was a message the Salvation Society had just sent, saying they planned to head over to the medical university around 4 o'clock and asking whether there were a lot of zombies near the dorm building and the pharmacy. It looked like they intended to come pick up their guide first. After all, I was operating under Su Jinru's guise, and with that personal image plus the water creation power on display, I was in demand. That wouldn't do. I frowned. Right now, I hadn't prepared anything. The zombie horde wasn't in position, and my power hadn't leveled up to 3. Besides, for the Salvation Society to be in such a rush, it was probably because someone in their ranks had taken a turn for the worse and urgently needed treatment. Otherwise, we'd clearly agreed on 3 days from now. Why come racing over for medicine in such a frantic hurry? I narrowed my eyes. I needed to think of a way to stall them, to make them wait at least one more day. A day could pass, and maybe the patient would just die. And if not, well, the more the condition worsened, the better the news for me. At that thought, an idea instantly took shape in my mind.